And welcome. So today, as you can clearly see, we have a dust bath currently in progress. We're also going to be doing a Theorycraft on an interesting build. What's the general premise of the build? We're going to be trying to make the Immortal Paladin. Now, using the mechanics within Diablo II, people have been able to make an immortal sorceress. Well, I wanted to see if I could theorycraft something similar, but not on a sorceress. I wanted to see if I could make an immortal paladin. Now, whether or not this will actually work or not, I'm not entirely sure. But I have a general idea of what I want to create, and we'll do an outline of it first. We'll try and see if we can figure out what pieces of equipment we're going to use, and yeah, without further ado, let's get started. Alright, as always, I'll be hopping into the Theorycraft voice channel on my Discord server, for those of you who are with me. And let's start by pulling up ye old Notepad. You know how much I love Notepad. And we're going to do a little outline of the build. So first off, the concept of an immortal sorceress. Let's talk about the concept of an immortal sorceress. So first off, how does an immortal sorceress work? Well, the immortal sorceress works by having 95% reduction in damage via energy shield. All right. Now, this doesn't necessarily make the sorceress immortal. This just simply allows her to convert 95% of all damage into mana damage, and then find a way to reduce the damage even further. Now, this means that no matter what, there is still 5% of the damage remaining, which is still enough to kill you. So, for instance, if you had a monster attack you for 1,000 damage, and you reduce that by 95%, you're going to get, what is that, like 50 damage left or something like that? 1,000 minus 95%. Yeah, so 50 damage. So you still have 50 damage left over. Well, the thing is that in Diablo 2, we pretty much know that the highest damage that you could potentially be hit for is 1,500 damage. In fact, that's pretty much where I usually shoot the HP of most of my monsters, is I want at least about 1,500 damage, so that in the event that something hits me for 1,500 hit points, I can potentially absorb that impact. Now, if you have 95% reduction, so we take 1,500 minus 95%, then we have still 75 damage left that needs to be negated. Now, there are ways that you can potentially negate the last bit of damage, and it comes down to magic damage reduce and physical damage reduce. These are the two modifiers that essentially allow you to form the Immortal Sorceress. So what you do is you essentially stack a significant amount of MDR, which is abbreviated to MDR for those of you who are watching this and wonder why I'm going to be saying MDR and DR a lot. And MDR and PDR are the two terms that we're going to be focusing on a lot this stream. So we're going to have to utilize a lot of MDR and PDR to overcome this amount. Well, how much do we need? Well, at first glance, you would think that you need 75 of both, but you actually don't need 75 of both. You actually can get away with half that number. So if we take 75 and divide that by 2, we get approximately about 38 PDR, and MDR is the target. So if you have about 38 PDR slash MDR of both, not just one or the other, but of both, you can potentially make this work. And why does it work this way? So the reason why it works this way is because physical damage reduction and magical damage reduction actually have a caveat that they will actually apply to each other given a specific series of circumstances. Not sure if this shows it. Let's go to the Amazon Basin page. I like the Amazon Basin page the best. It has the most detailed information for damage reduced by. So here we go. So when an attack applies both physical damage and magical damage, or fire, lightning, cold, or poison, and the DR is greater than the physical damage, the excess is applied to the sum of the non-physical damage after the resistance and absorbs have been applied, and only applies to the first frame of poison. So what this means is that like if you have an attack that comes in, and it has both physical properties and magical properties, which is very common in the world of Diablo. Extremely common. So we're talking about things like magic arrow, fire arrow, lightning arrow, cold arrow, etc. Like Diablo's hellfire, Diablo's lightning inferno. Those are both physical and fire, or physical and lightning, right? So they have two various effects on them, and those two various effects allow the MDR and the DR to sort of overflow into each other. So if you read this again, it says the excess is applied to the sum of the non-physical damage after resistance and absorbs have been applied. Which means that if you have an excessive amount of physical damage reduction and you get hit with an elemental attack, which also has a physical portion to it, then the physical damage, which overflows into the magic damage, basically covers the magic damage, and vice versa. So if you have a magical attack and the magical attack bonus is in excess, then it starts to apply to the physical damage as a result, and it basically goes back and forth, right? So you don't need as much MDR and PDR to cover this number as you would think, because most of the attacks in the game seem to be a combination of two elements, as opposed to just simply a single element, right? And during my monster series, I'm not sure if you guys have seen my monster series, but I've been exploring like all the different monster varieties in the game. And while I've been exploring the monster, or the monster families, I've already done what is it, like all of Act 1. I've done about 20 videos so far. Yeah. So here's my current list of Monster Family videos. I currently have The Fallen all the way up to the Greater Mummy in Act 2. And I've noticed one very interesting thing about most of these monsters. They all have a secondary attack that does some sort of elemental damage. Like if we take, let's just take one of these as an example. So let's grab... I'm trying to think which one would be a good one to grab. I mean, they're all good, to be honest, but let's use the Rogue Skeleton Mage. Where's the... Yeah, the Corrupt Rogue Archers. Let's use the Corrupt Rogue Archers. So let's go to Corrupt Rogue Archer Ariat Summit. Ariat Summit has some pretty good pages on this stuff. And you'll notice that, like, this is the tips and other information, right? So Vile Archers have a chance to deal poison damage in Nightmare in Hell. Dark Archers have a chance to deal cold damage in Nightmare in Hell. Black Archers have a chance to deal lightning damage in Nightmare in Hell. Flesh Archers have a chance to deal fire damage in Nightmare in Hell. So as you can see, like a lot of the monsters in the game, they don't just do physical damage. They do elemental damage as well as physical damage, and this allows them to get basically like kind of like a double attack off, right? So it allows them to have a elemental attack and a physical attack at the same time, which means that you can stack just one or the other of these, and it will still apply to the other element. So even if you stack high amounts of PDR, it will still affect the MDR, and if you stack high amounts of MDR, it will affect the PDR, and vice versa, unless you happen to be fighting one of those monsters that is only dishing out a single element of damage. Like, take Diablo, for instance. Diablo has Cold Touch, which is cold and physical. He has the Hellfire, which goes along the ground, which is fire and physical. He has the Lightning Inferno, which is lightning and physical. And then he has his Fire Nova, which, as far as I know, the Fire Nova is the only attack he has that is pure fire. So with the exception of the Fire Nova, you would be able to eliminate the majority of damage from any of his attacks that are both fire and physical. Diablo is one of those unique monsters, especially Armageddon, like Uber Diablo that has Armageddon, same thing. Armageddon is also fire and physical. So a very nice combination. Now, if we're making the Paladin version of this, we're going to run into some problems. So the Paladin version. What are the current problems with the Paladin version and how we can potentially overcome them? So the first problem is that physical damage reduction does not exceed 50%. So no matter what we do, unfortunately, physical damage reduction is never going to be high enough to cover the physical portion of things. In fact, if we were to do a calculation and let's say a monster hit us for 1,500 damage, and we subtract 50% from that, we're still going to be left with a massive 750 physical damage coming in toward our character, which is a issue with this particular build. So we're going to have to hit the 50% cap no matter what, because if we don't hit the 50% cap for physical mitigation, that's going to be an issue. Another problem with this is that unlike the sorceress, we do have to worry about resistances of all types. So with the sorceress, the Immortal Sorceress version, the energy shield is actually calculated before your resistances, not after. So you don't actually have to worry about resistances at all because it doesn't calculate your resistances in anyway. With the Paladin version, we do have to hit cap resistances on all. So we're going to have to hit 95% to all res, which is going to be pretty difficult. Not only because, well, it's difficult to hit 95% resistances because you need plus increases to cap, but also you have to actually have those resistances to increase your resistances for. So getting our resistances to 95% is going to be crucial for this, and it's probably going to push us into one or two specific builds, I would imagine, that are actually going to make this interesting. We're going to have to set up our skill points to assist this as well. So the plus maximum res that we need, if you take into account that 75% is the current cap, so you minus 75 from 95%, and we need a total of, I just opened up a calculator and I had a calculator open. That's amazing. 75. So we need at least a 20% increase on caps. Now, if we take a look at Guardian Angel Templar coat, which I feel like is the best option for this particular build, almost like bar none. Guardian Angel Templar coat has a 15% max on all resistances, which means the only thing that we need at that point is we need another 5% for all. So we can subtract another 15% there, which brings us to 5%. So we need 5% to all caps, which is doable. We can definitely do that. The poison one's probably going to be the most difficult, but the elemental ones we can definitely achieve. Another problem with this build is that unlike the sorceress, we have 0% magic resistance. In fact, pretty much everybody in the game has 0% magic resistance. So unfortunately, magic resistance is going to be a problem for this particular build no matter what, because there's no way to increase magic resistance. Except for that stupid safety shield, which there's no way we're using that. And even then, it's like, what, 10 to 15% or something? It's a very small amount. It's not actually going to help us in any, like, significant way, which is, yes, just poopy. Then we have other problems. Since resistances are an issue, that means that curses are an issue. And this means that we're going to have to worry about curses. My plan for this is we're going to have cleansing aura. That's pretty much the only option for that. So I think with cleansing aura, we can potentially fix most of those problems and come out, you know, all the wiser for it, by essentially allowing us to reverse any curses or poisons that might potentially affect us. There's a couple ways that we could potentially get cleansing aura for this build. I was thinking Plague Sword, obviously. I was also thinking we could potentially use a Cure Helmet. There's a couple different options that we could potentially explore. I'm not exactly sure which one is the best option yet. We're going to play around with it. Now, because we can't get capped out physical resistance, there is another way that we can potentially deal with this. So we can reduce the monster down to 50% of their effective physical damage, but we can't necessarily stop them from hurting us. We can apply a PDR, and even if we have, you know, like some godlike number of PDR, And even if we have the same godlike number of MDR, assuming that we have like a massive amount of PDR and MDR by the end of this, we're still probably only going to be able to reduce it by an additional 200, which is going to bring us down to like, what, 6.5? So like 550 after it's all said and done, which means that we have to be able to absorb 550 damage on occasion. And when I say on occasion, what I mean is, you know, I'm going to be a paladin, right? So paladins can get 75% chance to block, which can effectively remove the majority of those physical hits from the equation, which is definitely something that we have to shoot for. On top of this, we are also looking at high defense. So if we have high defense, we can also reduce the frequency of the hits. And in combination between high defense and a high block chance, we should be able to completely eliminate the physical damage portion of the problem. In other words, as long as we have 50% physical damage reduction, 75% block, and high resistances or high defense, we're going to be able to pull it off. Paladins are already pretty much immortal. Yes, but can you stand there in the middle of a pack of monsters with Uber Diablo slamming on you and not die? That's the question. Can you stand in the middle of Uber Tristram with your hands off the keyboard and just laugh as they can't kill you? Like, this is basically what we're trying to set up today. We're trying to set up an Immortal Paladin. Somebody who doesn't even have to attack to life leech. Somebody who can stand there and just take the damage and laugh is essentially what we're creating. With the Immortal Sorceresses, they would often like put their Immortal Sorceress in the middle of a huge pack of monsters and with their arms crossed like this and be like, "Yes, you will never die. I am the Immortal Sorceress. Look at me. They cannot even scratch the skin on my hide." You know, I don't know why he's Russian, but that's basically what we're trying to create today. We're trying to create an Immortal Paladin. Now, the other problem comes up. So it's not enough to be immortal. You also have to be able to kill things, right? So you have to be able to kill stuff. Killing stuff is part of the problem, and like there are ways that we can potentially do this, and I think that the answer to the problem is actually already in the solution to the Immortal Paladin problem. So when you think about the Immortal Paladin, one of the things that you're going to have to build, so if we look at a Paladin D2R skill tree, and you take a look at the skill tree, one of the things that you're going to have to build is most likely resist fire, resist cold, and resist lightning. So there's a couple different options for resist fire, resist cold, and resist lightning that could potentially give us a damage output that might actually assist us in what we're trying to achieve. There's two different options, actually. The Holy Auras. So there's Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, and Holy Shock, which are all intertwined with these synergies. There is also Vengeance. Vengeance is also tied in together with these synergies. Now, there's kind of a leaning in one direction, so Vengeance has more of an effect here, because if you're going to be building multiple of these synergies, then you're going to be getting more damage output. The only problem is that if you build this particular setup, you kind of have to run Conviction. I feel like this is going to be a problem that we're going to come across, as we're not exactly sure how this is going to work. It might end up being one of the Holy X Auras. We're going to play around with some of the options for like how this can potentially work. But what we're going to do is we're going to make this a mortal character, and we're going to try to work in damage output so that he can actually kill things. Obviously, the primary is making him immortal. The secondary is getting him damage after he becomes immortal. As far as adding in mercenaries to help him survive, I don't really want to do that. Like, if the mercenary is required for him to become immortal, then what happens when the mercenary dies? Like, it doesn't work out well. So this is going to have to be something that he's going to have to achieve on his own. If a mercenary can be used in the build, then we will use a mercenary in the build, but it won't be integral to his survivability. Might be just simply adding in damage to the build, or it might be, you know, I don't know. Could be 100 different ways we potentially approach the mercenary, but it won't be required for whatever it is that we're creating. One of the things we have to do is we need to look up like PDR and MDR items. So let's look up really quickly like physical damage reduced items for Amazon base, and we're going to take a look at some of the physical damage reduction items, and we're going to see like how far we can potentially bring this. For helmets, it looks like Bulwark has a very strong amount of physical reduction. It has, is this physical reduction percentage or is this PDR? I'm looking for PDR, not DR and MDR. Damage percentage, skill damage, enhanced damage, crushing blow. I mean, 7 is probably PDR. I mean, I don't think that Bulwark is the best choice, though, because even though Bulwark has 15% damage reduction, it has DR of 7. I don't think it's going to be the best option, though. It does have Replenish Life 30 on it, though, which could make it a strong contender from that particular perspective. That is a strong amount of Replenish Life. 30 regen on a helmet with 15% physical damage reduction and 7 DR is a very strong combination. Yeah, that's not a terrible option. Bulwark might very well be in the running for what we're trying to create. Let's write that on the list. Bulwark as an option. There's also the Life Everlasting mod, which is 25 directly. One of the problems is that with using these items is that we also need physical damage reduction as well. So without the physical damage reduction, we really can't make it work. An amulet of the Life Everlasting, though, might actually be extremely useful in this particular situation. So the thing about Koa is that, yes, while Koa could be a good option, you wouldn't want to put burr runes in it. So here's the problem with Koa, okay? And I was thinking about Koa too, because it has 2 sockets. It does have 15% damage reduction, but it doesn't have any MDR or PDR. It has 0 MDR PDR. Physical damage reduction percentage by itself is important, but it's not enough to bridge the gap of what we're trying to create. It will make a tanky character, but it will not make him immortal. You could potentially use the 2 sockets and socket in, I believe it's soul runes. If you socketed in soul runes, you would have 14 at PDR. 14 PDR is going to help us reach that gap. Brian, I'm trying to explain this in a way that makes sense, Brian. Let me see if I can explain this for you so you understand. Okay, so let's pretend you have a monster that's attacking you with 1,500, like, elemental damage, okay? And let's pretend that 1,500 elemental damage is being reduced by 95%, all right? That still leaves 75 damage, which has to be absorbed, essentially. It has to be dealt with in some way. If you add enough PDR and MDR, which is what we're trying to build right now, then the PDR and MDR can eliminate this remainder, which means that if you have 75 MDR and PDR in combination, you are now taking 0 damage. So the whole idea here is to eliminate essentially as much of the incoming damage as possible so that the character basically does not have to worry about any damage incoming at all. Physical damage reduction percentage only reduces a % of what's coming in. So for instance, if we use Koa and we don't have any, we have like 2 burr runes in it, we can get a huge amount of physical damage reduction, sure. But when an attack comes in for 1,500 damage and you reduce that by 50%, you're still going to be taking 750 damage. The goal is to try to eliminate as much of that remainder as possible. 50% physical damage reduction is going to be like required, essentially. So no matter what, we're going to have 50% physical damage reduction. Then we have to choose things that are going to allow us to add in other stuff. Bulwark is an interesting choice because it has 15% physical damage reduction and it also has DR, and it has Replenish Life. So the DR can cancel out a part of the damage that you're taking, and the Replenish Life can help regenerate a part of the damage that is being, actually hitting your HP pool. One of the things about the Energy Shield Sorceress is that the Energy Shield Sorceress is using mana, right? Well, what's one thing that mana does? Mana regenerates, right? This is one of the things that makes the Immortal Sorceress so powerful, is that even when damage does make it through to the mana pool, like even when you do actually take damage, the mana pool regenerates what was taken. And so you're essentially attacking it from multiple angles. And that's one of the things that we're going to be doing too. We're going to be attacking the problem from multiple angles. And since we don't have mana regeneration in this particular setup, we're going to need life regeneration, which is probably going to come from something like cleansing. So cleansing can apply life regeneration if we use the prayer synergy. We can also get life regeneration from stuff like this, and we can stack on a decent amount of life regeneration to try and combat the little bit of damage that we are actually going to take, because we're not going to be able to eliminate all the damage, but we're going to have to eliminate as much as we possibly can. So going through the list, we have the Amulet of the Life Everlasting, which I think might actually just be the best choice. If we get a really nice Amulet of the Life Everlasting, we can end up with like an all res plus 25 like PDR amulet, which I think is probably the best choice. I actually have one of these already on my online character. I have a like a rainbow amulet of the life everlasting, or whichever one it is, and it's 25 with like amazing amount of all res, which is just probably going to be the best choice. The body armor, we kind of have no choice, and it's most likely going to end up being the only choice that we have available to us. So, like, when it comes to the body armor pretty much has to be Guardian Angel Templar Code, which we're probably going to upgrade to Hellforge Plate, so that it has the extra defense to block the incoming damage. So we don't want the Plague Swords on a Mercenary, because the Plague Swords on a Mercenary are going to, number one, if he dies, then we won't have it anymore. And number two, we would not get the synergy for the regeneration. So you have to understand that Prayer Aura specifically works by adding a synergy with Cleansing. So as you beef up Prayer Aura, you get a huge amount of regeneration from Cleansing Aura if you're using it. So we don't want the Mercenary to use it. We want us to use it. We want us to have the Cleansing Aura so that we are getting the regeneration. If the Mercenary uses the cleansings, then we don't get any regeneration. We're not going to get anything if he uses dual plagues. I'm not sure what we would socket into the Guardian Angel right off that bat, but we'll have to figure that out as we go along. So ignoring the armor piece, it looks like Astrion's Iron Ward has 4 to 7 PDR. That's actually quite interesting. I wonder what other weapons. Unbending Will has 8. Are there any other weapons? These are the only weapons that have any kind of MDR and PDR. Astrion's is kind of an interesting option there. It's a very offensive weapon. That's interesting. I'm not really sure if that would be the right choice, but you know what? Let's put that on the list, though, just because. I mean, it is a choice that has a high amount of MDR and PDR on it. For shields, the Gurk's Sanctuary Pavis is a very powerful item. Gurk Sanctuary Pavis has a huge amount of MDR and PDR on it. Gurk Sanctuary is actually used in the Immortal Sorceress build, too. And this is because it has both MDR and PDR. So it goes up to 18 on the MDR, and it goes up to 16 on the PDR, and it also comes with 30 all-res. It's a pretty decent shield. It could be upgraded into the Aegis if we wanted to try and get our defense even higher, and it's definitely an option. I don't really think there's much better shield options for the MDR, PDR route. So let's put this on the list as well. And trying to look at some of the other options. It looks like Nature's Peace has 11. Am I reading that correctly? Nature's Peace has up to 11 PDR, or is it MDR? Nature's Peace has, yes, PDR up to 11. Interesting. All right, so let's put Nature's Peace on the list as well as a potential option. For belts, doesn't look like there's a lot of really good belts for PDR. Now, we still need to look at MDR as well, since the two are together. So that's pretty much it for most of this stuff. Let's take a look at the MDR. So MDR right here. All right, so MDR, we have other options. So Vampire Gaze Grimhelm. Interesting. So Vampire Gaze. Vampire Gaze has 15 PDR. I believe Vampire Gaze also has up to 20% physical damage reduction. Well, it's not that I don't want to rely on the mercenary. It's that the mercenary is not going to stay alive. I mean, think about it. Like, honestly, realistically, ask yourself, is the mercenary going to be able to survive the conditions I'm going to put my character through? Like, if I stand in the middle of 100 monsters and I'm letting them all wail on me, right? Just beat the crap out of me with weapons, shoot spells at me, fire under my arse. Is the mercenary going to be able to survive that? Ask yourself honestly. No, he's not, right? So you can't rely on the mercenary because the mercenary will not survive. So this has to be something that the paladin can do on his own. Will the mercenary add something to the character? Yes. But the mercenary cannot be the sole reason why you are staying alive because he's not going to be able to survive the like literal oven baking conditions that you're going to put your character through. Like, you're barely going to be able to survive these things. Your mercenary is most definitely not. Okay, so another interesting option here. This one has up to 20% physical damage reduction and 15 MDR. So Vampire Gaze also comes with a socket, which means we can potentially enhance it even further, which it doesn't have the regeneration that Bulwark does, but it does have the MDR, and it does have the physical damage reduction percentage that we need to hit that 50% cap. And definitely very interesting. I think that might actually edge out over Bulwark, but we can probably test both of them. Let's look at some more options. So Crescent Moon Amulet has 10. Crescent Moon is the one that has the like tons of mana leech on it, I think. I don't know what else it has on it. I remember tons of mana leech. I remember damage taken goes to mana. I mean, other than 10 MDR, it really doesn't have a lot else on it that would be useful for the character. So, no thank you. I mean, Gladiator's Bane is amazing, but I just don't think there's any other way that we're going to hit 95% all resistances without Guardian Angel Templar Code. I think Guardian Angel Templar Code is essentially required for this build. And that even though the Guard of Gladiator's Bane Wirefleece is very good, I just don't think it can potentially work in the build, unfortunately. Moonfall Jagged Star has 9 to 12. Looking at these options, none of these are particularly amazing. Ginther's Rift has 7 to 12. It's an okay damage weapon. Nothing too amazing there. Then you've got Gurk Sanctuary Pavis again. Alma Negra has 5 to 9. I didn't know that. Dwarf Star Ring. So Dwarf Star Ring has 12 to 15. Interesting. Dwarf Star, of course, also offers fire absorption, which could make it a very interesting choice because it has 15 magical resistance, but it also comes with a little bit of fire absorption, which could potentially help take care of fire damage coming in. I kind of wanted to absorb individual absorptions, though, with this build because I didn't really feel like they would be all that important. We're trying to absorb everything. We're not trying to absorb one element. Making yourself immune to one element is definitely possible, but then you're not immune to any other element. But let's put it on the list anyway, because that's an interesting option for a potential build. So let's put Dwarf Star. Dwarf Star has 15. Now this is a really good option right here. String of Ears, Demon Hide Sash. I was really considering this one because it has 15 MDR. So 15 MDR on there, and it also comes with physical damage reduction as well. So String of Ears, I think, is a really strong contender with 15. And it also has up to 15% physical damage reduction too. So combined with some other options, we should be able to very easily hit that 50% physical damage reduction cap, which is what we need to do. Boots. Is that boots? No, that's what the hell is that? Oh, set bonuses. Full 2 items full. Speaking of boots, we didn't find any good physical damage or magic damage reduction boots in either of the lists, did we? Goblin toes have 1. Safety boots are 1 to 2. Goblin boots, good-plated toe boots are 1, and safety boots are 1 to 2. I guess safety boots might be like the only option for gloves. So safety boots, and then gloves also. I'm looking at the gloves list, and we've got 1 to 4 on safety gloves. That's it. And then 1 to 2 on safety gloves. So the only options for like any gloves or boots is safety gloves or safety boots. That's rather unfortunate. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean we have to use those options, and we might end up choosing different stuff for those specific places. Okay. So looking at what we currently have, if we choose Vampire Gaze with a 20% physical damage reduction, and of course I'm pretty sure we're going to choose String of Ears. I think that's like a no-brainer. In fact, let's go ahead and pull up Hero Editor. I think I clicked on the wrong button. That was not what I meant to do. Get out of here. Oh yeah, we need to actually like get a character here. Let's get some music going while we're at it. I like having some music running. And I need to actually enable my sound so you guys can hear it. Immortal Paladin, come on down a Paladin. Immortal Paladin, he's gonna be level 99, cause Immortal Paladins are mine. And we need to pull up a calculator so we can calculate all of his things. 98 times 5 equal plus 15 equal 505. Boop, boop, boop. 98 times or sorry, plus, what was it, 4 plus 4 plus 4. So he'd be sitting at 110 stat points. Bump, bump, bump. Beep. Let's give him all the waypoints. Doot, doot. The Immortal Paladin has been alive for a long time. He has already finished all quests in the game. He is not interested in the meager abilities of your silly characters. Immortal Paladin cannot die. Doot, 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 doot. Level up. Beep, 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 beep. 2 plus 54 equals 250 HP. 98 times 1.5 plus 14. 161. And his stamina would be 98 plus 88, which is 186. And that should do it. So now he is set up with his stat points. Let's give him max gold. And let's start figuring out what we want to do for the character. So we have a vague idea of, like, the equipments. So first off, right off the bat, might as well not even hesitate here, because I think there's no choice for the armor piece other than Guardian's Angel. So we don't have to argue about it. We don't have to make any concessions or anything. Guardian Angel Templar coat is, without a doubt, the strongest piece of equipment that he can wear. That's not it. No, wrong button. I have the Guardian Angel? I thought I did a Guardian Angel in here, upgraded already. An upped GA. Did I not do an upped GA? No, I didn't. Okay, we'll have to up it. Here's another question though. This is an interesting question. So do we use a Guardian Angel non-ethereal and socket it with something? Or do we use a Guardian Angel ethereal and put a Zod rune in it? We could potentially upgrade a Guardian Angel to a Hellforge plate and get a massive amount of defense out of it, which could potentially help our entire immortality by giving us access to an absolutely crazy amount of defense. The question is would it actually be worth it, though? Like, would it actually be worth it to have an ethereal Guardian Angel Hellforge blade? Let's take a quick look at my video. I'm pretty sure that in my video I upgrade the item. And I probably have the ethereal version upgraded as well. So let's do a quick fast forward on my video here. So that's the regular version. Where's the ethereal version? I want to see the ethereal version, Ginger. Ginger! You talk too much, Ginger. Always smacking your lips. Always yakety schmacking, schmackety yakking. That's one with a burr rune in it. Oh my god. I don't upgrade the ethereal version? What is going on right now? Oh, I failed. I failed. Oh, gotta remake the video. Gotta remake the video. Wait, there we go. Okay. Okay, we don't gotta remake the video, guys. We don't gotta remake the video. So 2,102 is what we're looking at for this. That's kind of insane. That's kind of nuts. And that's a 197. That's not even a perfect. A perfect would be 200%. So do we go with the ethereal with a Zod rune in it? Or do we go with the non-ethereal and... like, what would we socket in it? A burr rune? I mean, I don't even know if we need it. What are we currently at? Assuming we go with Vamp Gaze, which is 20%, and then we go with String of Ears, which is 15, we would be sitting at 35% physical damage reduction at that time. We need more physical damage reduction percentage, obviously. So what does a burr give? I can't even remember. Is it like 8%? We might have no choice. It's 8% physical damage reduction. So if we add 8%, that still brings us to 43, and another 8% brings us to 51. So I think that answers the question. I don't think we have a choice. I think we're stuck with 2 burr runes in our helmet, one in our helmet and one in our armor, essentially, to hit the 50% cap. Because I don't think we're getting the 50% cap any other way. The shield, I guess, could have one, but we're probably going to need the resistances from the shield. So that's going to be Gurks. Let's go ahead and add a cube real quick, too, while we're at it. Alright, and we're going to add a torch, obviously. Pally torch. And Annie. Let's see here. Gurk Sanctuary Pavis is a no-brainer, so we want to add Gurks. Let's go ahead and do the Gurkies. Not to be confused with the pickles. They're not the pickles. Why am I completely missing the shield section? There it is. I don't even think Gurks is what, exceptional? Alright, so there, we've got a Gurks. I think we're going to end up using a Plague Sword. I think that's pretty much what we're stuck with here. Let's go ahead and grab rune words, weapons, plague. So there's 2 particular ways that we could potentially approach this. We could approach this by going Zeal and a Holy Shock or Holy Fire or Holy Freeze Aura. Or we could approach this by going Vengeance and doing Vengeance-y related things. So if we went the Zeal method, we would probably want Plague and a Phase Blade. If we go the other method, we would most likely want Plague and something like a Conquest Sword instead, not Ethereal. Strictly because we need the actual damage output of the weapon to actually function properly. In fact, let's go ahead and special ethereal, make item not ethereal, because it can't be ethereal if we're actually going to be using it. We'll test both. We'll test both. I'm not sure Conquest Sword's the right base. Let me take a look at the sword bases real quick. Quit digging. Yeah. Got you in range now. I could stop you from digging. Cody the monster dog. He's digging too much. He's digging himself to death. Red patches on his skin because he licks himself to death. We're going to put a cone on you. Cone of shame. You're going to have a cone of shame. Mm-hmm. Alright, the Cryptic Sword has the best speed. The Conquest Sword has better average damage. The Hydra Edge has even better average damage, but no speed. It's really quite poopy in speed, in the category of speed. I mean, I do like the Cryptic Sword, but the Cryptic Sword also has that terrible minimum damage of 5, which is really quite awful. It does have a really high maximum damage of 77, but for the most part, just generally tends to be absolutely horrible. Like, for the average damage of the weapon. If I want to conquer something, go with the conquest sword. I think it's got to be the cryptic. I think it has to be the cryptic. I'm thinking about it, and if we're doing a vengeance paladin, which is another potential option, we're looking at the cryptic sword. So it needs to be the cryptic. Let's change it to a cryptic sword real quick. So easiest way to do this is item code, and we change it to the cryptic sword right there. Yes, and then sockets 3. Save modified item close. Alright. And let's go ahead and export that to the file too, because apparently I don't have a plague cryptic sword on the list. It really comes down to speed, and we're going to be attacking very slowly. So having a high damage weapon that actually has decent speed is important here. With Vengeance specifically. So if we go the other way and we go one of the Holy Shock Auras, that's something else entirely. But this is all secondary to actually making the build work. String of Ears, I think, is mandatory. Definitely 100% mandatory. So let's go ahead and pull in String of Ears. Belts, belts, belts. Why am I not seeing belts? Belts, belts, belts. Gotta get some yummy belts. Belts, 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 all the delicious belts. Belts, 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 and need some yummy belts. Alright, for the amulet, I'm pretty sure we're going to be using of the Life Everlasting. So it's got to be a blue amulet. I don't even know how to like make this item. I feel like we're just going to have to craft one. It's pretty much no option. Let's do a quick hop online and actually take a look at the one that I have. And we're going to copy the one that I have so that we have a exact replica of the one that I currently own, the one that I know exists, that I've actually found 2 or 3 times in my life playing the game. So it is possible to find it, and it's something that it's not like a impossible to find item, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like so let's look at the one that I have, and then like we'll just copy that one. Alright, so it should be on my online character. So Q to get online. It should be trader right here. Alright, so this is the amulet right here. It is the Chromatic Amulet of the Life Everlasting. So 30 all res, 25 damage reduced. 30 all res, 25 damage reduced. That's what we're looking at. So let's recreate that really quickly. We'll just take like a random like amulet. It really doesn't matter. Let's just take something. Okay, so that's like ridiculous. Hold on. I kind of was looking for something that might have less stats on it. There we go. Perfect. The Rainbow Amulet of Luck. So this is something that we can modify. So let's go in here and let's modify the resistances. So it's 25 all res. There we go. Easy enough. And we're going to change this to chromatic, which is resistance. So we're going to go for all resistance, and then we're going to go for 3-0. So, Chromatic Amulet of the Life Everlasting. That is the item. I believe we can actually change the name, too. Hold on. It's... Where is the name? It's like... Trying to remember where the name is, and I can't remember where the name is hiding at. It doesn't have to change the name, but... Magic prefix, here we go. Okay, so chromatic of the Life Everlasting. So we need to go to the ofs. God, there's a lot of modifiers in here. Can we just type in L? There it is, life everlasting. Okay. And then we do save modified item, close. And look at that, we've created a monstrosity because it doesn't seem to work. Oh, I see what I did. Hold on. I didn't do PDR. It needs reduced. Damage reduced by 2.5. Save. Close. All resistances need to be 30. 3-0. Save. And there we go. We have a chromatic amulet of the life everlasting. Let's export that too into the file while we have a chance. Alright, so from here, I believe we need to get a vampire gaze. So, unique, helmet, exceptional, yeah, it's a vampire gaze is an exceptional item. I'm not really sure if we want to upgrade that item at all. I don't know if that's, like, this seems to be an older version of the item, too. Like, there's something... The MDR is too high. I gotta pull up the Vampire Gaze again. The Vampire Gaze is supposed to be 15 to 20 and 10 to 15. So this seems to be an outdated version of it. So this should go as high as 15 magic damage reduced. And the physical damage reduction should go up to 20%. What about the stats? The cold duration seems to be correct. Life leech seems to be correct. Mana leech seems to be correct. Enhanced defense seems to be right. Okay. The defense on the helmet seems to be wrong. Wait, no. No, that's correct. That's correct. Okay. Yeah. Alright, so that's everything's correct on the vamp gaze now. Let me save this modified item. Let me export this. I'm gonna type new next to it since it seems to be something seems to be wrong with it. Yeah, it definitely seemed like there was something odd with it. It needs to be fixed, so. The, we also have the rings. We still need Cannot Be Frozen. So, I mean, Ravenfrost is just the easy choice. Ravenfrost also does come with a little bit of cold absorb, too, which isn't awful. But without Cannot Be Frozen, I think we're probably going to be in a poor state. So, let's go ahead and grab Ravenfrost. Unless there's some other way that we can potentially bring in Cannot Be Frozen. But both of our helmet and our shield, our armor sockets are essentially tied to the purpose of physical damage reduction. Like, I don't think we have a choice. So we're going to be double burring, essentially, to get the physical damage reduction that we need to hit the 50% cap. So runes, burr. So we're going to put burr rune in the Guardian Angel Templar coat and a burr rune in the Vampire Gaze helmet. Those are our two burr runes. That brings us up to a total of 50% or 51% physical damage reduction is what we'll currently be sitting at. The other ring. So we had two options on our list here. Hold on. Let's do a quick tally of our physical damage reduction and our magical damage reduction, and let's see where we're currently sitting at. So we have 25 PDR. So let's do PDR first. So 25 plus the 16 on the shield plus this is MDR. There's no MDR or PDR on Guardian Angel. This is also MDR. I don't believe there's any MDR on Plague. Let me double check Plague. No, there's no MDR or PDR on Plague. Plague is none of the above. All right, so that means that we're currently sitting at with our setup that we're using right now. We're sitting at 25 plus 16 equals My quick math is terrible, forgive me. 44 for PDR, and then for MDR, we're sitting at 18. The 15 on the belt plus the 15 on the helmet. Yeah, 15, 18, 15. So that gives us, what is that? Plus 15, plus 15. 48. So we're pretty neck and neck for MDR and PDR, which gives us a total value of, what is that? I added 19 instead of 16. I'll do it again. 25 plus 16, so 41. So we're pretty close though. We're ahead on the MDR. We have a lot of PDR. There were two options for the rings, right? It was Nature's Peace and it was Dwarf Star. I can't remember. Where is it? Dwarf Star is MDR. And where's Nature's Peace at? Did I close it out? I must have closed it out. Nature's Peace, D2R. I can't remember if that was PDR or MDR. I feel like physical damage is going to be our bigger problem than MDR. MDR is nice, but physical damage is going to be more of an issue. So Nature's Peace is 11. So we can either go with plus 11, bringing us to, what was that, 52? Or we could go with plus 15, which would bring us to, what is that, 58, like 9, just to use the calculator so I can stop being stupid and using my quick math brain that doesn't work. So 63. Now, Nature's Peace also has Prevent Monster Heal, and it has Slain Monsters Rest in Peace, which could be a negative to the build overall, so it might be a bad thing. I don't know. Ideally, you kind of want them close together. Like, is basically what I've always, like, seen with these builds, is you kind of want the MDR and the PDR to be as close together as possible. That way they're adding together and you're getting a huge amount of bonus. Like, you don't want one lagging behind the other by a huge amount. But we can add both. They're just rings, right? So we can test both. We'll test both. That sounds good. So let's just add both of them. Well, won't even worry about it. We'll just put them both in the stash. Let's go ahead and grab uniques, jewelry, rings. Let's do Nature's Peace, and then in the stash we'll throw a Dwarf Star, so that we have both. Dwarf Star does have the added benefit of coming with fire absorption, which is kind of nice. So there's also that. It's nice. I wasn't planning on Redemption Aura. I don't have very high. I don't have very high. What's the term? Respect. I don't have much respect for Redemption Aura. I think Redemption Aura is nice if you can kill things extremely fast, but do you really think we're going to be killing things extremely fast? I don't think so. So, like, in general, I don't think Redemption Aura is going to be very useful to us at all, to be perfectly honest. Okay, so this leaves the boots and the gloves. Now, we definitely need attack speed. We 100% need attack speed. So, like, if we're going to do any kind of build and hope to get any kind of damage output out of this, we're going to have 20% increased attack speed. We don't have any Crushing Blow. We don't have any Open Wounds. This is kind of a problem. So I think we might have to use our boot slot for some kind of damage output, but I don't know if we're still going to be able to pull off the immortality by using these boots. So let's just grab... We're gonna grab them. We're gonna grab Gore Riders just simply because it's an option that allows us to add in Open Wounds, and it also allows us to add in Crushing Blow. But the problem with these is they really don't offer us anything in terms of like physical damage reduction or like MDR or PDR. For the gloves, I don't think we have much choice. There actually probably is zero choice here. So we're going to have to use a crafted recipe to get what we're looking for. So we're going to have to actually add some stuff to craft with. We're going to be looking at safety gloves. So let's use our little bot here, and let's do safety gloves. Is that even the right rest of the command? I don't even know if that's the right command. So it's going to be war gauntlets, ogre gauntlets. Wow, okay. Interesting. That's going to be fun. Let's go ahead and add what we need for that. So it's Ral runes. So let's go ahead and add Ral runes. So we're going to need, let's actually have like a bunch of runes in here so we can craft up a bunch of these sets. And then we're going to need emeralds. So let's go ahead and add emeralds. Emeralds. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, alright, and then we need a jewel. So let's add a jewel that later on somebody's going to come in and be like, oh my god, why are you using that jewel? I can't believe you would use a 4015 to craft with. What are you, crazy? Are you the stupidest person that ever existed? Is your mom an ugly, horrible person? Why would you use 4015s to craft with? Why would you do this? Yes. The answer to that question is yes. Are you freaking insane? What is wrong with you? The Kirk's Sanctuary Pavis. What do we put in the Pavis? An Umrune? I don't know what our resistances are going to look like. So I don't... Let's have a second option. So let's put a second Gurks in here. Let's get an Umrune. And let's check that out. So let's put an Umrune in our inventory for later. Let's also put in a... I'm trying to think here. Dracul's is no increased attack speed. It's a big problem. The no IAS on it is a big problem. Plus, I want to be able to just stand there and survive. Like, if I have to actively attack to survive, that's not an immortal character. Like, that's a life leeching character, and I could make those all day long. Like, if I could just make a character with 10 trillion life leech and he'll never die, but that's not what we're trying to create. I'm trying to think what else you would put in the shield other than resistances. Like, if we don't need resistances, you know what? Who am I kidding? We're going to need resistances. Like, I think we're definitely going to need resistances, 100%. So, you know what? I don't even think that there's an option there. Like, because we don't have enough resistances, I don't think, to make this work. If we don't. Stop digging. I'm going to get your tail, and I'm going to bite it. You want me to bite this tail? You want me to get this tail? What if I snip it off with some scissors like this, and go snip? Oh, no. No pole? Oh, man. You're right. I'm slacking. You guys are going to like this poll. You guys are going to like the way I poll. I don't know what else we could potentially add into the shield as another option. Maybe an Eld Rune for more block chance. That's actually kind of really powerful. If we don't need the resistances, that is, which I think we probably will. One of the problems that I think we're going to be having is, well, potentially running into this like horribleness around resistances, because we're going to have to overcap our resistances, or at least get as close as we can to a 95% resistance cap on everything. And while we do have the 30 all res from that, and we also have the 30 all res from the shield, if we put the Rune in there, that'll bring us up to, what is that? Almost what, 20? Or is that 22? I can't remember what the Rune does in shields. I know it's more than the normal 15. It's not much, but I know it is more in shields specifically. It's 22. Is it 22? I was right. It's 22. So that's 22 plus the 30. So we would be sitting at, I mean, we could run the calculations here. It's negative 100 in hell, right? And then we get the plus 10, the plus 10, the plus 10. So we end up at negative 70. So if we add our current resistances into the pot, we've got plus 30. We have another plus 30. We also have plus 22, which means we're going to be sitting at 12 res, not including any other resistances we have from any other sources. But I don't think we do have any other resistances from any other sources. I guess we got a little bit of poison res there. Yeah. And then we also get the torches. So we get plus 20 from the torch, and then we get, what, plus 20 from the Annie, which still only brings us to 52. So if we take 95 and subtract 52, we're still sitting at a combined total of 43 res to hit the 95% cap. So we need 43 all res to hit the 95% cap. I mean, if you divide that with, like, you know, say like we had 5 all-res charms, right? So you divide that by 5, that's like 9 all-res charms sitting in our inventory. I mean, we could potentially do that right now. So let's just do miscellaneous charms, small charms, and let's do life resistance. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we need more than that. 7, 8, 9. So we need 9 all-res charms to hit the cap, essentially. I mean, it's not possible to get 5% all-resistance charms. That is not impossible. Definitely something that you could do. You could also potentially, instead of using small charms, I figured we could probably also do, like, grand charms. Like, there's probably a, like, what is it, 15 all-res? There's, like, a 15 all-res grand charm you can get. I haven't seen one in the pack here. These are all just, like, poopy charms. Why are those all poopy charms? Man, there's, like, nothing in here for, like, medium and grands. But definitely you could get, like, a 15 all-res, and you'd only need, what, like, 3 15 all-res charms for grands, which is also doable. So all of that is 100% possible. Let's see here. Depending on which way we go for the build, there could be a couple options for additional charms. I'm trying to think, like, which one is the best option. I mean, Vengeance Paladin probably is going to be the one that works the best. Given our limited options for increased attack speed, our limited options for bonuses of essentially any type, I think the Vengeance Paladin is probably the one that's going to work the best. I mean, if we do a Vengeance Paladin, we're pretty much just best left with like sharp charms, like probably of balance. or something like that, like Sharp Charms of Life or Sharp Charms of Balance, Steel Charms, etc. Like, we could do, like, these would probably be the best option. And then we could add, like, a... What the hell did I just delete buffer for? And we can do, like, a 3-20-20 in there as well, since we seem to be capped out on resistances. And then we have a 3-20-20 in the remainder slot, right? Boots. I would also like to try and craft up some safety boots. I know they're probably not going to work. Let's go ahead and add in a second character here, because I don't have enough room on this character for everything. Let's use my video items character. Look at all those sojas. Alright, I want to do boots as well. So we're going to do some boots as well. I want to try and craft up as many boots as I can. Where's my safety recipes at? Or actually, I didn't. Safety boots. Okay, so safety boots are Ort runes and Myrmidon boots. Interesting. Okay, so miscellaneous, runes, Ort. We'll do a full crafting session of the Ort runes. And we're also going to use, obviously we need the gems. So we need some more perfect emeralds. We're just going to make some crafting packs here. And then we're also going to grab jewels. Let's just put some 40-15s in there, again, just to piss everybody off that doesn't know exactly what we're doing. Like, they're going to come into the stream later, and they're going to be like, why is he using 40-15s to craft with? Is this guy an idiot? It's going to be great. The Templar code only gives 15 to max, not 20. Yes, that's correct. The Templar code only gives 15 to max, not 20. It's the reason why we're using a Paladin, because the Paladin has the ability to increase the cap even further. Which is also one of the reasons why I want to use a Vengeance Paladin as my build. You'll see that it all synergizes together once we get everything set up. So let's go ahead and exit here. And we need to do some crafting. Shaft Stop is 30% physical damage reduction, but 30% physical damage reduction can be gotten elsewhere. You can't get the plus to maximum resistances elsewhere. So we're building something very specific and very powerful that is going to probably surprise you with how indestructible it is. And unfortunately, Shaft Stop is just not the right choice. Guardian Angel Templar code is pretty much the only choice for this build. There is no other choice. You'll understand one day when you really dig into how physical damage reduction and whatnot works, and how you can potentially almost eliminate all damage from coming into a target. I don't think we're gonna up Vamp Gaze, but you just reminded me. You did just remind me. We do need to up the Hellforge plate, though. We do need to up several items, like the Hellforge plates and a bunch of other equipment. So let's go ahead and let's pull some of this stuff. He doesn't need that many Sojas. That's kind of excessive. Alright, so we do need to upgrade some of the items. We need to upgrade the Hellforge plate. Upgrading Vamp Gaze doesn't always go well, Sid. In fact, the defense actually goes down most of the time when you upgrade Vamp Gaze. This is due to the fact that the variable for the armor value on Vamp Gaze is actually overlapping between the two numbers. So I'll show you what I mean. So when you take Vampire Gaze has a base armor of 125. So it varies between 60 to 125 on the Grim Helm. All right. If you upgrade it into the Bone Visage has a variable of 100 to 157. And the problem with this is that when you re-roll a helmet, when you upgrade a helmet, it always re-rolls the defense, right? So we have a 125 Vamp Gaze right now, and if we re-roll it, the defense actually can go down. The only way that it goes up is if it rolls higher than 125, and it has to roll 126 to 157, which is very difficult. So most of the time, when you're upgrading Vamp Gaze, it actually goes down because the number re-rolls lower than the high defense that you have on the helmet. I don't think we're going to upgrade Vamp Gaze. I don't think it's worth it. I think we're probably better off just leaving it. If we have a 125 defense Vamp Gaze, I think we just leave it as is, and we just go from there. Risking... Because if you upgrade it, it's most likely just going to go down. In fact, my experience has always been that every single time I've upgraded Vamp Gaze, the defense has gone down, not up. You, and then runes. Okay, so we need a, what is it? Lem. Perfect diamond. Yeah, it's not good. In fact, I generally do recommend people do not upgrade their Vamp Gazes if they have a really high defense. Now, the interesting thing is if you have a really low defense Vamp Gaze with good stats, then upgrading it is potentially a bigger gain for you. Like if you rolled like a really low 60 defense base Vamp Gaze, then upgrading it is definitely going to increase your defense no matter what. But if you have a 125 rolled Vamp Gaze, then you're already better than the lowest roll on the unique piece, and so it's just very much likely you're just going to go down. But if you do ever have a bad Vamp Gaze with a really low defense roll, definitely upgrade it. I forgot what I was going to do, and I need a Jemmy who gotta need a perfect diamond. Yeah, put a perfect diamond in your hand. We probably want a couple sets of these. I'm not exactly sure what we're upgrading. I think we're upgrading the belt, we're upgrading the armor, we're upgrading the shield, possibly. The strength requirement on the shield is prohibitive, so we might not upgrade the shield. Upgrading the boots, maybe. Not upgrading the helmet. Probably need a second shield upgrade, so let's do one more. So belt, armor, boots, shield. If we upgrade the shield, which I don't know if we're going to. And I think that's it. Just doing like a quick search in my own brain, like I'm some sort of like robotic computer. Alright, so let's copy over the files, and let's get started. So first we need to copy over Immortal. Wow. I think Windows just crashed. That was beautiful. I don't think I've ever seen Windows crash before. Windows was like, I can't do that. That's too hard. Alright. Oh, look, it removed my copy and paste, too. Like, what the hell? Okay. I gotta recopy and repaste. Alright, now we need video items 3. All right. Let's do it. So let's pull up video items 3 and transfer over all the crap that we need for him. Let's just go ahead and shove it all in the stash. Sojas too, because we're going to use those later. When we play around with Uber Diablo. Yeah. I know what that is. Hacked. That's what that is. Hacked. What a strange looking paladin. Look at all his equipment he can't use. Alright, so let's get started by upgrading some of his gear. What does the Gurks go to? It goes to like 200, doesn't it? It's like some crazy strength requirement. Pavis, D2R. Let's look up that real quick. I'm not really sure if it's going to be worth upgrading it. We'll have to test it. Let's look at it versus the Aegis. So the block chance does not go up between the two shields, but the defense does go up rather tremendously from a base of 78 at maximum to a base of 161 at maximum. Is that more than double? 161 divided by 78. It is a tiny bit more than double the defense. Unfortunately, the strength requirement on the Aegis is 219, which is kind of insane, to be perfectly honest. It has no negative requirements on it, which means it might just be not something that we can do. I don't know. That seems kind of ridiculous. Very much so ridiculous. Let's go ahead and throw our Umrune in there. Strength requirement on the Vampire Gaze is like nothing. Alright, so strength requirement is probably going to be the strength requirement of the Guardian Angel Hellforge Blade, which I think is very important. So let's just go ahead and get that upgraded. So 196. You know, 219 doesn't seem so far away when you need 196 strength to wear your Guardian Angel Hellforge Blade. Maybe it might be worth it to go for the upgraded Gurk's Sanctuary Aegis. The extra defense that we would gain would probably be massive. I mean, we've got two of them, right? So let's take the second one and let's do a quick check and let's see what it goes to defense-wise to get an idea. It does have 240% enhanced defense on it, which is a pretty high amount of defense. So let's do the Lem, the Diamond, and the Co-Rune. 513 defense. That is a lot. Let's do a quick check. Let's go ahead and get the dexterity that we need for... Oh, well, it looks like we didn't even need 136. Oh, that's right. We need 136 for that one. We don't need 136 for that one. It doesn't matter, though, because we're going to have to go 75% chance to block no matter what. So there is no reason not to stack it to the moon.
I can't use this yet.
All right, so we need 219 I mean, that's only what? 5, 10. It's like it's not even that much higher than where we're currently sitting stat-wise. And let's do a quick check with Holy Shield just for fun. So, and then cap out Holy Shield, and then we get to cast Holy Shield. So we're sitting at 13,178 with the upgraded Gurks. With the non-upgraded Gurks, we're sitting at 11,000. So it's a difference of let's actually do a calculation on it. So let's just hit it. I need the big number first. So 1,378 minus, or 13,178. Sorry, minus 11,917. So with that upgrade, we gained 1,261 defense. That's a pretty big amount of defense. It's not exactly terrible. The Guardian Angel Hellforge Plate is adding, as you can see here, ridiculous amounts. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, we go from 4,269 to 11,917. That's nuts. I mean, we could always take the risk and just give it a try anyway. Let's take the risk since we are doing an Immortal Paladin, and let's see if we end up getting more defense or less. Let's try it. If not, we can always go back and we can just add in another one, like big whoop. So 252 to 308. So we did get a little bit. We got a little bit. Okay. It's not random, by the way. It's based on the helmet. So like the helmet itself has like almost like a predetermined defense value in it. Not bad, not bad. Okay, so what does that bring us up to? So if we use the Aegis, it's 13,467. That's kind of nuts. We need to upgrade the belts also, which is going to give us more defense as well. So 1,183. So now we're sitting at 12,566. And of course we have one more item to upgrade. We have one more item to put on too. Like, we don't even have like all the items on, but this one needs to be upgraded as well. So now we're at 12,705. Oh, I got the Pappas on. 13,966 is what we're currently at. Okay, so we need... I need another Umrune to put into this shield, because I don't think I have another Lem and a Co. So either way, like, you know what? Let's just do this real quick. So let's save and exit. Exit. We're just gonna copy back over the videos character again. So we're just gonna copy him another time. So let's go here and let's just go back to videos 3. We're just going to copy him over one more time, and we'll just refresh all the stuff that he had. That way we can craft some more stuff too while we're at it. What about a 15 IAS, 15 all-res jewel? I mean, maybe? I mean, it certainly wouldn't hurt to have the resistances and the IAS at the same time. But those are exceedingly rare. And we would need more resistance resistance things to add into the total. Hold on. Forgot. Need to actually pull the items off. Alright, so eventually we're going to want to do the crafts. So we're going to craft up a bunch of stuff. We're going to see what we come up with here. I'm going to go ahead and put all these crafting mats in here because we're going to be crafting up a storm. Let's just go ahead and fill every orifice hole. Let's go ahead and throw these away too. These were from one of my testings a while back, and they're kind of like modified versions of Gore Riders that don't need to exist anymore. I don't really care about them one way or the other. Alright, so we need to gamble for some stuff. We also need a bunch of things. We're going to want to gamble for like Myrmidon Greaves. That's the general gist of what we're looking at. So Myrmidon Greaves and a bunch of stuff. I forgot to put the Umrune in, didn't I? I did. I forgot to put the Umrune in. I'm stupid. That's okay. I got these. I should be able to just use these. It'll be alright. We can just swap it. Let's go ahead and put some of his stuff up real quick. So that we can gamble the items that we need to craft. So let's start with the gloves first.
Yes.
So ideally we want ogre gauntlets. We definitely don't want regular gauntlets. Ogre gauntlets is the preferred here. So we're going to gamble a little bit. We'll put more gauntlets on the ground just in case we can't find the ogre gauntlets. Just another war gauntlet. There's another war gauntlet, another war gauntlet. Not a single ogre gauntlet in the mix. Another war gauntlet, another war gauntlet. Another war gauntlet, another war gauntlet. Another war gauntlet. We're getting plenty of war gauntlets, like no ogre gauntlets at all. Gauntlets, war gauntlets, gauntlets. So if you have a low-level socketable item, can you upgrade it and then put rune words in them, or no? You're talking about white bases? You can't upgrade white bases now. Rare items can be upgraded. Okay, well, not a single frickin' item that actually gives us what we're looking for there. That's beautiful. But we did get war gauntlets, so whatever. So we're gonna do war gauntlets first. Alright, first transmute. No increased attack speed, garbage. Second transmute. No increased attack speed, garbage. Third transmute. 20% increased attack speed, not bad. Comes with 2 reses, DR2 and MDR2. Solid forerunner. No enhanced defense, really. 29% isn't a lot, but it's something. Let's go ahead and craft again. We're going to craft all of the resources that we have, and we're going to pick the best of the best of the best. So these are kind of interesting. These rolled with 4 DR and 2 MDR and 20% increased, and they have more defense. I think these are better. So let's swap out to those. These are okay. We'll put these in the stash as a like backup-ish kind of a one. Ideally, we want one that comes with 20% increased, and we want one that comes with good MDR and PDR stats. The MDR and PDR rolls, and as the MDR and PDR roll, they're going to get worse. So we might end up with a really good pair of gloves, but doesn't have the stats that we need. So that one's another poopy one. We're just going to pick the best out of whatever number of rolls we do, is essentially how we're going to do this. Like, if we were actually making this character, we probably wouldn't do more than a certain number of rolls anyway. So we just keep going until we have the best out of all of the rolls that we've created. And that one's pretty poopy, too. You know, come to think of it, a little bit of life and mana leech would probably be pretty good, since we don't really have many life and mana leech abilities. Didn't think about that until just now, but definitely interesting that I don't think we have a lot of... Wait, no, we have Vamp Gaze. We have Vamp Gaze. Never mind. We have Vamp Gaze. I don't know why I was forgetting about Vamp Gaze's ridiculous life and mana leech, but there you go. That was stupid of me. 4 and 2. So this one has 20% IAS. The defense is a little lower. It rolled 4-2. I mean, not necessarily better or worse. It has less defense than what I'm currently running. So, not really better, but not really worse either, I guess. This one's got attack rating on it. Low defense. 2 reses. DR and MDR. I like it. I think this might be better because of the attack rating. I definitely like that attack rating, but we'll compare them all at the end. All of the decent ones that we get, we'll compare them and we'll figure out like which one we want to hang on to. So we'll keep comparing them. What would I drop a rune word item for, and what would be its replacement? What are you talking about? I'm not really sure. Like, in reference to what character, in reference to what build? What are we trying to create there? Bunch of poopies. Let's do the last 3. Alright, so last 3. That one is garbage. That one has no IAS, also garbage. That one has no IAS, also garbage. Okay, so out of all the gloves that we were able to create so far, we ended up with a couple options. Let's take a look at our options, and let's see, like, what we want from those options. So let's sell all these. These were all trash rolls. Get some of our money back and clean up the floor. Alright, so our options are Demon Hold War Gauntlets that have 20% increased attack speed. They also have 15 attack rating, which is really nice. 4 and 2, which is, I think, max rolls for the DR and the MDR. I'm pretty sure they roll between 1 to 4 for the DR and 1 to 2 for the MDR. So those are perfect in terms of the MDR and PDR. We have this one, which has really high defense, but doesn't have any attack rating, but also has 4 and 2. This one also has 4 and 2, and it has middle ground defense with 1 resistance, which isn't terrible. And then this one only rolled a 2 and 2, but it did roll 20% lightning res. and a level 4 Nova when struck, which is kind of interesting. A little bit of magic find. I think this one is the poopies. I think the attack rating one wins. I think overall the attack rating one is probably the best out of the lot. I think that's the best. All right, so we have our gauntlets now. Now we need our boots. So I do think Gore Rider Myrmidon Greaves is a solid choice because it has open wounds, it has deadly strike, it has crushing blow, it has all the stuff that we're missing, right? But I also want to craft up something else just in case. So we're going to craft up a pair of safety booties. We're going to see if we can make like a god tier safety booties. So we need the Ort rune. So all this stuff, we need this stuff. Safety booties, safeties. We don't need no soldiers. Haiti, come on back and get some booties. We got booties, come on, baby. Booties, come on, them baby booties. All right, plenty of stuff. All right, let's drop some of this on the ground. So we have room to actually buy things from Geed. And let's gamble up booties. So I'm pretty sure that this one was Myrmidon Greaves, which is not light-plated boots. That is the Greaves. We need the Greaves. Light-plated. Give me the Greaves, sucker! Chain booties, not the ones. Need the Greaves, come on, son. Why you gotta be greedy, bun? Give me some Greaves, son. Give me Greaves, yo. I need some Greaves. Why you keep doing this to me? I need some Greaves. Give me Greaves. Give me now. Give me now. Why you gotta be, why? Watch them pop up and I accidentally hit the button and go to the next one. There we go. Alright, so regular Greaves get thrown in the trash, and we keep only... Oh, we're out of money. Dang it. War boots. We keep only war boots. Well, poopity doopities, I need more gold. Poopity boopity doopities. Do we have any more gold in here? I need more money. I need money. Wait a minute. Where's that little charm? Actually, no, I sold that charm, didn't I? Yeah, I sold it to the vendor. Dang it. Okay, well, we can make one pair of boots, and we need to go get more gold. 10% faster hit recovery. Yeah. Ugh. Those are... Ugh. Blech. 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 Those are disgusting. What the hell even is that? All right, let's make a quick gold mule real quick. Just transfer a bunch of gold into the stash. It doesn't really matter. Well, let's even make a new character specifically for gold. So we're gonna call him let's call him oh god, sorry about that. Gold Goblin. Let's call him Gold Goblin. There you go. Gold Goblin. That way we have specifically a Gold Goblin to transfer gold for us. Just for the gambling. Alright, where's my Gold Goblin at? Come here, Gold Goblin. Gold Goblin. There you are, Gold Goblin. He's going to be level 99 with no stats, because level 99 allows him to hold the most gold. And then he can have all the Gold Goblins in there. There you go. Gold Goblin. That's it, and that's it. Nothing else. We're done. He is merely a vessel from which we can pour gold into the coffers of the world. He is the Gold Goblin, the Goblin Gold. Dang it, there's too many G's. I wonder why, Ginger. I wonder why there's so many G's. Could it have something to do with your name, Ginger? With your name? No. Totally not. Totally not. This version always opens up on the wrong monitor. I don't know why it always opens up on the wrong monitor. Okay. Oh yeah, I did that before. That's actually the charm I was looking for, but I don't have it right now, so. I think I deleted it. I think I deliberately deleted it because it's too cheaty for me. I think it's like super cheaty. And I think I deliberately destroyed it. I just deleted it from existence. There you go. Okay. A full stash of gold. That should be plenty enough to gamble for boots for crafting. Beep, beep, beep. Give me the gold. Okay, that's everything, right? That's everything. All right, let's go. Back to Geed. All right, let's gamble up some booties. We need booties. Give me booties. I need... Oh, dang it, I gotta find the Greaves again. Geed, if you don't stop trolling me. Alright. We want war boots. Not Greaves. Or we also want the other ones, too, if we can get them. So there's 4 right there. We got a lot of these crafts. We're going to do quite a few of these boot crafts because I want to make sure we get something nice. I probably should have just dropped some on the ground. Now I got to find the Greaves again. Dirty Hobo, Hillbilly, Geed. Dirty Hobo, Hillbilly, Geed. Alright, war boots, war boots. Fair ones we can't use. Myrmidons, nice. Hopefully we get something good on the Myrmidons. Greaves, Greaves, war boots. Greaves, Greaves. Alright, so we got a bunch of war boots. Drop these on the ground. Another pair of war boots. Alright, trash, trash, war boots, trash, war boots, trash. You do not have enough gold for that. Okay, so that's the limit of what I'm willing to attempt at this point. So we've got a decent number of items. So let's do this. So jewel. Let's just go ahead and pick up a bunch of these. Ort and the first pair. 20% faster run walk. Pretty garbage stats otherwise, but they did roll the one thing that you actually do need to have on the boots, which is 20% faster run walk or higher. We got a 30% faster run walk. Good defense. Okay. Starting out solid here. Alright, next pair. No run walk. They are the dookies. We throw those in the dirt. Technically, we put the other ones in dirt too that were not dookie, but they went in a different, separate pile of dirt that is softer and has moss growing on it. Okay, it's very pish posh dirt. It's the high quality stuff. All right, the stuff that we don't talk about with the other boots. Okay, don't tell the other boots about the good dirt. They think they're in the good dirt. Okay, they're in the nasty dirt. They got the mud on them and the fleas and all the other gross stuff in there. They got some nasty stuff going on. Don't let them know. Yep, that's the dookies. That's the dookie one right there. Nothing good.
I can't carry it.
That's That's the dookie. Go with the dookie boots. You're a dookie booties. And a nice reses, 40 and 28. No run walk speed though, and no run walk speed means instant dookie pile. Another no run walk speeder. What is this? You guys are just trolling me now. You're trolling me. That's all that you're doing. It's just trolls. All right. More crafting mats. We got plenty of crafting mats to play around with this, so let's burn up everything we can for crafting, and then we'll just have to decide on the best pair of boots at that point. Another dookie pair goes over in the dookie pile. Ooh, big mama. Ooh, baby. Wow. 20% faster run walk, 30% enhanced defense, cold resist 32%, fire resist 6%, poison resist 39%, DR4, MDR2. Rune tracks. Ooh, baby. Juicy mamas. Those are juicy mamas right there. We're going to put that in the juicy mama pile. That's a different pile than the moss covered pile. That's the juicy pile. 30% faster run walk. 34 lightning, 9 fire. Not bad either. Comes with a little poison length reduction. Ooh, another juicy boy goes in the juicy pile. That is the dookies. Why you gotta like do the dookie one right next to the good one? Get out of here with that dookie, poopy dookies. We got some choices here between like some decent ones. Now here's the Myrmidons. Let's see if the Myrmidons roll well. Oh, that is, you're going right in the dookie pile there, buddy. That is some dookie level dookies.
I am overburdened.
That is high level dukes. High level dookapooks. Alright. Another dookie one for the dookie pile. We got 2 more crafts, and then I think we can sell the dookie ones, maybe buy a couple more. We should be able to get at least a couple more non-dookie ones. That's a dookie one. That's a dookie one. Alright, let's do this. Let's take these, put these in here, in the juicy pile. Let's pick up all the dookie ones, throw these in the trash where they belong.
I am overburdened.
Alright, see if we can gamble up a couple more bases. We got 459,000 more gold. We can do a couple more crafts. I think those 2 juicy ones we got are definitely the winners, though. So one more craft out of that. Yep, looks like just one more craft. And they're dookies. Alright. So let's grab the semi-decent boots. Let's go compare them all, see which one's the best one, so we know which one we might actually use on this character. So we got the rune tracks, which are 20% increased run walk speed, and they also come with 3 resistances, one of them kind of low. They did roll 4-2. 4-2 is the cap on the MDR and the PDR, and the defense is alright. We also rolled the Viper Blazer War Boots, which have lower defense, only 1 resistance, and they only rolled 4-1. But they did come with poison length reduction, which is kind of interesting, which does kind of still keep them in the running for me. Then we got the Carrion Treads. Nothing really super fancy there. 4-1. I think those are probably trash. These rolled a 2-1, so those are outright because the MDR and the PDR rolled very bad. And these also have really low MDR and PDR as well. So all these are basically garbage. Alright, and that leaves us with enough gold maybe for like one more craft. I'm trying to keep this as realistic. I think I just passed right by a pair of greaves. I'm trying to keep it realistic, like within a certain amount of crafting. I don't want to go too far with the crafting. I could sit here all day, obviously, and I could craft these boots, but that's not what I want to do. But I do want to get off at least a certain number of crafts so we can at least get a decent, you know, like option base. Like if you crafted, say, you know, like 50 or 60 boots, you know, like what would be the best out of like 50 or 60 crafts? You know what I mean? Like how many crafts could you potentially get off in 50 or 60 crafts? And it looks like we're completely out, so we've got more crafts left. Alright, so let's shove the rest of this stuff back in here. Grab our charms and whatnot back out. Alright. So, we have our gloves, we've got our boots, we have... I'm pretty sure that it's these with the high resistances or the poison length reduction. I think the poison length reduction ones. We'll bring these along with us. So let's put these on for right now. This gives us a total MDR PDR package of 60 damage reduction, 51 MDR. We have 51% physical resistance. And this means that we're capped on physical resistance. We also have 16% life leech, 8% mana leech. That's not bad. Replenish life 15, which isn't amazing, but it's definitely going to be added into other things. We are using 20% cold absorb from the Ravenfrost, which isn't bad. Now, we can potentially swap to the Dwarf Star, which changes our MDR PDR ratio. Brings us 66 MDR and 49 physical versus 51 physical and 60 DR. I'm not sure exactly which one's better. I know that they combine together, right? So, like, which one's better in terms of, like, the total? So if we take 66 plus 49, that gives us 115. And if we take 60 plus 51, we get 111. So technically the Dwarf Star is higher in the total number that we're achieving over the Nature's Peace. It does have Fire Absorb on it too, and it comes with a little bit of life, which isn't horrible. Like, so we end up with a total amount of MDR PDR is what we're looking at as 115 MDR PDR. Which is pretty darn good, like for our massive total of MDR PDR. Between the boots, the actually I forgot the boots only have one DR. Does the other ones have two? The other ones do have two. Let's use the ones that have two. So that brings us up to 116. Aha. So 116 total is what we would be at. Not bad. So let's run a calculation here. So let's pretend, for instance, that we were getting hit by a monster, right? So let's say the monster hits us for 1,500 damage, right? And then we subtract that by 95%, and then we subtract that by 116, which means that we have a safety range of 41 damage points, essentially. So as long as the monster doesn't hit us that much harder than 1,500 damage, we will essentially completely absorb and negate any damage that's 1,500 or less. In fact, we'd probably bring that up even higher. Let's try 2,000 minus 95%. Minus 116. So we're still going to be safe versus 2,000 damage hit, which we could potentially absorb. Now, here's the bad part. The bad part is that physical damage reduction only goes up to 50% for the cap, which means that if we get hit for 2,000 damage and we subtract 50% of that, we're still going to get hit for 1,000. And then we can subtract our 116 from that, which ends up being 884, but we still get hit pretty darn hard. So we have to bridge this gap somehow, and this is where the fun starts. So we're gonna start building the actual character and how we plan to actually make this character next to indestructible. All right, so Holy Shield, Easy no-brainer, gives us massive amounts of defense, definitely helps us out tremendously. Once we cast our Holy Shield, we get 13,858 defense, which is ridiculous, bringing us up to essentially like barely even being touchable by most monsters. Like if we go out to Frigid Highlands, for instance, and let's just have some monster attack us. Let's use Mr. Buttface over here. As you can see, it clearly states we have about a 15% chance to actually be hit, which isn't too bad at all. Unfortunately, we don't have any damage output right now. We're also not using any auras, so we need to figure out exactly how this character is going to survive, right? We also need to fix this issue. So you see right here, we only have 90% resistance, so this isn't enough. We need more than 90% resistance. So this is how we're going to bridge this gap right here. So with resist fire, resist cold, and resist lightning, we get 0.5% passive resistance per point, which is a total of 1% per 2 points. So we're going to have to put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're going to need 10 points in essentially each one of these to hit the 95% cap. Now that we have 10 points in each of those, so that was 30 of our skill points, we are capped at 95% reses, except for poison, which I'm not exactly sure how the hell we would get poison resistance. I think we could snag that from, like, gloves. I think there's a maximum poison resistance on those crappy gloves that nobody ever wants to use. The ones that have a little bit of crushing blow on them. Other than that, though, I'm not really sure. They're kind of poopy. So we're using Cleansing Aura, as you can see, and the Cleansing Aura is coming from the Plague Cryptic Sword. So how I plan to add regeneration into the build is through the Prayer Synergy. So we're going to go ahead and dump 20 points into the Prayer Synergy, which is going to give us 39 heal. So heals 39 every single time it activates, and that's going to synergize with the Cleansing Aura, which means that we're going to have the Cleansing Aura active all the time, cleansing off our curses, cleansing off our poisons, and also, of course, giving us regeneration. So with the addition of that 39 and the 15 that we already have active, we are sitting at, what is that, 40, 54, so we're sitting at 54 regeneration between the two. We could also potentially add in more. We could double it by using Meditation Aura, but I think we need to have some way to actually kill monsters. Would be kind of nice. We have 36 whole points left. So our main damage output is going to be through Vengeance. So let's go ahead and grab Vengeance and put 20 points into Vengeance. And we've already built the synergies. So the reason why I was considering going with Vengeance over everything else is because the synergies for Vengeance are resist fire, resist cold, and resist lightning. So we've already built the synergies for this ability. Because we needed to put 10 points, 10 points, and 10 points to hit those caps, we already put those points in there. So it's just like killing two birds with one stone. We built our damage and our defense at the same time. Which is really effective. It's actually really quite effective. We got 20 points in the Vengeance ability itself, too, which is not bad. So we're currently at 228 to 4,092 Vengeance damage. For our main aura, we have two choices. So, first off, if we were to use Vengeance, we could use Conviction. Conviction is a very strong choice, but it's not defensive in any way, shape, or form. It does not help us defensively. Unfortunately, we might actually have to go this direction, because if we don't go this direction, then we won't have any offensive output. But another option could be to go with Meditation, doubling our regeneration from the 39 that we currently have access to with Prayer to a massive, what is that, 70, what's that, 77? So 39 plus 39 would be 77, right, I think? 39 plus 15. So it would be at 93 total with the 15 replenished life that we have on our character. So if we went with Meditation, we would have infinite mana, we would have infinite health, essentially. but we would not have infinite damage. We would have very low damage output. We could potentially use it as a way of swapping. Agent Smith has a good idea. So we could potentially use meditation as a swap too. So we could go ahead and put 1 point into it. We are kind of low on points though. Look at this. We got, what, 14 points left? 14 points is going to... Actually, we wouldn't even get 14 points in Conviction now that I think about it. Conviction's going to be a baby Conviction. Because we got to put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points just to get down to it. So by the time we're done, we've got level 9 Conviction, which isn't awful, but we definitely could sacrifice somewhere else to increase that if we wanted more damage output. Alright, for stat points, we're already capped out on block, so we don't need to worry about blocking. Our strength is already way too high, and let's go ahead and dump everything else into HP. So we're at 1,492 HP, which is pretty decent. That's a decent level of HP. Let's put Conviction Aura on for the time being. We can respec this, and we can try various other build setups. We'll see. For right now, though, let's test this in the only way that I know how. And let's run down all the way to Shank. Let's get surrounded by monsters, and let's just stand there and see what happens. Not quite immortal. So we are taking very little damage. Very little damage. But it is falling ever so slowly. It is falling at a very slow rate. Although it seems to be up and down, right? So it's like rising and falling and rising and falling as we go forward. There also is poison in the mix in here, it seems like, but the cleansing aura seems to be doing a pretty good job canceling out the cleansing aura. So let's do a little bit of attacking here. Interesting. I mean, it seems like we've created a very tanky character. Extremely character. But we're not quite there yet. What difficulty are we on? I don't even know. Let's check. P1. Okay, so let's bump this up to P8, because he's an Immortal Paladin. He's not a P1 Paladin, right? So we need immortal numbers. I mean, his damage output seems okay. It's certainly not awful. I ain't ever felt safer, I'll tell you one thing. Dude, this is the safest paladin I've ever played. I feel like he's already just, next to impossible to kill over here. Ain't not a single one of these monsters, even caused me any much as a wrinkle in my shirt. Why you got to be so mean, attacking me and my spleen? Come on down, you are so mean. Do 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 do. And I have to start whacking away. Thwack, 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 thwack. These are P8 monsters, by the way. Oh yeah, I didn't consider his attack rating at all, did I? I didn't actually like think about his attack rating. This poison monster. The poison definitely seems to be causing me issues. I'm not sure if it's messing with the regeneration or like what's going on, but specifically the poison itself seems to be causing more issues than anything. Like once I eliminate the poison from the equation, notice that like I don't have any issues anymore with my health going down at this point. Well, occasionally they seem to get a couple hits off, and I think it's mainly the physical damage that's currently causing me issues. Alright, so let's make a couple little changes here. I've got a couple ideas. So the physical definitely seems to be more dangerous than the elemental at the current point. So let's change it back to the Nature's Peace. From the Dwarf Star, because I think the Nature's Peace gives us a little bit more physical damage reduction and helps us in that regard.
What do you need?
Let's get some Healy pots down there. Why not? Oh no, everything costs so much to repair. I don't have enough gold. It does somewhat, but there's probably still a disparagement there between the two. I'm not sure. We could have probably done with a little bit more. A little bit more. Let's try another area. Let's try Canyon of the Magi, shall we? Let's go to a different zone. Doom, 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 doom. There's some poison for you right there. Triple poison. That is a lot of maggots. Oh my god. I gotta take a screenshot of that. I'm putting it in the meme section. I'm putting it in the memes. It's going in the memes. Let's get another screenshot for more memes. I mean, I feel kind of safe and cozy in here. It's a little safe, and I'm a little cozems in here. It feels nice and warm. These maggots are keeping me nice and warm. I like these maggots. They're my favorite. They're my pets. See, look, that one's name's Joffrey. That one there, his name is Joffrey, and Joffrey's a good boy. He's a goodest, and I like Joffrey. And you know, we can give Joffrey a smack on the head because he likes smacks on the head. Let's give him a little donkey. We got to work our way out of here now. Get land crushers, yes we will. Power Master Optimus Prime. Power Master wants to witness the Immortal Paladin as well. He said, me too. I will also want to witness the Immortal Paladin. Can we make it out of the Devourers? Can we make it out of the Maggot Town? There's so many maggots. Can we make it out? All of the maggots, without doubt. I feel like my weapon's gonna break before I get there. $7,000 later. I mean, I definitely have achieved the goal of the Immortal Paladin, at least from a small perspective. We need to test this versus a monster that actually has more hit points or does more damage. Like, let's test it versus like Uber Diablo or something, right? We need to see if my Paladin can withstand Uber Diablo attacks. No, Exile wouldn't work with the build at all. The Immortal Paladin requires very specific stats and very specific abilities. The Exile doesn't even like come close to being what you would need for this build. It is the poopies. It is the poopies. I mean, personally, I don't even recommend using Exile on like any Paladin, to be perfectly honest. I don't think it's a good shield. It's the poopy shield. It's a shield of poopies. I think it's highly overrated. Highly overrated. I'm running out of mana. I'm literally using the juvies just for mana. Oh no, my weapon's breaking. I'm gonna break my weapon before I get out of here. Dude, how many eggs is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 eggs that I see. 16 eggs that I see. There's so many eggs. This is way too many maggots. It's ridiculous. Let me out of the maggot pile. Build guide? Build guide for what? This is a Theorycraft. So, like, we're literally still in the process of creating this build and trying to figure out what the best pieces of equipment are. So there is no Theorycraft at the moment, or no build guide at all. Like, we're still trying to figure it out and determine what is the optimal setup for the build. I need money. Time to sell a bunch of stuff that I can like make money on. Let's sell a bunch of 40 15s just to really piss people off. Oh, look at that. Yeah, give me some money. I need to repair my gear. Yeah, give me some doojangs. Yeah, give me some doojangs. Yeah. Sell everything. Sell my soul to the devil. Sell my soul to the devil. My soul to the devil. My soul to the devil. All right. So I think there's some wiggle room here to like make this build stronger as far as like survivability, but I would like to see if he can survive versus Uber Diablo, like on Players 8. Let's test that real quick before we do any changes with the current build. I just want to see if he's actually capable of even doing it. Since we're fighting Uber Diablo, he has to have some form of... well, he does have Prevent Monster Heal, so I guess that will work. No problem with that. So yeah, I guess that's fine. Bump, 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 bump. I think we need to restart this one because we played around with too much stuff. So let's do a restart. Alright. Let's sell a Soj to my boy here. Verify that we are indeed on Players 8. Alright. Man, let's give my boy a fighting chance at least. He needs mana pots. That's what he really needs. He needs mana pots more than he needs health pots. So let's get rid of these and let's get him some mana pots. What do I think of the head Diablo 4 developer leaving? It kind of seemed like they were pushing him out the door, to be perfectly honest. Like, I mean, that's just me. Like, I don't know like exactly what the specifics of what was going on, but like I noticed that his presence in the campfire chats and his presence like as a member of the team like in the community started to diminish heavily after the Rod's Malignant Tunnel comment, and slowly but surely like it seemed like he had less and less involvement in the game up to a certain point, and it kind of seemed like they were pushing him out the door. Just my personal opinion, like, because I mean, it's very obvious if you follow the sequence of events that like it seemed as if everything that he was doing with the game was diminishing, and this was like what, a year ago, or like I don't even know, like it was like almost like a full year ago it started where they were diminishing everything that he was doing with the game. I mean, maybe he put in his 1 year notice or something, and they started to like phase him out. I don't know. His 1 year notice. That's hilarious. Did Uber Diablo shoot me? I couldn't feel anything. Kind of tickled a little bit, but I'm not exactly sure. Like, it kind of felt like he might have hit me. I don't know. Maybe. There might have been something there. I don't know. A little tickle. A little tickle. Little tickle. I didn't know Diablo did tickles, but apparently he's doing tickles today. He's a very ticklies. Okay. Yeah, you're cute. I'm gonna kill your friend over here, though. Alright, so test number 1 is just gonna be me versus Uber Diablo. I didn't want all these other monsters involved in our little conquest. So I'm going to murder everybody except for Uber Diablo. Let's try and drag him down so we get less incidentals like involved in our conflict.
Power Master Optimus Prime strikes again.
Alright, so can we survive? Hands off the keyboard. So no hands on the keyboard, hands on my head. We're doing an honest test here. Can I survive just standing next to Uber Diablo with just laughing at him all the way? I mean, has it even started yet though? Because like, I don't feel anything. Is it in yet? Giggity. Man, Diablo, you were once such a powerful creature, and now look at you. Can't even do any damage, my friend. Like, what is this? Like, you scratched my shield a little bit. Like, okay. Falling asleep here. I don't think, if I stood here for forever, I don't think he would ever kill me. Let's see how long it takes me to kill him. This is going to be... I'm probably going to end up breaking my weapon before it happens. Again, hands off the keyboard. I don't want you guys to think that I'm cheating. I'm doing my hands off the keyboard trick. Why does it seem like I'm actually taking damage now that I'm actually attacking? Seems like I'm taking more damage once I started attacking than I was taking when I was just standing here doing nothing. I'm using my toes. Oh man, now I gotta back up and I gotta like put my feet up on the thing like this. Gotta hold my feet. Gotta hold my toes. There you go. Toes are held. So I don't have any crushing below, and we could definitely swap in some CB. That is definitely something that we could do. So like right now we have no crushing below, and it's going to take us forever to kill my homie here, especially considering that like we can't hit him. So let's swap in the Gore Riders so we get some CB. I also think our attack rating is too low. We're getting a lot of X's, so. I need to hit. Hey, he is having an issue with mana. He's having an issue with mana. Something that we could potentially solve, but I don't know exactly how we could solve it right this second. I think it's really just comes down to the fact that he's missing most of the time. X, 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 X. Like, he's just missing most of his attacks. So, like, he currently has an attack rating issue. That definitely seems to be the case. So, he's only at 4,864 attack rating, and he doesn't have maxed out conviction either. So, he doesn't have the full negative defense from conviction, which is something that we could potentially address as well. He needs to hit 25 conviction to get the maximum damage output from Vengeance, so we can actually make that work properly. That would also help out his attack rating problems. And we could also take a portion of his vitality and we could put that into his dexterity so that he has a little bit more attack rating. I don't think 4,864 is a good enough value for like Uber Diablo. I mean, I could do like a quick test and I could see like chance to hit calculator D2R. And we could run like a chance to hit calculator. So let's do Paladin 136. Let's see. I'm currently level 99. Uber Diablo is 110. Total plus AR percentage is 280%, I think. I'm just standing here and he's not even able to kill me. It's hilarious. 99. Let me run these. I'm trying to run the calculation here. Okay, we need to find Uber Diablo's defense rating, which is sometimes hard to find. So Uber Diablo's defense rating is 2,940 according to this list. His chance to block is 50% according to this. So we currently have a 21% chance to hit him. That's pretty awful. If we do the negative defense that we currently have, which we currently have 88, as far as I'm aware, that's half effectiveness versus bosses. So we can take his defense and we can do 2,940 minus 44%, which would bring him down to 1,646.4, which still only brings us up to a 28% chance to actually hit him, which is pretty pathetic. We have... I'm not sure if my attack rating is right. I need to figure out my final attack rating. So my final attack rating is higher than that, so we need to run those numbers as well. How much plus base attack rating do I have? I've got the 250 from the Ravenfrost. That's closer. We have the 15 from that, so that's 65. Do we have attack rating anywhere else? I love the fact that I'm just sitting here at P8 Uber Diablo and he can't do not jack diddly to me. Not jack diddly can he do to me. I'm just laughing at him basically the whole way. I think I have the 320, so I got an extra 20 attack rating there. Yep, so that's 6, 7, 8. So that brings it up to 8. So I've got roughly like a 30 some odd % chance. Why does it say my vengeance attack rating is much higher than that? There's gotta be something I'm missing. I mean, there's attack rating versus demons on the armor, which is actually quite nice. And that's 247 attack rating versus demons, which does apply to Uber Diablo. So we could probably bring this up to, at least for Diablo itself, we got 285 plus 247, which brings us to 532 at least. That seems to be a little bit closer. Is that actually affecting my number on the panel? Oh no, my HP went down. What happened? My holy shield wear off? My holy shield wore off. That would explain that. Holy shield is the 75% block chance, and it's very crucial to making the entire build function. The negative defense doesn't apply here, so I'm trying to figure out where the hell it's getting the extra attack rating from, because I don't seem to have the extra attack rating that it's listing. Oh yeah, that's right. Here, that's right. I forgot to put these in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 of those. So plus 66, plus 66. Plus 66, plus 66, plus 66. Is that about right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I only did 6. So it would be 862 is what we're currently sitting at. I love the fact that, like, I'm literally so immortal that I can stand here with Uber Diablo trying to slap the crap out of me, and I'm just running calculations in the background. Like, that's how silly this is. Like, it's so immortal that I can just completely ignore Uber Diablo and just run calculations in the background. So it says I'm at 36% chance at the moment to hit Uber Diablo, which isn't the greatest. Let's bump the numbers up a little bit. So let's pretend we added... I mean, I'm trying to think, like, how much dexterity we could potentially add without, like, completely ruining our character. So let's say we did 50 dexterity. So let's just add 50 dexterity right on top. So 136, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that would be 186, okay? Does that bring us up that much? So we go from 36% chance to hit to 38% chance to hit. I don't know if sacrificing vitality for that is worth it. I don't know if it is. I mean, yeah, we could add in like a enchant buff on the side. Might be useful. Uber Diablo, you know. Come on down, let's frickin' go. I can't hit you, ho ho ho. Come on down, it's Diablo. Diablo is a B-Boblo. Come on down, it's Boblo. It a bing gang gang gong blow. Bigga bagga bang bing bang boblo. Alright, so we know we can survive infinitely versus player's 8. Okay, that's easy. Like, no problem. Alright, let's change it to P1 and let's see if he can actually kill a P1 Uber Diablo, okay? This is more of a DPS test than a survivability test. We already know he can survive. That's not a problem. He literally sits there and laughs at Uber Diablo and has absolutely no trouble whatsoever. So let's do a DPS test and let's see how quickly we can kill him in a player's 1 environment. That was calculating in the negative defense, Savase. So that was with the negative defense on conviction being calculated in 2. So we have a 36% chance to hit. We have a 36% chance to hit with conviction. Without conviction, we have a much lower percent chance to hit because Uber Diablo's defense is much higher. Did I close out Uber Diablo's panel? I did. So Uber Diablo's defense is 2,940. And with the reduction that we have of 88% cut in half to 44%, that's how much defense he has left. So if we paste in his original defense, we're down to a 31% chance to hit him. That's assuming, of course, that conviction isn't hitting the target. But this is with conviction hitting the target, and now we have a 36% chance to hit him. Honestly, it would be much better if we could get that up into the high 40s, like 45% chance to hit him, but that's the optimal, right? That's getting a little bit more attack rating into the mix to try and get the AR high enough. The character sheet never factors in conviction, ever. Conviction is not applied to you, it's applied to the monster. So when you're thinking about conviction, you should always be thinking about that it's being applied to the monster's defense, not to your attack rating. Look here, you stupid little... Get out of here. I don't care about you. We gotta solve his mana regeneration problem, too. Like, he's got a horrible mana regeneration problem. I mean, he has mana leech. He has 8% mana leech, but he doesn't seem to be leeching very much at all. It probably has to do with the fact that he's missing too much. I feel like that's probably what's going on. He's missing so much that he's burning huge amounts of mana as a result, and it's essentially ripping down his mana way too quickly. This also means that whenever his mana runs out, he's using this attack, which is only 1,280 attack rating, which basically can't hit the target almost at all. Why not try out Metal Grid? The problem with Metal Grid is it has basically no physical damage or magical damage reduction. So, Metal Grid fulfills one thing, which is resistances, and it gives a little bit of attack rating, but it has no MDR and it has no PDR. So it's useless for what we're trying to do. The MDR and PDR is the most important thing when it comes to this build, and we barely just have enough, as you can see, because our HP is falling sometimes. Which means we're not quite fulfilling the requirements of enough MDR and PDR. Yeah, I'm immortal because of that 25 PDR that's on the amulet. As soon as I take off that amulet, I lose the 25 PDR, and I will become far less immortal. What is this, the new hardcore build? I don't know, maybe if you want to be invincible. If you want to be invincible, I suppose. I was thinking about adding in some magic damage taken goes to mana, but I don't think damage taken goes to mana would even work on this character. I feel like the damage taken goes to mana is probably not applicable at this particular point in time. Yeah, but there's other ways to fix attack rating. There's definitely other ways. More dexterity, that's an option. Obviously, we could also change some of these charms from max damage to full AR. There's like 130 or 140 AR grand charms that we could potentially use. There's a lot of ways that you could add in the attack rating without reducing your PDR and MDR. And also, the golem would be just completely useless. Like he's not going to survive the conditions that we're putting ourselves through. Man, our damage. Well, we got no mana. That's right. Hold on. Use all my juvies up so I can refill my mana pool. All right. So we can kill Uber Diablo. Uber Diablo is nothing to us. He is a stain on the carpet of our lives. Mana problems definitely still there, but, you know, like, whatever. I guess one thing that we could do is we could sacrifice. So let's do a quick respec on this build. I have some ideas for how we could potentially sacrifice and fix some of the problems that we're currently seeing. So first off, let's just go ahead and do a respec. Let's get the strength and the dex correct first. So we need a massive amounts of strength. We need, trying to think if there's any stats on any of this equipment that we can like use to our advantage. Is there any stats on here? No, not really. I never like having the exact amount. The exact amount doesn't work very well. I forgot we only need like 115 for the Plague Sword in dexterity, but are we actually capped out? No, we're not capped out. So we need like... In fact, we might actually need to hold on to this. So we'll hold on to this for a second because I think I'm going to pull some points from Holy Shield. I know, like, gasp. So we still have to do this. So we need the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points in each of these. Alright, we definitely still want Holy Shield. We're not gonna, like, negate Holy Shield from the equation, but I think we're gonna put less points into it, and we're gonna sacrifice points from Holy Shield to some of the other stuff. We're also gonna grab meditation this time, so that we have at least, like, a base meditation that we can swap to in emergencies. And we're still gonna put in 20 points into prayer. We're still gonna put in 20 points into vengeance, which leaves us with 31 points. So with our current plus the skills, we are sitting at what is it, like, I'm trying to think here. We've got at least +2. Whatever. Okay, so we got +7 is what we're currently looking at. So to get conviction to its maximum level, we need 25. So we can use base points 18. So it needs 18 base points. That's pretty horrible. Which means our Holy Shield goes down tremendously to only level 16. That's pretty rough. But that does bring our conviction up to its maximum level of -92%, which is going to help us tremendously in the regards of getting the defense of the monster lower. On top of this, we also get access to more attack rating now. So we have to build our block chance a little bit higher, I think. Hold on, I might need to leave and come back because I think I have the original Holy Shield still on the character. right. Oh, that's a big hit to defense. Oh, man. That's pretty rough defense-wise. I mean, we're still capped out at 75% chance to block, but our defense fell dramatically. Oh, man. That's rough. The idea is to build the character immortal, and the mercenaries are not immortal. So, like, if we can make the character proper, then we can try and think about what mercenary we might want to use with it. But I think for right now, we leave the mercenary out of the equation, and then maybe we bring the mercenary in, like, if we can figure out a really good setup. We're probably going to have to make an immortal merc, is probably what the answer to that question is. So we're probably going to have to try and craft up an immortal merc to go along with it. So stay tuned for part 2 of the Immortal Paladin, the Immortal Mercenary. So I know exactly how to build mercenaries, and we're going to have to try and build the strongest, most ridiculous mercenary that we can. This should be interesting as well. Come on down and see the Immortal Mercenary. We got Immortal Mercenaries for the carry. Baby, baby, Immortal Mercenaries. Alright. I don't like the lower defense. I don't like it. I don't like it at all, but let's test it. Let's see what happens. Maybe it works. Maybe it doesn't. I would like more attack rating. I don't know exactly where we need to be to have like a decent hit rate. So let's do some calculations and let's see, like, what if we just dumped, I don't know, let's be crazy. Let's say we dumped an additional 100 dexterity into what we're currently looking at, right? So let's look at 225 dexterity. Let's also recalculate Uber Diablo's defense because we have a higher conviction now. So let's 2,940 divided in half. So 2,940 minus, what is it, 92%? So what is that? 92 divided by 2, 46%. So at 46%, that's 2,940 minus our 46%, so 46%, gives us a defense of 1,587.6 on Uber Diablo. And if we had 225 dexterity instead of 125, we would have got 47% chance of hitting without blocking, or with blocking. Let's lower that even further, so let's lower that down to, like, back to the 125 value. It's not looking terrible. Like, that's kind of crazy, actually. Like, do I need to rerun any of the numbers here? I got the attack rating from this calculated in, which is 272. Let's redo this real quick just to be sure. So our attack rating is 250 plus 274 plus the 15 on the gloves plus the 20 on the charm plus 66 plus 66 plus 66 plus 66 plus 66. So 889 is what we're looking at for our base attack rating plus the 280%, which brings us up to a final attack rating of 5,696, which is only against demons. But we should have a 47% chance to hit him with his blocking. So even with the 50% block, we should be fine. We should be fine. That's with 125. So I think increasing the level of conviction helped out tremendously here. And it's also going to help out our damage output tremendously. But I don't know if we're still immortal. We might not be immortal still. So let's go ahead and dump some points into HP, bring our HP back up. Let's do a quick test with P8 Uber Diablo, and let's see if we're still immortal. We might not still be immortal with this setup, so we might have ruined things somehow. All right, so testing it. This is just a survivability test, not a damage test. So let's just see if he can actually kill me now with the lower defense. Unfortunately, we lost about like what 6,000 defense. It's kind of crazy. That's a crazy amount of defense to lose for stacking conviction, but just gonna drink a chalky milk here while we're waiting on Diablo to do his thing. It's the chalky milks. What happened to the dews? Oh, I don't drink Mountain Dew all the time, Flappy. I think I tried one of each of the flavors, and that was about it. Hey, this is good chalky milk, okay. That's Hershey's. Well, Immortal Paladin is great. Look at him, he's laughing at you. Got a lightning coming at his face. He doesn't even feel a frickin' trace. You need to up your game, Diablo. 'Cause your fire's not very hot, Diablo. Gonna start calling you B-Boblo, 'cause your name isn't Diablo. You must be a knockoff man with the B-Boblo if the can. Come on down, Mr. B-Boblo. Can you even hit me? Oh my god, B-Boblo. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. Boom, boom, ba boom, ba boom. Okay. So we're still reliably indestructible. Let's test out some other stuff besides Uber Diablo. You're boring me, Uber Diablo. Let's go check Shank over here. Let's try out Shank. Oh god, that's a lot of spear guys. That's a good test. That's a good test. I'm kind of scared for my life here. Let me re-up my holy shield. That is an exceedingly large number of spearmen. Regeneration's not quite keeping up. So, I had planned for this contingency, and the contingency was basically this. In the case of an event where you run into a situation where you're taking more damage than you would intend, you could switch to Meditation Aura and double your regeneration. I don't know if that's going to be enough to counter out the damage that we're currently taking, though. I feel like the current problem that we're having is a defense issue. We dropped that holy shield, and we lost defense, and so now we're taking far more physical damage than we were before. Yep, it definitely seems like we need defense. Now, of course, in normal, you know, you're not just going to stand here and take it. So, I mean, I can always just fight my way out. This is Players 8, by the way. That's still pretty impressive for Players 8. Don't. He's got Holy Freeze. Turd face. Haha. What does this guy got over here? Fire enchanted and lightning enchanted? Spear cats are extremely high physical damage. And it's not a surprise that they're capable of bypassing like my infinite HP here, because they're just dishing out so much individual damage per spear. Like if you have like a full group of these guys all throwing at you at the same time, which for some reason these guys just stopped throwing at me for some reason. Did I break their AI? Hey, wake up. Hey, wake up. What are you doing? Throw some spears. Hey, wake up. Wake up. What are you... Wake up! Why are you just AFK, sir? I will beat you down. Are you actually going to throw at me now? Yay! He did it. Yeah, I think they have more attack rating than other enemies too, you're right. It definitely feels like they're hitting me a lot more often than some of the other monsters. I wonder how my gear's holding up. 59 out of 60 durability. 50... where is it? Smite durability. 192 of 192. 38 out of 40. 22 out of 30. 24 out of 24. 22 out of 22. 34 out of 34. It seems like I'm doing pretty good as far as, like, survivability here. Let's go check this in one of the other places. So let's check Canyon of the Magi. Ooh, no, wait, I got a good idea. Ghosts. Let's try ghosts in Arcane Sanctuary. Let's get like a massive number of ghosts, like all wailing on us at the same time. Yeah, the Chainsaw Ghost Pack, exactly. Death by 1,000 cuts. Let's see if it works. I'm gonna have to just like slowly kill everything that's not a ghost. See if I can get like a huge pack of ghosts following me around until it like overwhelms me. Now, granted, I did switch out the boots to Gore Riders, and I think I should probably switch back, but I do think Gore Riders is better for the CB if you're fighting, like, a boss or something. But that's something that you can swap in. Like, you can swap in Gore Riders, right? You don't necessarily have to, you know, have those on all the time. It's like, it's like no ghosts. Where are all the ghosts? Come on, ghosties, I want to get beat up. Oh, there's a champion pack of ghosts. Okay, good start, good start. Okay, ghosties. There's 3 ghosties right here, and I've got 2 on the other side. Let's see what I can harvest from the other side. Let's get these 2 ghosts, match them together with those 2 ghosts. Let's try and get them all together. Try not to lose any ghosties. One of them's way slower than the other ones. ghosties over here? Let's check and see. Nice. Okay, we picked up a couple more ghosties. All right, I want to keep getting the ghost packs even bigger and bigger, so we're gonna try and like keep multiplying them. So let me go to the other sides and let me see what other ghosties I can get. Let's really give this a good test and get like a nice chainsaw pack of ghosties. There we go. There's another pack. Okay. All right. So we want the full pack of ghosties. Now we're gonna get chainsawed by like 1,000 ghosts. Oh god, they are ripping me to shreds. Look at my HP getting chainsawed down. Let's try it with the meditation aura. We're gonna swap to the meditation aura. Make sure Holy Shield is active too. That might have worn off. Okay. So we got meditation. Holy Shield might have worn off there because it definitely seemed like I was getting hit a lot more than I should have been getting hit. So that's with meditation. We seem to be surviving. All right, swapping off meditation to conviction. Let's see what it's like with conviction.
Can you even do any damage, bro? I am immortal. Look at me go. Can you even do any damage, broski? Look at this. I am immortal.
So it looks like without the meditation aura, I can't quite survive the chainsaw pack of ghosties. They're slowly, ever so slowly, ripping me down. Of course, I can always swap to meditation at any point and start going back up. At least I think so, anyway. Oh yeah, they sucking me dry. Sucking me dry. Sucking me dry. All right. I mean, it's fairly good. It's fairly good. I mean, let's start attacking stuff and let's see what happens if we attack with a conviction. So without conviction, I mean, we're still killing them. It's slow, but we're killing them. It's definitely there. Yeah. Champion Spectre's going down. And this is Players 8, right? We're currently still on Players 8. So these are Player 8 ghosts that we're currently, like, surviving with meditation. Ooh, cows is going to be the ultimate test because they're all physical damage. I don't think they have elemental damage. So the MDR is going to be completely useless against the cows. Okay. Alright. That's a lot of ghosties, too. Like, that ain't a small amount of ghosties that I'm just, like, wading through here. Fanatic Spectre. Oh yeah, somebody else said I should test it against dolls, right? We should test it against dolls. Let's see how it does against dolls. Let's do a dolly test. Alright, I think we're done with the ghost test anyway. Let's go to Durance of Hate and let's test it against dolls. Re-up that Holy Shield. Holy Shield lasts for 405 seconds with our current Level 16. Oh, there's a pack of dolls. Pack of dolls. Come on down and get some dolls. Keep on smacking all them dolls. Gonna smack 'em, dolls. I'm gonna kill a doll pack. Yo, we gotta smack 'em and whack 'em and hit 'em with a bee. Oh, come on down and beat the dolls with me. We got dollies and dollies and dollies for days. Gonna get some dollies and we're in a haze. I don't know why I bought these. They remind me of Chucky and I think they're gonna eat me, but I'm really lucky because the package says totally not Chucky. Totally not Chucky. What's up, Mr. Mauler Packs? Man, my mana cost is like ridiculous. The mana cost on Vengeance is atrocious. I feel like I need like a just an idea. I need like Zeal on another button so that I can press it just to get the just to get my mana back. Like I feel like Zeal would work really good as like an alternative for getting my mana to return. So like if I use a little bit of Zeal, I can suck my mana back up through Zeal. And then I can switch back to Vengeance. I think that that's a pretty solid strategy there. Although my weapon is already breaking. I'm looking for dolls, not maulers. Why are you guys so rude? Let's go ahead and put charge on there as well. So I can start charging around. Need to look for dolls. Hey, an elite pack of dolls. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay. Let's get the whole elite pack of dolls over here. Let's kind of like bring them in the corner here. Alright, here we go. Smack them down. Smack them down. Come on, baby. Come on. Yeah, smack them. Mauler, this is not a contest for you, okay? I would appreciate it if you would get the hell out of here. Weapon is broken. Can't use the other one either. Time to punch them to death, I guess. Hey, a scroll of town portal. Escape. Get some mana pots. Viper Eater the Unholy. I mean, players 8 sticky and dolls. It seems to be handling just fine. Like, I don't see anything wrong with it. I'm trying to kill them as quickly as I can. These players 8 ones have lots of HP and they're a little bit hard to kill in fast succession, but definitely seems to be working just fine. I don't see anything wrong with it. No, not bad. Alright, what are we testing next? Let's test something else. Oh, there's some more dolls. Pop them. I took a little tiny hit there. World Stone Keep, so let's go fight some glomes. That's what you guys are thinking. Let's go get eaten by glomes. I got 95% lightning resistance, so couldn't be that bad, but I guess we'll see. We'll see. Let's go test it. So players 8, Worldstone Keep level 2. Let's see if we can find some Gloomy Gloams.
What's up, brother?
What's up, Fiji? You watching the Immortal Paladin?
Yeah, I was I came up with
Immortal.
I came up with my own as well. Kind of unique and different, but pretty much does the same thing.
Well, that's blow up, guys. I don't want blow up, guys. We might have to re-roll this a couple times until we get Glooms. This is, oh, wait, no. I think there's Glooms. Oh, there we go. These guys are magic damage, so they can actually bypass a lot of my damage. Why are these souls not hitting me? Are you guys just gonna ignore my existence? Like, what the hell? I exist. Oh, they're doing the thing. They're doing the magic find thing.
That's funny.
They're doing the because there's only 4 of them, and they're doing the magic find thing where they make the letter. Not sure if you guys are aware of that. I don't know how many of you guys don't know this, but the Glooms will actually line up and do letters. Right now they're doing the E. You can clearly see the E. Now they've changed to another letter. Now they're doing the M. This is pretty cool to watch. So they're doing the M now. And they should switch again to another letter. Yep, they're switching to another letter. This is the like hidden Easter egg inside the game where the Glooms will make specific letters. You have to get the Glooms by themselves essentially for them to do this. Otherwise they won't do it. But if you like screenshot it at just the right point when the lightning bolts are exactly in the right places, you can see the letter. And they make how many letters is it? Is it 5? I think it's 5 different letters. Let's see here. Gloom, letter, Easter egg, D2R. I can't remember the exact number of letters that they do. Here's kind of a screenshot of the various letters. So you can see there's a D, an E, an M, a V, a what is that? A K. Not really sure what that one is. And then this one kind of like they attack you from like multiple sides and make like a X. Basically each one of these is a different letter. And I guess this is the perfect character for it too, since he can't die. They've stopped making letters though now. See, now they're just attacking me. So now they're just being rude. Okay, I think there's some more globes down here. Let's see if we can find the other globes and bring them together in a pack. There should be yeah, there's another pack right here. Come on, everybody come over here and everybody shock me with your lightning. Everybody wants to see if I'm gloom proof. You'd be like, but are you gloom proof? Like, well, yeah, pretty much. Looks gloom proof to me. Players 8 glooms ain't nothing. Ain't nothing on me, son. Ain't nothing on me.
Now I wonder how your build's gonna work if you get amped and then you have a doll explode on you.
I already thought about that. That's what cleansing's for. So the plague sword gives me cleansing, and I'm stacking the resistances or the HP through that. Oh, now we got a lot of them attacking me now. Look at that. Now it's heating up. Now we're heating up. So let's switch to meditation. Can you guys overcome meditation? Another interesting way that I could bring this to enhance the regeneration more is I could go with defensive skillers. I didn't even think about that when I was first like running the build, but if I did defensive skillers, it would enhance the amount of regeneration that prayer has. The prayer is one of the unique skills in the game that actually works from soft points. So the higher level you get prayer, the better the regeneration is. So if we were to run like, I don't know, like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 defensive skillers, we can increase the prayer exponentially. I think it's like 2 per. So it would be like another 12. I don't know if that would be worth it. Let's take a look at Amazon Basin real quick while we sit here and get murdered by glomes. Totally not even paying attention to those glomes. They're poopy glomes. Poopy glomes! Poopy doopy doopy glomes. Poopy doopy doopy glomes. Yeah, it looks like it's about 2 per, or maybe about 2.5 per, because it goes from 39 to 41 and then 41 to 44. So if we were to add 6 skillers, that would bring us from 27 to 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, which would be 56 per instead of 59. So we would gain, what is that, a difference of 56 minus 39. So you gain 17. I'm not sure if that's necessarily worth it. We would be able to double that, though, from 17 to, what is that, 24 or 14, yeah, like 24 or something like that. Yeah. So 17 times 2, 34. So 34 bonus if we use meditation as well. So it would double if we were using meditation. I mean, I say glomes check out. Like, we're not having any issues with the glomes pretty much at all. Like, it even like a large number of glomes, we still seem to be okay, mainly. I mean, yeah, we had to switch to meditation aura when they really started pumping out the damage, but for the most part, we were even fine without the meditation aura. When we had like 5 or 6 glomes, it wasn't until we had like 8 or 9 glomes that like we had to punch out the meditation aura. But like even then, like you're gonna run around and smack them to death anyway. So glomes check out, dolls check out. So we're currently immortal with just about everything at the moment. Pretty easy to kill the Black Souls too. That's not bad. Certainly not hard. Let's see what's on the next floor. Cows might be a problem. I agree. Cows are all physical damage, and so our magic damage reduction isn't going to work. And we also only have 50% like physical damage reduction anyway. So 50% PDR. I mean 50% physical damage reduction, and then we have the PDR. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. We also sacrifice some of our defense, which means they're going to have an easier time hitting us. I mean, overall, it's definitely going to be a different situation. I mean, damage output isn't that bad with Conviction. Like, it's not horrible. Let's go test it with cows. Let's go do it. The crazy thing, though, is that we're doing this on, like, Players 8, and he's still handling Players 8 just fine, which means he's probably mostly immortal in P1 content for the most part. Like, P1 content, he's probably going to have absolutely no issue with whatsoever. Stone Skin, multi-shot. What is that? Let's go see if we can. Oh, he's got Mana Burn, too. We're actually taking some damage here. He's spamming those curses on me. Decrepify, amp, decrepify, amp, decrepify. He's just hitting me one after the other with the curses. Amp, decrepify again. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. We're gonna die. Meditation aura, quick. Meditation aura. Meditation. That was the most nonchalant, like, I was in danger situation I've ever been in. It was like, I'm in danger. I'm gonna die in approximately 45 seconds. At the current rate of regeneration, he will eventually breach your shields in 45 seconds. 44, 43, 42. Meditation aura engaged. Crisis averted. Back to conviction aura. It was crazy how low my HP got, and I still wasn't really in danger. Like, I was at like 200 HP, and my HP just kept going like this. It was like, oh, you're at 60 HP. You will die in approximately 30 seconds. I definitely feel... Oh, my holy shield is down, too. That probably had something to do with it. Now, I wonder how long my holy shield was down for in that. Probably that was the reason why I was actually taking damage, was the holy shield was down. Because once the holy shield goes down, my defense disappears and my block chance drops down below 75%, which is rather unfortunate. I almost want to say that it would be better off if I had less HP and more dexterity, so that I wasn't necessarily relying on the holy shield for the block chance, because in that way I would have more, like, native damage resistance, essentially, and more native reductions to give me the defense and everything that I need. That way, if my holy shield does fall in the middle of combat, that I won't be immediately in danger just because my holy shield's off and all my defense and my block chance disappears. So it could actually be beneficial to stack a little bit more dexterity so that my block chance is 75% even without holy shield. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely good that I have holy shield, and holy shield is amazing, but at the same time, like, if I'm in the middle of combat surrounded by monsters, I might not necessarily know that my holy shield's fallen off, and I'm like, oh my god, why am I taking so much damage? Oh yeah, my holy shield's gone. Oh, recast.
Can I help you?
Alright, let's go cows. We're gonna try cows, right? That's what we're gonna do. Moo 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 moo. Moo 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 moo. I think cows are going to be a problem. I agree with you guys. I think that we're going to get into the cow level, and the cow level is going to be particularly nasty because they're 100% physical damage. I don't think they hardly have any elemental damage unless you're talking about like a spectral hit or like lightning enchanted cow or something like that. But for the most part, when it comes to the cows, I'm pretty sure that most of them, if not all of them, are 100% physical damage. So this could be an interesting situation where we find out whether or not the character can handle 100% physical damage monsters. I mean, granted, I don't necessarily think this is a cow killer. So let's be perfectly honest. You're not taking your Vengeance Paladin to go cow farming for the most part. Usually you're going to use your Javazon or something like that, which is going to be much better, right? I don't have any lightning absorption. I do have cold absorption. And if I switch to the Dwarf Star, I have fire absorption. But I don't have any lightning absorption, which could be something that we could potentially try and add in. Some lightning absorption might actually be kind of neat, but I don't know where we would sacrifice to get that. I know you can get some absorption through the gauntlets. I think there's like a fire absorption from a gauntlet. You could potentially throw in something like Wisp Projector, which does have absorption. That's lightning absorption. I wouldn't want to give up the physical damage reduction to put T-Gods on, so that's kind of out. I don't know if any boots have absorption on them. I know you can get maximum resistance from something like Inferno Strides. I'd have to do a check. We'd have to do a check on it. With a C.
Yeah, Hotspurs have fire absorb on them.
All right, let's just go deep. We're going deep here. Let's just go deep, deep. We're gonna really test it out. Okay, let's just do it. Let's just meditation aura up, and let's just see if we can survive. I think that's a no. Let's see if we can attack in the middle and survive. Oh, the Immortal Paladin has died. So cow level is definitely a no, and I think that's strictly just simply because physical is going to be one of our biggest weaknesses since physical is capped at 50%. I think that's the biggest issue. So no matter how we look at it, physical resistance is the biggest problem for our build because we can't stack any more than 50% physical resistance alongside the... I need to get my corpse. Give me my corpse. Alongside the defense and whatnot. I think if we were to try the cow level version, I think we need to go back to how we had it before, which was the high defense build. Defense and block chance are the only ways that we can potentially stop the cows from hitting us. So if we go back to the high defense layer where we had the ridiculously high defense, so we could respec and we could go back to the high defense option. So let's try that. So let's go. Let's respec. We need a 220 strength. We need like what was it, like 125 or something? All right, and let's max out Holy Shield again, which brings our defense way higher. Let's max out Vengeance. 10 points in each of these again. Let's go ahead and grab Meditation just like we did before. Max out Prayer, and then that leaves us with 12 points for Conviction, which isn't quite as good, but we're only at level 14 Conviction, which is not really the greatest. This does, however, give us a much higher total defense. So if we recast our Holy Shield, now we're at 14,456 defense, which is a pretty huge increase. I mean, that's like a 5,000 defense increase over what we were sitting at before. Huge, 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 huge difference in defense. So let's run in there with the Conviction Aura first, and let's see how that rolls. So again, let's just sit in the center and let them wail on us. Okay, so definitely not. Let's try the Meditation Aura. I mean, I'm seeing significant improvements. I mean, this is a pretty harsh test sitting in the middle of a bunch of cows and, like, just trying to survive a whole, like, entire pack of cows like this. And I'll assist it with, like, one potion here. Let's see how, like, one potion handles. I mean, it's not like we're dying, right? So as long as we have some potions, as long as we are attacking targets, that extra defense made a huge difference. So huge difference, the extra defense, right? I mean, I don't know if we're getting out of this pack. Let's see if we can fight our way out of this pack. So let's pick some targets here. Let's do this champion who's probably kicking our butt. Let's get the champion out of the way first. Alright, one champion down. I mean, it's pretty impressive all on its own just to be in the middle of a pack of cows like this and just, like, taking damage. Just eating it. Like, these cows ain't playing around. They're trying to beat the crap out of me, and I'm just sitting here eating the damage. Did I put the, I didn't put the other boots back on either. That would probably make a pretty big difference as well. Give me a little bit of extra PDR. Remove a little bit more right off the top.
Slowly killing all the hell bovines, yo. Cause we got an immortal paladin doing what we do with immortal paladins. That's right, I've got an immortal pally. Come on down and you can see immortal pallies. I think at this point it's time to add in the immortal mercenary. I think this is the time we add in the immortal merc. How do we make an immortal merc though? That's the question. Like, how do we go about creating an immortal merc? Which base type merc do we use? Like, what stats do we potentially give this immortal mercenary? Like, how do we make him as immortal as possible? Unfortunately,
iron gold.
Iron golem. He'll be dead in like 2 seconds. Oh no. We're out of potions and we're gonna die. No, the immortal paladin cannot die. He is amazing. You cannot take me down. You'll never take me alive, Batman. You'll never take me alive. Hold on, zeal. Yes, get some life leech, come on, no! No, I cannot switch to anything else. Plague is required to be wielded by the paladin, otherwise you don't get the resistance, you don't get the actual regeneration. Unless you just want only cleansing and no regeneration whatsoever. Without the regeneration, I'll definitely die. The entire purpose of using the Plague Sword is to add the regeneration into the mix. The regeneration doesn't exist unless you have the synergy. The synergy is prayer. So unless you have the synergistic addition of prayer, you do not get the regeneration, and so the cleansing is essentially useless. That's why we're also using meditation at times, because meditation also gives us the regeneration. So in this particular way, we're able to double the regeneration from 39 to the amazing amount that we're currently using. I don't think more regeneration is the key. I don't think that's going to help us. I do think a mercenary that is able to wade alongside of us would definitely be useful. And also, if the mercenary were useful to us in some way, that would also be good. I feel like the barbarian might be the best option for trying to make an immortal like character, but I don't know. What's the price of immortality? I mean, honestly, it's not even that expensive. 20k right now for that entire time I was in there fighting the cows. Big whoop. Let's take a look at the mercenaries and let's see. So let's talk about the mercenaries and let's see what we can think. So first off, when it comes to the Act 2 mercenary, Act 2 mercenary is not very tanky. He has pretty low defense. He's not particularly the greatest when it comes to that sort of stuff. Obviously there's options, like you could potentially use Holy Freeze, but Holy Freeze doesn't give him any defense to actually avoid getting hit. It would slow down the enemies and make it much harder for me to get hit, which would definitely be amazing. In fact, another version of this entire build could be potentially to work Holy Freeze into the build, which could be kind of neat. I don't know if you can actually do that, though, like, reliably. I mean, assuming that you dropped Vengeance, and you dropped Conviction, so let's say you gained back 7, 8, 9 points there, and you gained back 20 points there. That would be 29 points that you would gain back from dropping Vengeance. You still have to build these, so that doesn't change anything.
But you don't need to put 10 points in resist cold because you have to put 10 points into resist cold already, which means that you're going to drop 10 more points in there, and you'll have 19 points left over for Holy Freeze, or rather 20 points in Holy Freeze and 9 points in the Synergy. I mean, that would give you cold damage, which would increase your overall kill speed. The main issue with this is that to use this, you would have to have a Cold Sunder in your build, and I'm not entirely sure how we would completely cancel out a Cold Sunder. But adding in the chilling effect would definitely be a massive work toward making the character like really, really tanky. But then again, we could also potentially just grab him to do this.
Who goes there?
I like the idea of including Holy Freeze into the build. I really do. Vengeance is nice and all, but I feel like the mana cost on it has been a prohibitive problem the entire time. Let's swap it to a Holy Freeze build, and let's see what potentially we can get out of it. Trying to think how we would swap this. Unfortunately, if we do Holy Freeze, we need lots of attack rating. That's another thing that I hadn't really considered. Massive amounts of attack rating. Like, much more than we currently have access to. The beauty of going with Conviction is that we lose a large amount of the attack rating like that we need to make the character work, and this unfortunately puts that right back on us, so now we need massive amounts of attack rating again. I mean, if we use the Holy Freeze mercenary, we can avoid that, and then he can be the Holy Freeze character. But the question then remains, how do we make him strong enough to actually survive, like, combat? He's going to need some pretty A-tier equipment to be able to survive. I feel like he's going to be dead all the time. Yeah, Zeal would be the choice for Holy Exora, but then you're completely dependent on attack rating problems, so you're going to have huge attack rating issues. I mean, at that point, you're trying to use something like Blessed Aim just to try and get your attack rating up to a point that it would actually be useful. Let's take a look at the Ag 5 Merc real quick, and let's theorize Ag 5 as well. So, Ag 5 Merc definitely has a much easier time with faster hit recovery. Also, the Frenzy Merc comes along with Iron Skin, which means that his defense is going to be far better than the Act 2 Mercs by a mile. So at least as far as that's concerned, he'll have his defense already pretty much sorted out, and we won't have to worry about defense. He does also get us 2 sword slots, which we can potentially use for things to enhance his defensiveness as well, to make an immortal character. I'm trying to think what exactly we would even use for him. I mean, we have to tackle both sides of the equation. So this is part of the issue. So there's 2 parts to the problem. There's the physical side and there's the elemental side. If he can't get the elemental side under control, then that doesn't matter. And if we can't get the physical side under control, then that doesn't matter. So he needs to have high physical resistance, and he also needs to have high elemental resistance. He needs to have high both sides. And there's very few items in the game that allow us to actually obtain that. I mean, I already know, like, off the top of my head, like, we could give him, you know, an Ethereal Guardian Angel's Templar coat, and we could give him a Kira's, right? And that would help him tremendously for elemental damage, but then he's still going to get hit really hard with, you know, physical damage. We could give him, you know, things like an Ethereal Shaft Stop, and we could give him, you know, like a lot of physical resistance, but then he's going to get hit really hard with elemental problems. So we've got to find a way that can actually give him enough physical and elemental defense where he can actually hang in there. Are there any options, sword options, like that have physical damage reduced? I can think of a couple, but I don't think they work on the Act 2 or the Act 5 mercenary. We're looking for the percentage one. Physical, this is not the right one. This is the damage reduced. We want damage reduced percentage. Resistance. Damage. Yes. Okay. So I need to take a look at swords. Craint Vomir was my original knee-jerk reaction, but Craint Vomir, unfortunately, is a two-handed weapon and doesn't work on the Barbarian. Not the dual-wield version, anyway. There is not a lot of weapons that have physical damage percentage on them. The only place that I can't do right now is cows. Yeah, that's the only place that I can't do. What about items that have defense on them? I know there's a couple items that have defense on them. Hold on.
Sword guard? What the hell is it called?
Where is... Why am I not seeing what I'm looking for here? Hold on. Why is I not defense on this list? Attack, animation, unit... Let's just try searching for defense. Let me see if that works.
Yeah, sword guard has it, but unfortunately it's two-handed.
Yeah, there's a couple items I can think of, like ribcracker, sword guard, but those are two-handed items. It would have to be a sword item or a polearm. The Atlantean has like a raw amounts, nothing too fancy there. Those are all baby numbers. What about spears? Obedience has 300. I mean, I'm starting to get something together in my head here. Okay. Alright. Let's try and put this together. Like, I got an idea of like how we combine this together and somehow make a character that is actually functional, an immortal mercenary. So let me go ahead and pull up Hero Editor real quick so we can edit in these items. Alright, he doesn't need any of this crap anymore. Well, actually, let's just clear the stash. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. There's no other way to get his resistances up higher except for Guardian Angel Templar Code. So, I say we put an ethereal Guardian Angel on him. It's actually a really good choice because then we get a socket too. And we can do something with his socket. So let's try Guardian Angel Ethereal. Let's make sure the defense is set up properly because sometimes I mess this up. I think I went through and double checked all the defense on everything, but Guardian Angel. Yes, definitely. We're gonna upgrade it. So it says here that the defense on a Guardian Angel Templar coat should be 825. Well, we got to run the base number, though. Hold on. Sometimes the base number on this stuff isn't set up properly. Unfortunately, Hero Editor doesn't like to behave. Okay, so the base defense on Guardian Angel Templar coat is 274. And then it's enhanced by 200%, but this isn't the enhanced number. This is the pre-enhanced number. So 274 plus 50% means that we're looking at 50%. 411. Okay, so that is set up properly. That's set up properly. All right. So we need the gems to upgrade it, which we have right there. And so what I'm thinking is that we accompany this with an item that's going to give us the resistances that we need, but also give us some of the physical damage reduction that we need as well. So I think the easiest choice for this is, without a doubt, the helmet. So Crown of Ages. Mainly because Crown of Ages has both faster hit recovery, all resistances, and it has damage reduced. So we're at 15% damage reduction here. We have no damage reduction here, which is unfortunate, but my thinking is we take a Burr rune and we put that in there. This will give us what am I doing? Hair, runes, Burr. So we got a Burr rune, we can throw that in there, that'll give us another 8, and we can put 2 Burr runes in the helmet, which will give us what is that? 8, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, so 24%. Plus the 15, so 34 or 5, so 39. So I'll be at 39%, which is pretty close to the cap, but not quite. And then I think we use Obedience. The reason why I think we use Obedience is because we need to hit the caps. And Obedience does have resistances on it. So if we look at Obedience here, actually we don't have any life leech if we use Obedience, do we? I just now thought of that. Because there's no life leech on Obedience, there's no life leech on the Crown of Ages, and there's no life leech on the Templar coat. Huh. Might still work anyway. But no life leech is very sad. Chains of Honor will cap out his reses, but 75% is not enough. Chains of Honor is... We're trying to build the impossible here. We're not trying to build the generic. Chains of Honor is a generically good plate. It's absolutely amazing, but it's not going to make him invincible. What other weapon options do we have besides Obedience Mancatcher? I'm trying to think. We need something that's actually going to make him survive. I mean, having Decrepify proc certainly wouldn't be awful. I mean, Reaper's Toll is Life Leech. And the problem there is, though, I don't think we get enough resistances. I don't know how much resistances we need to actually make this character work. Let's do a quick save on this. Let's put it together real quick, and let's see how much resistances he has and how much we need to actually hit those caps. Because we're increasing his resistance cap rather tremendously with Guardian Angel. And there's every possibility that we might not be able to hit those caps without relying on resistances from the weapon. There's no point in putting Guardian Angel on him if we can't hit the resistances.
Are you using Kira's? Sorry.
I didn't think Kira's would be a good choice.
Okay. I was gonna say with Kira's and Guardian, he'll be at 85 all res for everything.
Well, yeah, and that'll protect him against elemental, and then he'll die to all the physical damage whenever we get hit by physical monsters.
Correct.
So the goal here is to try and find a way around that to give us the physical resistance and the elemental resistance at the same time.
That's where I'm struggling as well.
I mean, I could make you immune to any element that you wanted. So, like, if you want to be immune to fire, I can make you immune to fire. If you want to be immune to lightning, I can make you immune to lightning. If you want to be immune to cold or poison, I can make you immune to both of those. But, like, if you want to be immune to everything, that's where problems start to crop up. And so, like, if we're trying to make an immortal, a literally immortal mercenary, like, we've got to find ways to give him everything that he needs and then some. So he needs to have the ability to increase his resistances to the cap. He needs to also be able to increase his physical resistances, at least as close to the cap as we can possibly get him. He needs physical damage reduction. He needs everything. So he's gonna need a lot of stuff to hit that cap. All right, so this is what we have so far. I don't think this one's gonna work. Unfortunately, no life leech. It's a really amazing item. It has faster hit recovery. It's got pretty much everything you want on it. Crushing blow, all resistances, the works. But I just don't think it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna function unless we have some sort of life leech. Reaper's Toll sounds like a good choice. It does. We're gonna take a look at Reaper's Toll, but Reaper's Toll might not have enough resistances to cap out his reses. So we're gonna check that first. Alright, what do we got on here? We got Asab. What's up, Asab? You're up. Let's check his resistances first, and let's see what he's sitting at. So he has 65 all-res as a level 98 mercenary. With Guardian Angel, that's going to bring his caps. All of his caps are now going to be, what, 75... 85, 90. So he should be sitting at 90% all caps, which means that he needs, what is that, 90 minus 65. So he only needs 25%. I guess Crown of Ages is enough. That's enough to push him over the top. So with just Crown of Ages and Guardian Angel Templar Coat Ethereal, he's already sitting at 90% all res. So let's upgrade this, which I didn't bring the gem. Oh, I got some in here already. Okay. So let's upgrade his Guardian Angel Templar coat into a Guardian Angel Hellforge plate. That brings it up to 2,226 defense, which is insane. Now we're going to tap that off with another Burr Rune. And this brings him up to 39% physical damage reduced, 30% faster at recovery, 30% block rate. Of course, he doesn't block, so 30% faster at recovery. So at this point, he just needs a really god-tier weapon to top off all of his damage output. He needs something that has life leech on it, because we don't have life leech on the current two pieces that we're using. His faster hit recovery is mostly taken care of by the helmet, but it would be nice to get some more faster hit recovery. We don't have to worry about reses, so he's fine there. Alright, so Ethereal Reaper's Toll would be a really good choice. What other weapon choices do we have besides Ethereal Reaper's Toll? I'm trying to think of like other choices that could be really good for his defense. I was actually wondering, so that can't be made in a polearm, so that's no good. I'm thinking about trying to give him another aura as well. I was playing around with like different options in my head, but I don't think there's a lot of choices to give him other auras. Pride's useless. He can't use ice. He can't use Last Wish. He can't use a lot of things. There's a lot of aura-based items, but I don't think he can use like hardly any of them.
I recommend Doom, maybe. You
Aura.
get the Holy Freeze aura, then you can put like a prayer aura on him if you wish. That'll help you and him.
Let's see. I mean, insight, which is useless. I'm just looking at all the various options. Yeah, I mean, there's really not a lot of good options, are there? I mean, Doom, it does have Holy Freeze Aura on it. Can be made in a pole arm. Does it have any life leech on it, though? It's got Prevent Monster Heal, Open Wounds, Deadly Strike, negative 60% enemy cold resistance. It has no life leech.
Oh, I tried. Well, that's why I was saying you'll have Doom, right? And then you could give him like a prayer aura, right? And you'll both benefit from that.
I don't think prayer helps him at all, unfortunately.
I'm using it right now. My Merc is destroying. Yeah, he's on P8 right now, and he just took out all of Fridge Highlands by himself, essentially, with me just standing there.
I mean, it would be nice to have 2 auras. For him to have 2 auras. Like, if he was using Holy Freeze aura and then he also had access to something else, it would be pretty strong. We could try it and see if he stays alive. I mean, the best bet would probably be to go with Defiance, so that he has more defense, and that way he's not getting hit at all. Combined between Holy Freeze and Defiance, he'd be, like, next to unstoppable. And it would also enhance my defense as well, which would be really nice. Like, the two combined together would be very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Let's add a Doom weapon in. Beep. Oh, more sound effects. I mean, worst things worse, we try it and it fails. Do we try it and it fails? I don't know. Maybe it fails. We'll add in the other option too, though. We'll add in a ethereal Reaper's Toll, which is also a good option because it has Decrepify. So then you get Decrepify and Holy Freeze together, which is also pretty awesome. Only problem with that combination is that Decrepify doesn't work on all monsters. So we run into like Doom Lords or something, we're probably gonna get our butts handed to us. Do the Reaper's Toll F, and then we also need a Doom Polearm. Weapons, Doom Polearm. Doom Cryptic Axe. We kind of want something faster, but we can edit it. Let's edit it. What is the faster polearm base? Thresher, I think. It's probably Thresher.
Giant Thresher.
Giant Thresher and Thresher, they're both the same speed.
Oh yeah, that's right. I normally just go with Giant because it's more damage, but...
Item code. What is this, a 5-socket? That's a 5-socket. Boom, boom, boom. Thresher has a higher top end damage. Giant Thresher has a better average. I think I'm gonna go with Thresher. Yes, other sockets, 5, save, close. Think. Alright, so we got Doom and we've got Reaper's Toll. Reaper's Toll has the added benefit of being able to have a socket in it, which makes it an interesting choice from that perspective. So, what would we potentially put in the socket? Doesn't have any crushing blow. He doesn't have any crushing blow at all, so probably just another burr rune sounds fun. Just give him some crushing blow so he can actually hit the targets for a decent amount of damage, as opposed to doing mainly just basic damage. Yeah, I think that worked just fine. A little bit of CB. Well, he's already capped out on reses, so we don't have to worry about the resistances. Alright, video items 3. Where are you at? Let's copy you over. Boom, 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 boom. But when you have lower res, will you be immortal? So that's kind of the entire purpose of running Cleansing Aura. Cleansing Aura is going to clear off any kind of curses that get cast on you. So we have permanent Cleansing Aura on the Paladin because he's using the Plague Sword, which is also how he's getting the regeneration in the first place. So permanent Cleansing Aura means we're going to be able to clear off whatever curses that we get cast on ourselves. And yeah, you're right, like amplify damage and lower res are going to completely ruin any kind of like tankiness that your character has. So it definitely helps to have access to some way to clear those curses off, especially the physical damage reduction, because you can only have 50% physical damage reduction as it is, and amplify damage would bring you down to -50. So having that that curse removal is kind of just required. The funny thing is that it's pretty much the same for like the Immortal Sorceress as well, because she is very, vulnerable to curses. So it's actually very nice to have the same thing going on with her. It's nice to have the Cleansing Aura to clear off the curses, because once she gets cursed with amplify damage or decrepify or like lower resistance or that blood curse where she starts spending her HP as mana, like there's a bunch of different ways that like it can go, but those curses can do tons of damage, and the poison also does tons of damage. So we have permanent cleansing to try and take care of those problems. I mean, granted, it's not always going to be a foolproof plan, and you might have like 4 or 5 Doom Knights spamming curses on you back to back, and even if you cleanse them off immediately, like they're just, curse, 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 curse. And in those situations, like Cleansing Aura is not going to help you, right? It's not going to help you if you have like unlimited cleansing or curses being cast on you at all times. Did I even take the weapons out and put them in the stash? Like, what the hell did I do? What did I do? I don't even know what I did. I mean, that's pretty much what we've done already, Death, is we have a huge amount of, like, MDR and PDR right now. We currently have 56 PDR and 50 MDR with our current setup, along with 95% all resistances, 50% physical damage reduction, well, 51% physical damage reduction, and we're kind of, like, pushing it to see if we can become immortal. We'll see. I like the idea of not having the... Let's see here. The Holy Freeze aura on him. So we're going to grab Pratham with the Defiance aura. Oh, I don't have enough gold. Heh. That's okay. We'll fix that. Sell off everything I own in my stash. Bunch of testing equipment that I've got laying around. A bunch of silly things. Sell an infinite number of sojas to the shop. That sounds like fun too. Perfect. See, now we got gold. Alright, Pratham.
I'll put that to good use.
Yeah, Jeweler's Circlet of the Life Everlasting is an interesting option, but I wasn't sure how good it was going to be over something like Vampire Gaze. Vampire Gaze has 15 MDR. It also has 20% physical damage reduction on it already. And you could stack on an additional 8 with a Burr Rune. With a Jeweler's Circlet of the Life Everlasting, you've got, what, 3 sockets, which is 8, 16, or 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 24, so 24%. So you get, what, a little bit more PDR, you lose the MDR, you lose the Life Leech, you lose their defense, and you lose, like, a 4%. I don't know if it's worth it. Especially considering a Jeweler's Circlet of the Life Everlasting is much harder to come by than a Vampire Gaze with a Burr Rune in it. I think the Jeweler's Circle of the Life Everlasting, like, is probably many factors in excess more rare than what I'm using right now. Let's see here. So let's test out the Doom weapon first. That's the idea. And let's put on Conviction Aura. He's doomed. I mean, he's looking pretty good. He's got 39% physical damage reduced. He's got 45% increased attack speed, 30% faster recovery, which is kind of important for him. Prevent monster heal doesn't work on him. Freezes target. Open wounds, deadly strike, negative 60% cold res. He's running the level 12 Holy Freeze aura. And he also gets access to the Defiance aura, which should bring his defense even higher. Let's see what his Defiance aura is. He got Defiance up yet? He does. So he is now sitting at 16,054 defense with his current setup. That's pretty considerable. His resistance has currently got knocked down. Conviction Aura? Looks like a monster with Conviction Aura hit him. He was at 30%. How about my defense? My defense is currently 22,034. I think it's time for a rematch with the cows. Let's go test the cows and do a little rematch here, shall we? So let's go to Stony Field, grab another leg. I mean, we're not just trying to make a character that's immune to cows' death. We're trying to make a character that's immune to everything. Immune to Uber Diablo, which we tested Uber Diablo earlier. Immune to Gloams, immune to everything. Like, literally everything. It'd be interesting to see if he can actually tank Uber Diablo. That would definitely be something to see. I know I can tank Uber Diablo, but can he tank Uber Diablo? That's the question. Alright, let's go into the cows and let's have some fun, shall we? Can he tank Uber Tristram? We haven't tested that yet. I mean, he can stand there and tank Uber Diablo just fine, but whether or not he can tank Uber Tristram, I guess we're going to have to find out. Oh, no. Actually, I already know what I'm doing. Oh, he's immune to physical. Look at that. There's 2 elites in here. Wow, okay. I can't find them, but there's 2 elites in here somewhere. One of them was Stone Skin. Where's he at? I can't find him. Night Eater, Extra Fast, Cursed Teleportation. And the other one that was in here was Stone Skin. I can't find him, though. Unless he's already dead. Oh, now we've got Amp. So one of them must be cursed. Oh, yeah, he's cursed. Amp Curse went off pretty quickly, though. Oh, there he is. Rust Touch the Tainted. Extra strong, fire enchanted, stone skin, immune to physical, immune to fire. Interesting. Doing like no damage to this guy. I mean, Merc's surviving. He's surviving. That's definitely a thing. He 100% is alive, I suppose, at the very, like, barest of the equation there. He's slowly dying, though. I think it's the Curse Aura. Every single time the Curse Aura comes out, he's unfortunately getting hit by that Curse Aura, and he's taking huge amounts of damage during that time frame. At least it shows that the Cleansing Aura is doing a good job to remove the amplified damage completely. Why Koa over Vamp Gaze? I mean, I could go the other way, but then I would need resistances on the weapon. So the key is that we want to use Guardian Angel to increase his resistances, right? But at the same time, you can't just use the increase to resistances. You have to have some way to actually bring the resistances to the cap. If we don't use the plus resistances from Koa, then we're sitting at 65% instead of 90. Now, if we get our resistances from somewhere else, you know, we potentially could, but there's not a lot of weapons that give resistances. We would have to drop Doom, and we would have to go with something else like
Tomb Reaver
or Obedience. Those are like our 2 options. Obedience doesn't give any life leech, and also doesn't give Holy Freeze Aura, so we'd probably be stuck with Tomb Reaver. So Ethereal Tomb Reaver would probably be the only option at that point. I mean, having massive amounts of defense is great, but defense doesn't help you versus any kind of elemental damage. So once you put on Fort, you're going to only have 75% resistances, and he's going to get absolutely demolished by fire, lightning, ice, and poison. If I was building him strictly for cows, yeah, I would go high defense. I would go Fort, no choice. Like, Fort is like one of the best options. Or you could go with Ethereal Shaft Stop. Ethereal Shaft Stop upgraded is very powerful as well.
That's what I'm using on mine right now.
Fort as a weapon? It's an interesting choice.
The problem with that is that you would have, I'm pretty sure, Monstrous Flee on that.
Does it have hit causes monster to flee?
Fortitude, weapon, yes. Hit causes monster to flee. 25% chance.
That's unfortunate.
that's the only downside, or else I would slightly agree with that. That's not really a bad option, but again,
It does have max resistances on it too.
you know,
It has DR on it as well, DR7. It has enough resistances to cover the gap. It does, and it also gives him more defense. He would lose the Holy Freeze aura, and unfortunately I would lose the Defiance aura, because I would either have to keep him as Defiance or keep him as Holy Freeze, but I wouldn't be able to get both. The Doom offers you both, essentially, the defense bonus and the Holy Freeze. Let's go see how he does versus Uber Diablo. Let's see if he can actually survive Uber Diablo. I'm kind of interested to see what happens. I have a feeling he's not going to. That's my personal a feeling there. I think he's gonna get his butt kicked, but let's start him out easy, and let's start him out with a P1 Uber Diablo, and let's see if he can survive at least Players 1 Uber Diablo. Why is hit causes monster to flee a downside? Because it overwrites curses. It overwrites all curses. It is technically a curse, so it would overwrite things like Decrepify, lower resistance, you know, etc., etc., etc. Anything that essentially would help you, it's going to overwrite. Except for on bosses. It won't overwrite on bosses, at the very least. There's at least that. So when you're fighting like an elite monster or a boss, they can't be fleed. So in that very rare situation, you won't have any kind of negative. Alright, so we are going to run Conviction Aura like we normally would. And we're going to let him have fun at it. We're just not even going to attack. I'm at least going to give him a fighting chance, though, and take out some of the additional Felger Carb around him so he doesn't have to deal with everything else. And I guess since we're having an issue where he's attacking me, let's actually point him at the mercenary. So the mercenary has to actually take the damage. So many crappy monsters around. So many crappy monsters in town. Come on back and get your butt kicked. I'm tired of killing every one of you quick. God. It's like a never-ending story. Like you kill one monster pack, you move forward a little bit, another monster pack aggroes. You kill the next monster pack, another monster pack aggroes. It keeps going on for infinity. Alright, everybody dead? Okay. Let's hit him with a couple potions to reset the playing field. And then we'll hands off. Oh yeah, I should probably hit him with Prevent Monster Heal real quick. So that the Merc can actually do damage to him. So he's not just constantly regenerating all damage. I like how Diablo is completely unaffected apparently by the Holy Freeze aura. It seems like it's barely even working. I don't know what's going on. I guess Uber Diablo is immune to Holy Freeze. I mean, I've had mercenaries that, try to tank Uber Diablo and fail horribly, and this one is doing an amazing job with it. Absolutely amazing.
I will be back.
It looks like he'll eventually die. Like, if I sit here long enough and I don't help him, I'm not fighting alongside him, it looks like he will eventually die. Let's try swapping to meditation and see if that helps. I doubt it, but... Alright, I don't have the money to resurrect him. No. Okay. Now, part of that is because he has no life leech. So, that was literally just him trying to tank Uber Diablo with no life leech. Right, so the other option is Reaper's Toll. I think Reaper's Toll is a good option because it has life leech on it. Let's try adding a Reaper's Toll instead of the other item. And let's see how he does with Reaper's Toll instead. I think the life leech will make all the difference in the world because he currently has none. And will help him hit that resistance number, the physical damage number, like the whole 9 yards. And we also get a little bit of crushing blow as well, which might actually help tremendously. Let's see. He's still taking a relatively large amount of damage from... Looks like the floor fire. The floor fire is mainly physical. Yeah, he takes huge amounts of damage from the floor fire. Like, he just absolutely gets wrecked by that floor fire. So, the floor fire, how we could potentially deal with that is we could increase his physical damage reduction. PDR, instead of giving him more physical damage percentage, we could put more physical damage or PDR items on him. Soul runes would probably fix that problem. If we put soul runes on him, that would probably fix the problem. So instead of going with burr runes, we go with soul runes, a much cheaper option. That would be what? 7, 7, 14... 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. That would be 21 PDR. That might be just enough, I don't know, to cancel out the physical damage coming from that attack. I don't want to say that he's doing terribly, though. Like, I feel like he's doing a hell of a lot better than I would normally think that he would be. I wonder why it seemed like he was less tanky with the life leech than he was with the Doom. Why would the Doom be more tanky? I don't understand. It doesn't have life leech on it. So, like, if you're looking at them side by side each other, I don't think those two particular items are like crazy different in terms of like what they achieve.
At your service.
I mean, Decrepify even could have helped a little bit in terms of damage output, but it didn't seem like the Decrepify helped at all. I mean, the +2 skill on Doom would have given him, what, a little bit more AR and a little bit more Defiance, which wouldn't even really be that big of a deal. The Holy Freeze Aura wasn't even working. So, like, in terms of that, like, the Holy Freeze Aura wasn't even doing anything. There's no Life Leech on Doom, so he wasn't getting any heals from it. I don't know why specifically Doom would have been a tankier option over Reaper's Toll. It's faster, but without any life leech, you wouldn't have actually stolen anything to begin with. Let's try him in a another area. How about that? Let's do what are we on? Players 1 right now? So that was just players 1, right? Or mercenary. Let's try him in Trav. Let's see him get his butt kicked in Trav. No, the tanky part of Reapers is the Decrepify and the Life Leech. Doom doesn't have any Life Leech, and it doesn't have Decrepify either. So technically, by that standard, the Reapers should be the tankier option in general. You could also potentially use that socket for something that increases the tankiness as well, which is an option. Mercenary is just eating those Hydras. I mean, yeah, you could use a Shale Rune or an IAS Jewel to increase his attack speed for more Life Leech. This is mainly a test of the Mercenary, not a test of me. So I'm just trying to see if he can survive, but I'm also not going to just, like, sit here and, like, not kill anything. I feel like it's better if we fight together. Because anytime you're fighting with a Mercenary, the Mercenary is obviously going to benefit from you. I don't know if we can hit the maximum resistance with Tomb Reaver and Vamp Gaze, although we could definitely check. Tomb Reaver has what, 40 resistance on it? I'm trying to remember. Tomb Reaver is a really nice option. Yeah, 50. It goes up to 50. Holy crap. Okay. Alright. Well, I mean, if we use that, then we definitely don't need any resistance coming from the helmet. We could potentially switch over to Vamp Gaze, an Ethereal Vamp Gaze at that. And then what the hell do we put in the 3 sockets? I don't even know. I guess one of them is going to be dedicated to a Life Leech gem. Or an Amrune, most likely. Probably Amrune. Because it has no Life Leech on it, so we need Life Leech. So we put an Amrune in it for 1, and then we have 2 more sockets. Well, why Perfect Skull? Perfect Skull's Mana Leech. 3 Zod runes. No Dark Cool. Oh yeah, if we switch to Vamp Gaze, then we already have Life Leech, so we don't necessarily need Life Leech. I mean, at this point, though, it's just, like, damage output. I don't know if you can get MDR and PDR on jewels. We can always check. Let's take a look at the affixes and let's see if it spawns on jewels and at what levels. Damage reduction. No jewels. No jewels. No jewels. No jewels. What about physical damage reduction? No jewels, no jewels, no jewels. No, it doesn't spawn on jewels. It does not do the spawning on the jewels. Clearly I need to make a safety weapon. That'd be great. Can you even make an ethereal safety weapon? That'd be funny. Yeah, Perfect Skull is not going to be better than an Amarin, guys. I don't know why you guys keep recommending Perfect Skulls. Perfect Skulls give Life Leech and Mana Leech in weapons. That's what they give. Life Leech, Mana Leech. Not even a lot. It's like 4% Life Leech, like 3% Mana Leech. Not a good option for any piece of equipment, honestly. I don't know why people keep recommending skulls. It's weird. It's weird. You guys are weird. Stop recommending skulls. The mercenary definitely doesn't need Mana Leech. Unless you guys know something I don't. Like, is that a thing? Mercenaries got Mana Leech, you guys are on the in and I'm on the out? The Cult of the Peace Skull. The Cult of the Peace Skull. I'm trying to think here. Like, I do like the idea of Tomb Reaver, but I also, like, hate the idea of Tomb Reaver because it's super rare. Like, especially 3 sockets, ethereal, and with good modifiers. It's probably one of the rarest items. I think it actually is, like, the rarest item in the game, like, bar none. Isn't Tomb Reaver literally, statistically, like a perfect Tomb Reaver, like one of the rarest items in the game? I mean, granted, you could find an ethereal one with 3 sockets. I mean, the mods would probably be terrible on it. It would be all over the place, and you wouldn't necessarily, like, get what you were looking for, but it would be something. Just get lucky, bro? Okay, just get lucky. Okay, he said just be a god among men and elves and everything. Just be a god. That's the solution for everything, guys. Just be a god. Let's take a look at the runes real quick and what we could potentially put in the item. I'm pretty sure for weapons, most of the stuff that we can put in items is not going to be useful for us. Like damage versus undead, knockback. I mean, Eth runes are extremely powerful, and that could be a really good consideration. And that might up his ability to kill things tremendously. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be, like, opposed to 3 Eth runes, because technically 3 Eth runes would give him way more ability to kill things. If he can hit, he can steal life, and if he can steal life, then he's going to survive easier, better. Like, so that's potentially an interesting option. At least maybe 1 or 2, but, like, Eth runes, solid options. Most of this stuff is pretty garbage. Amrune is Life Leech if we need Life Leech. So if we need Life Leech, the best rune for Life Leeching is 7% on the Amrune. Definitely exceeds the Perfect Skull, you guys, by, like, a lot. Since the Perfect Skull is only 4% Life Leech and the Amrune is 7% Life Leech, there's no reason why you would go with a Perfect Skull over an Amrune if you're looking for Life Leech. Does negative target's defense really that effective? Yes, it's probably one of the best stats in the entire game, Darkcool. Negative target's defense reduces the monster's defense, reducing the overall attack rating that you need to actually hit the target. Think about it like this. Like, if a monster has 5,000 defense and you have negative 50% target's defense, you're bringing that monster down to 2,500. If you can get your negative target's defense to 100%, you can literally take a monster with 5,000 defense and subtract 100% defense from that target, bringing him down to 0, meaning that you basically need no attack rating. Against bosses, it's half effective. So when you're fighting a boss, if a boss has like 5,000 defense, you can still bring the monster's defense, the boss's defense, down by 50%, which is half the rated value of 100, which brings them down to 2,500. Honestly, like, if you're a melee character or a ranged character, F-runes are like one of the most powerful items that you can, or socketables that you can put in your weapon. Like, pretty much bar none, unless you have no issues with attack rating. Unless your attack rating is so high that you just don't care, like, F-runes are still extremely powerful. Now, if you do happen to have like 15k attack rating without trying or something, then yeah, F-runes become garbage at that point, because then you don't need any type of defense reduction. But very, very powerful runes. Extremely powerful. In fact, I'm highly considering just throwing 3 of them in there. Reducing all monsters' defense by 75% would be a massive boon to his offensive capability, which would mean more hits, which would mean more life leech, which would mean more survivability in general. That way he's not constantly whiffing all the time. Does negative targets defense work in PvP? It used to. So there was a time when F-runes were literally the best rune to put in your PvP equipment, where literally every single PvP weapon known to man had an F-rune in it. And it wasn't until the developers realized that it was kind of broken, and being able to reduce a person's defense by such a huge portion was kind of, you know, like absolutely bugged to the point where you didn't even have defense anymore. And so they nerfed it, and they made it not work anymore. So negative targets defense, as far as I am aware, does not work in PvP anymore, although it used to be the dominating rune for a very long time, where literally everybody who was playing PvP during the time when the runes first came out to the time they nerfed it, everybody had an F-rune in their equipment if they were fighting melee. Now, if you put a P-Skull in your PvP weapons, exactly. P-Skulls in your PvP weapons are the best. Okay, I'm going down the list. Shell Rune, obviously we can get 20% increased attack speed, which we could potentially put 3 of them in there for 60% increased. Tomb Reaver already has, what, 60% increased attack speed on it? I don't know how much that brings, like, our total up to, but like, maybe there is a specific breakpoint we could shoot for. Maybe combining, like, its shell runes with Eth runes could be really powerful. Chance of open wounds, prevent monster. Oh yeah, somebody asked, why would hit causes monster to flee be a negative when you're trying to make an immortal character? So the funny thing about hit causes monster to flee and NPCs is that when the NPC causes monsters to run away, they often chase, which can often lead them into the very bad situations where they're like off the screen, outside of your protective range of auras, like fighting monsters that you can't even see, like grabbing huge packs of monsters and dragging them in. I find that knockback and hit causes a monster to flee on NPCs tends to be more trouble than it's worth, because the NPC isn't smart enough to know not to chase, which is unfortunate. Gull Rune gives 20% AR, not as good as an Eth Rune. Ohm Rune gives 50% damage bonus, which increased damage would definitely be nice. Low Rune gives Deadly Strike, which in this particular case could be interesting to increase his damage. Does it have any Deadly Strike? Or, yeah, any Deadly Strike on it? I don't think our boy has any Deadly Strike at the moment. I double check the Tomb Reaver because I can't remember if it has any Deadly Strike on it. It does not. Giving him at least some Deadly Strike could be extremely powerful, especially considering he has no Deadly Strike. So the addition of any Deadly Strike would be massive for him, considering there's 0% on his character. So a low rune is a good option as well. We could potentially give him Crushing Blow as well, so that's another option. So how about this? How about we do... think miscellaneous runes. I think we do one low rune for the Deadly Strike, because that'll give him double damage on occasion, which will help him with his leeching. I think it already has 60% increased attack speed, so I think we avoid the Shell rune. I think he's already attacking really dang fast with this weapon. I think it'll be okay. Then we throw in probably an Eth rune to make sure that he's getting his hits off, because obviously if he's not connecting his hits, it doesn't matter if he does tons of damage. So having negative 25% enemy target defense is huge for him. And then I'm not sure if we put in a Burr rune for Crushing Blow, or if we just put in another Eth rune for faster attack, for better chance of actually hitting the target. I mean, going from 25 to 50% negative targets defense would be huge, but also adding in a little bit of Crushing Blow certainly wouldn't be terrible either. But he doesn't get any survivability bonus from Crushing Blow. And we're trying to make an immortal character. We're not trying to make something that, like, that's a luxury, right? It's a luxury at this point. So either another Eth rune, or we put in something else that increases his attack speed. We'd have to check his breakpoints and see if that actually, like, hits anything. Let's see if we actually get any kind of breakpoint from that. ITD doesn't help against anything except for trash mobs. So the problem with ignores targets defense is it only works on non-elite, non-champion, non-minion, non-boss monsters. Like, let me write that out for you so it makes sense. So ignores targets defense only works on non-champion, non-elite, non-minion monsters. Actually, hold on, I forgot non-boss. Non-boss monsters. So if you're trying to figure out how ITD functions only by allowing you to ignore, I totally misspelled ignore, defense on very specific monster types. It's actually quite horrible. Alright, so let's see. So, Desert Mercenary, Jab, weapon is going to be a Cryptic Axe. He's going to have 60% increased attack speed base on the Cryptic Axe. And he's going to have no increased attack speed from any other sources. So according to this, with 60% increased attack speed, he is at 11 FPA. And if he had, what is that, 50, 60, 76, so that wouldn't bring him up, 80, 96. So he would need 2 Shell runes to hit the next breakpoint, and I don't think that's worth it. I don't think that's worth it. 2 Shell runes is a lot of runes. That's going to cut out basically both Eth runes to get 1 extra FPA. I'd rather him hit more often, like actually hit the target more often, than just swing more often and miss a whole bunch. So I think we skimp the Shell runes. All right, so let's save that and let's copy that over, and we'll test that out next. Oh yeah, I forgot. We need to edit in a vamp gaze for him too, don't we? Yeah, we need to edit in a vamp gaze. An ethereal vamp gaze at that. Because we're switching him from the Crown of Ages to the vamp gaze. Want little bit of vamp gaze. Come on down a vamp haze. Give me that a vamp gaze. Bump down a vamp gaze. Armor in the helmet ways. Gonna get a vamp gaze. Alright, Ethereal Vamp Gaze. And I'm not sure what we put in there. Another Burr Rune for more physical damage reduction, or do we put in a Soul Rune for for more, I don't know. Man, I think the idea is to make him tanky, so probably the physical damage reduction. That's the wrong one. Hold on. We need the new... yeah, we need the new one, and it needs to be ethereal, special, ethereal, make item ethereal. We also need to modify the defense, because for some reason or another, Hero Editor never modifies the defense properly. So we need to add the bonus in here. So 126 plus 50% is 189. So 189. Save modified item. Let's export that too, so I have that in the file next time I update it. Alright, done. Cody, quit digging, buddy. Don't huff at me. You's tearing yourself to pieces. You won't tear yourself to pieces? You want to be a half a dog? Hmm? You want to rip off a leg or an arm? Can't just dig yourself to death, buddy. Alright, there's the perfect Tomb Reaver, which doesn't exist. And then we've got low FF, which is I think what we're going to put on there. And then we got our Vamp Gaze. Let's just put a Burr Rune in there for right now. We might change it out later. Yep, Monster Dog. Monster Dog. Alright, Mercenary, let's swap out that pathetic baby weapon, that Reaper's Toll Ethereal, which is garbage, and let's give you something that's actually got some heft to it, like this big Ethereal Tomb Reaver. There you go. Now you're sitting at negative 50% target's defense, a low rune, you got Ethereal Vamp Gaze on your head now, so we'll change it out for some Life Leech there. And that brings him to 36% physical damage reduction, MDR 15, which is nice because Vampire Gaze has that 15 MDR on it. He's got a decent amount of Life Leech. He's got 8%. It's not bad. 60% increased attack speed. He's got no FHR, does he? So sad. I mean, he does have a really high amount of defense with his current setup, so he might be okay. Ah, yes. You will find an item worth probably actual real money, like $10,000 Provabec, and you're just gonna put chipped skulls in it. That sounds amazing. Don't worry, we can hell rune out the chipped skulls. Don't worry, we can hell rune out the skulls. Alright, so 14,681 defense, 90% all resistances. He's actually overcapped by a little bit too, which is pretty good. Let's see how he performs down here by himself real quick. Like, let's just let him have at it. I'm gonna park myself like nearby. I'm gonna keep my Conviction Aura up because he's gonna be with me all the time, so he gets the Conviction Aura too. And we'll just let him have at it. Go down here. Yeah, murder. Murder, death, kill, MDK. I mean, this is just P1. Let's bump this up. These are rookie numbers. All right, let's get out of here because we need to go to another area for it to go to P8. So let's go to Canyon of the Magi. It's a spicy zone. There's elemental damage. There's physical damage. There's poison. It's pretty spicy. Like, it's a pretty spicy area. Let's see how he handles the Hellcats and the bugs and all sorts of other stuff. And this is a player's 8 test instead of a P1 test. Nope, he's got a curse. He's cursed and he's taking damage. Oh no, he's actually getting hit. Oh no. Oh. A Hermosa's adamant fell on the ground. Where did that amp curse come from? Grey Mame. He was doing just fine until the amp curse hit. Got a Burger King crown fell on the ground. Your mercenary folds like a lawn chair. I guess that's one way to think about it. You know what am I doing? I'm gonna sell that Grand Crown for money. That thing's worth cash. Yeah, the hit recovery definitely is a problem. He has no faster hit recovery with this setup, unfortunately. The one of the problems is that we switched out to from Crown of Ages, and Crown of Ages has 30% faster hit recovery, which is massive. So by losing 30% faster hit recovery, we'd have to like make up for it somewhere else. I don't think any of the other weapon choices have any faster hit recovery on them. Poor Mercenary has like one of the worst faster hit recoveries in the game. He's just not good on the faster hit recovery front. He'll put that to good use, guys. He's gonna put that to good use. Let's try somewhere else spicy. What do we got? Let's try Worldstone Keep level 2. See if he can survive Worldstone Keep. What do we got in here? Any Glomies? Anything fun to play with? Poison skeletons that he can't life leech off of. That should be a good test. Yeah, it does. Obedience is pretty nice as well. It has the faster recovery. It does indeed. I had originally considered it as one of my first choices, but it didn't have any life leech, so. I think with that combination, I think his resistance has dropped down to 65%. Actually, I don't remember. Does I don't know. Obedience does have like 20 to 30 reses on it, doesn't it? Or 20 to 25. It does have resistances on it. It's not a terrible option. It was literally my first knee-jerk reaction when I was thinking about which weapon to give him. Was it an Obedience Pancatcher? Yeah, the 40 CV is amazing too. It's one of the most powerful merc weapons, like hands down. I'm surprised he's doing so well versus the poison. Like he is tanking that poison like it's nothing. And these, you gotta keep in mind that like these skeletons, he can't life leech off any of these guys. So he's tanking the poison and he's not life leeching off of most of these monsters. This isn't really a good combination of monsters though. Let's reboot and see if we can find a different combination of monsters. Well, yeah, I mean, Cleansing Aura comes with a package, right? Because I have Cleansing Aura, so like it's definitely a very powerful like addition to this build is to have the Cleansing Aura active all the time on him and on me. That way, the auras don't necessarily, or the curses don't necessarily affect him as much. Oh, we got snakes. Snakes are nasty. They got magic damage. We need to find a bigger pack, though. Oh, there you go. There's a big pack of beetles. Let's stand over to the side and be useless. Oh, he's getting wrecked. He's getting wrecked. I'll feed him some potions. Let's see if he can survive with a couple potions. Extra strong, mana burn, fire enchanted. Unfortunate. Yeah, I don't think that the Tomb Reaver is gonna work, and it's really just because there's no faster hit recovery on it. I think that's all there is to it. The lack of faster hit recovery means he keeps getting interrupted, and if he's getting interrupted, he's not getting his hits off, and if he's not getting his hits off, then he's slowly dying, essentially. Mancatcher, the ethereal Mancatcher, obedience might actually be a better choice. They burned his mana. He needs to use Peace Skulls. Dear Lord Jesus with these Peace Skulls. I'm gonna go get a Griswold set and fill it with Peace Skulls just to make you guys shut up about the Peace Skulls. Oh my god, about the Peace Skulls. It's not the Peace Skulls. Why are we the Peace Skulls? Always with the Peace Skulls. Stop digging. Lay down. Lay down and stop digging. No digging. Yeah, I see you digging. Voraciously too, like there's a mutated alien flea like crunching on your gonads. I see you going at it like 10,000 miles an hour like some sort of cartoon character. Okay? What are you gonna do? Chew your nuts off? Huh? Is that what you're gonna do? Just chew your nuts straight off? I guess then they won't bother you no more if you don't got any. Dang. Should see him over there. Just. Yeah, look, here he is, right here. This is the thing, right here. This is the monster. This is it. This is the boy. This is the monster boy. You see this guy? You see this monster dog? This a monster dog. Yeah, monster. Monster dog. He said, so? He said, just because I'm a monstrous doesn't mean nothing. Yeah, you need to stop chewing your nuts off. Don't chew your ball sacks off. That's not a good idea. Shouldn't do that. Here, have something else to chew on that's not a ball sack. Here. There. Have some of them. There you go. Have some of these right there. Those are good, right? Crunchies. Those are good crunchies. There. You want another one? There. You see a little snoot come in from off the side. Did you see the snoot? Just you see the snoot come in. See, look, there's a snoot. There you go. He's like, yeah, I'll take that. He said, them's good. He said, I'll like that. He said, you got some more of them treatums? I'll take all the treatums that you've got. So don't tell me about it. I'm going to take every single one of them treatums. He said, I don't care what you say. Alright, let's get rid of that out of there. Get rid of that out of there. Let's put in the Mancatcher again. That was my first reaction, too, was the Mancatcher, but I guess I didn't really do it right. Let's see. Rune words, weapons, Mancatcher, obedience. I guess I should have been obedient and used the ethereal Mancatcher. I mean, the obedience Mancatcher has the added benefit of being dirt cheap, easy to come by, and honestly just a much better like budget option in general. Like, I mean, the 3-socket ethereal Tomb Reaver, yeah, good luck. But a obedience ethereal Mancatcher, yeah, that's pretty easy to come by, and I think with a little bit of effort, just about anybody could come by an ethereal obedience Mancatcher. That is definitely a doable option in any respect. Will you get on the right screen? Too bad it doesn't have mana leech. I don't know. It's a rune word, so we can't put any perfect skulls in.
Perfect skulls. Get some perfect skulls. Come on down, some perfect skulls. We need some of them perfect skulls. Perfect skulls. Is this just going to be the meme from now on? Everybody's going to be like, I'm like, what should I put in my shield? I don't know, a perfect skull. What should I put in my helmet? I don't know, a perfect skull. It's just going to be the meme now. Let's just make it a meme. Why don't you put a perfect skull in it? Come on, guys, just put a perfect skull in there. That's the easiest way. You just put a perfect skull in there, guys. Come on, just a perfect skull. Just one little perfect skull. That'll be alright. Alright, let's test out Canyon of the Magi, because that's where he failed last time. So let's see if he can handle himself. To make it fair, he should have his Defiance Aura active before we send him into hell, right? So let's make sure he gets his Defiance Aura active before we surround him by monsters and get him killed. There you go. Alright, so he has his Defiance Aura active now. We are on players 8. Good. What you add to your cereal? Obviously a perfect skull. I mean, that's just silly. I don't know why you'd ask that question. Obviously a perfect skull. Well, this is a Might Aura. Oh, man. Amp. Oh, God. He's so dead. He's super dead. Okay. Alright. I mean, that is a lot. He totally got wrecked, but whatever. That was tremendously evil. The might plus the bruisers plus the entire thing. Oh man. Just destrophalated. Just destrifalampalompalode. I need more money, guys. I need more cash money. Let's just start selling random things for cash money. Let's sell the skulls, because we don't need skulls. Who needs skulls? Let's sell this Sacred Targe, and let's sell this Voice of Reason. Yeah, sell that too. Let's just sell everything. We need money. Let's just sell it all. Let's sell this Ethereal Reaver, Cryptic Axe Tomb Reaver in there too. 8,893. Wow, that's terrible. We'll sell this BOTD Warpike. Yeah, that can go too. Let's get rid of that. It's terrace trash. Nobody wants that. Sell this Flickering Flame. Let's get that out of here. Sell that trash. I need money for mercenaries. I'm broke. Boom, bum, 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 bum. I feel like so far the best combination that we had for him was definitely the Holy Freeze Defiance version with the Doom. I think that was the best version pretty much no matter what. I feel like so far that was the one that survived the longest on just about everything. That was the one that actually seemed to like tank Uber Diablo fairly well for a long period of time. Like it seemed to work the best out of everything that we've created so far. I still have, do I not have the Doom anymore? I don't have the Doom anymore. I sold it. I sold my soul to the devil. 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 I mean, I still want to give the Obedience Man character another try. Let's play around with it. Let's put him back up against P1 Uber Diablo real quick, and let's see if he can handle P1 Uber Diablo again. So let's go back to players 1. Does my character need the Defiance Aura? I mean, it definitely wouldn't hurt to have the Defiance Aura, but I'm not basing my character on that at all. You sold your soul to the devil for a perfect skull? Wow. It's impressive. Merc's already getting his butt cheeks clapped over there.
hate it when Uber Diablo is surrounded by 10,000 monsters. It's such a pain in the butt. You're trying to do a test with Uber Diablo, not a test with Uber Diablo plus 10,000 monsters. Like, you're trying to keep the variables concise so you can actually see what the hell's going on instead of having everything be random and crazy. And Uber Diablo is just like, yeah, I brought my entire army with me, boy. Wraithflight is a really slow weapon. I'm not really sure what it would bring to the table. What would be the point of adding Wraithflighted to the build? I can't, or the Mercenary. I can't quite figure it out. Wraithflight has... what exactly? I don't know. Mana after kill, completely useless to the Mercenary. Trying to think here, like off the top of my head, I can't figure out what the hell that item has to would actually be any good. It's decent damage, I guess. Trying to get him to attack the Mercenary. I'm trying to stand like in front of the Merc. I mean, this definitely seems like a much tankier version, but he's also not attacking the Mercenary. No matter how much I try to make him attack the Mercenary, he's just not hitting him. And that fire still absolutely wrecks him, like, no matter what. I wonder if he wouldn't be tankier if we just went with, I hate to say it, but if we just went with soul runes. Like, what if we just pull that burr, the 2 burrs out, and we give him, well, 14 PDR isn't really a lot, is it? I mean, we get 15 MDR from the Vampire Gaze, but it's not really, like, a considerably large amount. He's tanky, but he's not tanky enough. He's not invincible. He's not an immortal merc. I think I'm going to give up on the Act 2 merc. I don't think the Act 2 merc can do it. Let's move on from the Act 2 merc for now, and let's attempt something else. Let's try the Act 5 mercenary. Let's see if we can make an immortal Act 5 mercenary. The Act 5 mercenary comes with certain benefits. So the Act 5 mercenary doesn't really care about faster hit recovery, and in fact he already has really good faster hit recovery. Another good benefit of the Act 5 mercenary is that the Act 5 mercenary has access to Iron Skin. He also has the highest regeneration out of all of the mercenaries as well. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but ooh, Barlock. What's up, Barlock? That's my homie. Oh man, not enough gold. We need to switch over the gold character too. So let's pull over the gold character and let's pull over some equipment for this Act 5 mercenary, and let's see what we can do. Let's do the gold character first, since I am constantly in need of gold because I gambled it all away like a dirty gold whore. Alright, there's my gold goblin. Copy paste. Alright, gold goblin's copied over. Alright, now we need to make a character, or just like gear for him. Video items 3. Alright. So let's clear this obedience. Clear the Tomb Reaver. Let's just clear this stuff. We've already got an upgraded ethereal Guardian Angel Templar code, so we don't have to worry about that. What could we potentially make for him? Fortitude can be made in a weapon, right? A sword? Is Fortitude a sword? I know it's pole arm. I can't remember if swords work. Stop digging, buddy. Every time I tell him to stop digging, he literally huffs like he's a 90-year-old man who worked his entire life and deserves to do whatever he wants to do. Like, he literally just, like, I'll be like, stop digging, and he's like, I kid you not, every single time. Yeah, I don't care. Stop digging. I don't care if you huff at me neither. Don't be huffing. So does it work on a sword? It just says fortitude for weapons or body armor. So we could potentially make him one sword. So he gets the chilling armor proc. So we can have one fortitude on one side for the chilling armor proc to give him massive amounts of defense. Massive defense means physical damage doesn't necessarily hurt him all that much, although he still needs ways to reduce the physical damage further than that. It also has damage reduced by 7 on it, which isn't terrible. I think that's a solid choice. Yeah, and 200% enhanced defense. It's like, well, on the weapon, sorry. The weapon is down here. So this is the armor. This is the weapon. The chilling armor proc would be where he's getting the defense from. And the resistances would help out tremendously too, because it would cap out his reses and we wouldn't need resistances from other places. So we could kill 2 birds from with 1 stone there, and we could get his resistances capped off and also his other stats. I don't know exactly how much resistances he has. We're gonna have to check that real quick. Let's do a really quick check to see what his resistances are. Now that I got my gold character in place. That way we know how much we need to hit the caps. So we're trying to hit that 90% cap, and we don't know exactly how much we need to hit that cap. So let's get the gold goblin out, so we stop having issues with all this gold.
Good day.
The gold goblin. What's the matter, Boogus? You gotta go peppa-doo? Does Boogums the monster dog gotta go pep-em-doos? Is you hungums? Do you need some snacks? Are there fleas trying to eat your face? Do you need me to pick off all your fleas like a little monkey? What do you want, buddy? Do you want to come up here and say hi to everybody? Why don't you come up here? Come on. Come on. You come up here, you get a chip 'em. Why don't you come up here and say hi? Come on. God's got chip'ums. I've got chip'ums, and you can say hi to everybody with your chip'ums. He said, give me that. That's my chip'ums. I got more chip'ums than that. You coming for more chip'ums, or you just want the one? You only want 1 chip'ums? That seems very un-Kubus-like. Trying to lure him onto the camera with chip'ums. He said, give me that. He said, them's my chip'ums. And it's not, yeah, give me them's. That's the chip'ums. Yeah. He said, keep on going. He said, I like chip'ums, and that's more. Give me some more of them chip'ums. I said, yeah, that's another one. Them's barbecue chip'ums. I got some Lay stacks. Are you gonna be okay now? You got a couple chip'ums in you that make you feel better? Drooling all over me with your big old drool face? He said, don't talk to me about the droolings. He said, don't say nothing to me about the droolings. So you don't know the struggle. So you don't know the struggles. You don't know the struggles. The Chinese Saigon set.
Yes, warrior.
Dude, that's Chinese Saigon set is hilarious. Ragnar. What's up, Ragnar? Let's go, Ragnar. Oh, I still don't have enough gold. That's right. I didn't actually get any of the gold goblin monies. I gotta go harvest. Cody said, I'm gonna get you because you're not paying attention to me. What the hell is up with that list? Look, 200 barb, 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 200 barb. One frenzy barb. There was only one frenzy barb on the whole list. Okay, so at level 98, he is at 66% resistances, which means that if we take our 90% number and we subtract 66, he only needs 24 resistances. So fortitude in a sword gives 25 to 30, which is enough to cap him. So he's capped with the fortitude sword, so that's done. So we don't have to worry about that at all. He also has iron skin, which is very effective to help keep him alive. So that's good too. So we'll make him fortitude in a nice sword, something that's ethereal, obviously. So let's go import. Let's grab him a fortitude. So weapons, fortitude. We got fortitude phase blade. We don't want a fortitude phase blade. What's the number of what is it? 4? El Sol Dolo. So we can throw that in like a cryptic sword, like an ethereal cryptic sword or something. That's a good idea. So let's do an Eth cryptic sword as his base. So item code, and then we're gonna look for cryptic. C for cryptic sword. Cryptic sword, yes. Other sockets for save, close, plants. Export the item to file. So let's go ahead and just put it in here. There you go, cryptic sword. Alright, so what else do we put on this guy besides this? He's going to have Guardian Angel on, which is going to be huge to his resistances. We put the Fortitude Cryptic Sword Ethereal on him that caps out his resistances and gives him Chilling Armor proc, which is massive for his total defense output. And then what from there? He still has a helmet slot, and he still has another weapon slot that we can potentially utilize to give him other good items, good effects. Something that's going to make him tanky, obviously. Like, what other swords do we have that could potentially make him tankier? I mean, I'd say Plague, but we're running Cleansing, so he doesn't need that if we're running Cleansing. So that's kind of out of the question. I mean, Last Wish would give him Fade and would also proc Life Tap, so I guess Last Wish could be really powerful, but Last Wish can only be made in a Phase Blade. Or an Ethereal Dimensional Blade. I think Ethereal Dimensional Blade is higher damage. I think. Because he can't wield any of the two-handed variants, so it's either a Last Wish Phase Blade or an Ethereal Dimensional Blade. It's the same damage for both. Other than Last Wish, which does offer him Fade, I mean, he doesn't necessarily need Fade, because he's already capped on resistances. The damage reduction that it gives would be nice. That definitely would be, like, a decent option. Thinking about all the other choices. Not quite sure what else I could use. Just looking at everything to see if I can get an idea. Life Tap will make him immortal. If he actually has physical damage to deal out, that he can actually receive that damage back, yeah. Last Wish, unfortunately, isn't a very high damage weapon. It's okay in a Phase Blade. It's way better in like a Ethereal Colossus Blade or something like that, which is honestly like insane. I mean, there's also Grief just for giving him high amounts of damage, which could potentially give him large amounts of leech. Oh yeah, I would be overriding the Life Tap a lot as well, yeah. I don't think Doom can be made in a sword, right? Doom is only, what, axes, and, yeah, that doesn't work. Looking at all the other options, and I don't see a lot that makes sense. Ow. Pain. Did you just say high damage gear like Pride? Pride is a low damage piece of equipment. Pride is basically a ZP DPS weapon. It essentially is 0 damage. Pride does no damage. For me, it isn't. If I'm running Vengeance, it is. Pride doesn't give me any damage output increase for Vengeance either. That's a 0 damage increase for Vengeance. I would have to switch over to a physical damage setup for Pride to give me any kind of buff. Which I don't think is really possible with the way we're currently set up. I mean, Runeward options aside, I mean, I think Grief is the highest damage output, which would definitely help him for survivability. But I don't know if necessarily that's the best option for what we're trying to achieve. Let me take a look at some of the unique items as well. Let's look at some of the unique swords. I'm pretty sure that there's none of the unique swords are really going to be worth it, but I mean, we can always have a look. There's Azure Wrath, which is primarily elemental damage, which won't help him leech anything. Blood Moon, that's the one that has the golem on it, the blood golem. Jinslayer, 2 sockets, not really that great damage. Doombringer, he can't wear it. Flame Bellow, he can't wear it. Frostwind. You know, I don't remember Frostwind being like a horrible item, actually. An Ethereal Frostwind could be an interesting choice. Especially for survivability reasons if it's freezing targets all the time. Freezes target 4. It has cold absorption on it. 15%, half freeze duration. It's not exactly a horrible sword. High physical damage. It's got high elemental damage. It has freezes target, which could be helpful for keeping him alive. It has cold absorption, so 15%, and half freeze duration would help him from keeping chilled all the time. Cody, you gotta go Peppadoo? You ready to go outside and go Peppadoo? Why do you always give me such weird mixed answers? Do you gotta go or no? Do you gotta drop a deuce? Do you gotta drop a log? Do you gotta go outside like a hog and drop a log in the bog? Do you gotta go Peppadoo? Do you gotta go Doodas? What's the matter, buddy? I'm gonna take him out to go Peppadoo real quick. I'll be right back. Let's consider the options real quick. You guys can mull about yourselves while we're considering options. Frostwind doesn't seem like an awful option, at least to test. Think about it. Alright, Charles said the best weapon is obviously a double upgraded ethereal Rezot's Keen with a perfect skull in it. That is obviously the best item. The bestest of items, most assuredly, without a doubt. I mean, we obviously can't pass up on Decrepify too. Decrepify would be very powerful with this, but the problem with well, the Decrepify options is they're all like really bad damage. Bad damage also equals not so great. Like anything. I mean, I guess you could say that Fortitude can be the damage weapon, and you could add Lawbringer as a secondary, but hey, Rezot's Keen's got some crushing blow on it as well. I mean, come on. That is an OP low-level item. Who you fooling? I know. I mean, let's go ahead and add in... Oops. Let's go ahead and add in a Grief, because why not? Damage output might be the best choice. And in that particular case, I think Grief and a Phase Blade. And then let's also add in a Lawbringer too. Decrepify proc might be absolutely amazing with this build. I think with Lawbringer though, yeah, Lawbringer is Phase Blade. Like, you generally want Phase Blade over everything else, because the damage output on it sucks anyway. And so, I mean, it could be good in a Cryptic Sword too. We can try a Cryptic Sword version of it. I mean, granted, you want the proc to go off as much as possible, but a Cryptic Sword version might not be terrible. Oh, I've got a Mythical Sword ethereal version for the Mercenary. Okay. I think I would have preferred the Cryptic Sword, though, because it's a faster weapon. Let's change it out to the Cryptic Sword. Cryptic Sword is a -10 base, Mythic is a 0, so I think Cryptic is the better choice there. Even though it has good damage, we also still want it to be fast, so you kind of want a mix of both damage and speed, if you can get it. And then it needs to be 3 sockets. Alright. Helmets. What do we do for helmets? He needs physical damage reduction. I mean, technically we've got the Burr Rune in the armor, and we could potentially put other things in. Crown of Ages still has the best faster hit recovery, but I don't know if we necessarily need faster hit recovery with how much defense he has. I think faster hit recovery still comes into play though when you're dealing with elemental damage. I think that's the problem. Yeah, he has options. Like, he's got Barb Helm options. Like, you could potentially get him a beautiful helmet. What's the Barbarian helmets? The actually, it's not elite, is it? It's the Ariat's Face, and you could potentially upgrade it. Ariat's Face has fast hit recovery, attack rating. It's got resistances. It's got a whole bunch of stuff on it, but I don't know if it's better than other options. I mean, we already have the resistances fixed with this. Let's go ahead and make it ethereal, though. Ethereal, make item ethereal, general edit, defense. I gotta look up the Ariat's base, and then I gotta, like, which base is it? It's the Slayer Guard. The Slayer Guard upgrades into the Guardian Crown. The Guardian Crown has a base defense of 168. So that means it's 168 plus 50%, which would be 252. Save, close. So we have that as a potential option. Just leave that in there. Alright, runes. Let's add a burr rune. Let's add a couple burr runes. Let's also strip some of these runes from here as well, or these soges. Alright, and let's see what else we might want to put in the items. So, Frostwind already has freezes target on it, which is kind of cool, and it also has cold damage. I was kind of thinking that, like, to go along with the theme of trying to freeze things, you could enhance the duration of the freeze by adding in a cold facet, but I don't know if that's necessarily the best idea. I mean, obviously, like, a shale rune could be an interesting choice. We could potentially go with Eth runes. Let's just put 2 of these in here. Let's grab a couple soul runes, too, for potential testing with some things. We could sham it. Yeah, shamming it is another interesting option where you could potentially just enhance the freezes target even further. Let me grab... I'm not sure which one would be better, like throwing a cold facet in it for the negative res and the plus cold damage, because the negative res enhances the duration, or just adding more duration. I'm not sure which one would be better. I mean, we'll just go ahead and put one in here anyway. Oh yeah, Conviction lowers the overall resistance as well, yeah. Yeah, actually. I mean, that brings up a good point. If cold is a good way to, like, limit monsters, maybe another interesting choice would be something that spreads lots of cold damage. Voice of Reason could be interesting to add in with a high damage blade. I mean, ideally, if Lawbringer actually had damage, and Voice of Reason actually could do physical damage, a very interesting combination would be Lawbringer and Voice of Reason together, so that you're just constantly chilling everything. But the problem with that is you have no physical damage output with either of those weapons. So you're just gonna be constantly, like, messing up with that stuff. I don't know if that's really worth it. Let's add a couple Hell runes so we can, like, pull stuff out if we need to. So we can play around with different combinations of runes. So let me get them Helly runes in here. Let's just put, like, a bunch of them in here so we have them for when we need them. There's also sets. So there's, what's that one set weapon? It's the Cryptic Sword, Sazazabes. Of course it's not going to fit. Let's put it right here. What does Sazabes have? It's demon damage, increased attack speed, cold damage. One of the main downsides of it, it can't be ethereal though, which kind of sucks. I don't really know if that's really worth even, like, thinking about. Alright, let's play around with it. Save. Close. Let's copy it over. And relaunch the game. Boop, boop. Phoenix. Why Phoenix? For the redemption aura? How is that going to help him when he's fighting something like Uber Diablo? I mean, redemption is a fun little ability to use. It's cute. It's you know, it's very cute. It's a little cutesy tootsy ability. But in the grand scheme of things, the cutesy tootsy ability doesn't do anything when you're fighting somebody that doesn't die. Like, so when you're fighting Uber Diablo or any other type of monster, like, it doesn't really do anything. I mean, Fire Absorb won't help him versus Diablo's Hellfire either. He's not dying because of the fire, he's dying because of the physical. The Hellfire attack that he has, the reason why it's killing him is because it's physical damage. Shove all that crap in there. Shove all the crap in there. Oh wait, I already shoved that crap. We got other crap to shove. I don't know why Diablo's Hellfire hits for physical damage, but it does. I mean, a lot of people don't know this. Like, they literally don't know, like, how his attack actually functions. But it's been discovered for a long time. Bom, bom, bom. Wow, phone blowing up. What's going on? I'm trying to see if I can find the post for you. It's been a long time since I've looked at the actual damage from the Firestorm ability from Diablo. Boom, boom, boom. There it is. This is the post that has the actual numbers. So these are the actual numbers of the Hellfire Torch. Or rather, the Hellfire attack that he has. And that's what's currently ripping him to shreds, is the Hellfire proc. Which, honestly, we could probably... Actually, I don't know what level Hellfire skill he has on Uber Diablo. This is the Torch. This is not Uber Diablo's Hellfire. The Torch is Uber Diablo's Hellfire, but I'm pretty sure Uber Diablo's Hellfire is a higher level than the actual Torch. I don't know what level his skill would potentially be. I don't know about that website. I'm going to click on it over here in case there's any boobies on there. Boobies. Boobies. It doesn't even load. I think that website might be dead and gone a million years ago. I mean, according to this, it says it does roughly around 23.43 damage per second. So theoretically, if he had enough PDR, he could be able to completely cancel out the physical damage coming in from the fire. Doable. It's doable. Let's take a look and see what we can potentially create with him. You love the boobies? I love the boobies too, but I don't want to show them on stream to you guys. You guys can look for your own boobies. Boobies! Alright, so let's do this. Let's remove the Burr Rune from the Guardian Angel Hellforge Blade. And does he have any... I'm trying to think if he has any I don't know, let's put the gear on him first real quick so we can get an idea of what we're dealing with. So what do we want to test out first? We've got multiple options here. I think the Fortitude is a good option because it gives him a massive amount of defense increase. He already has 19,857 defense. So let's skyrocket his defense to the moon. I think that's a really good idea. If we're talking about getting as much MDR and PDR as possible, I don't think the Ariat's Face is a good choice. The Vampire Gaze has a higher amount of MDR. It has 15 MDR. We could also put 2 Soul Runes in the Crown of Ages, giving him 14 PDR, which would be more likely what he needs. Does he have any lifesteal on... No, there's no lifesteal on Fortitude. Okay, so he needs a lifesteal weapon, like first and foremost, if we're going to try Crown of Ages. I think Crown of Ages is a good choice because it's PDR that we need, not MDR. And I don't know if the MDR is actually applying because we had Vampire Gaze on him before with the 15 MDR, and it didn't seem like the MDR was applying to the burn. So I'm gonna assume that that's not applying to him. In which case we actually don't need the Fortitude because the Fortitude isn't like, if we're using this, we already have the 30 all res from there, so we don't even need that. Where's the Frostwind at? The Frostwind didn't transfer over? Or no, there it is. Okay. That is not ethereal. That is a non-ethereal Frostwind. That is unfortunate. We need an ethereal Frostwind and not a non-ethereal Frostwind. Did I miss it? Did I not, like, pull it out of the stash? Nope, it definitely isn't even in there. I want to try the Frostwind. I think the Frostwind will be a good option because it'll slow down the targets. It's high damage. We can throw an Amrune in it to give it some life leech. I don't know what I did wrong. I did something wrong. I mean, it's sitting right there. It's not ethereal, though, so I guess I just didn't make it ethereal. Alright, there we go. It's ethereal. Save. Alright, put it back up. What you miss? Nothing much. We're still setting up the merc. Trying to make this Immortal Mercenary work. Dude, how much defense is he actually gonna have? I think his defense is gonna be through the roof, actually. Like, he's got Iron Skin already. He's already sitting at 22,195 defense. Holy Jesus.
I'll put that to good use.
Oh, wait, hold on.
That to good use.
Why does the Fortitude have the 200% enhanced defense up? I thought it didn't have the 200% enhanced defense when it was in its weapon form. And it's not ethereal either. God dang, I'm making mistakes all over the place. You know what we should do? Because there definitely seems to be something wrong with the Fortitude. I think it was probably converted from an armor is probably what it is. There's something wrong with that particular Fortitude. It's not set up properly. I was wondering why his defense was so freaking high. That was insane. I was like, oh my god, 22,000 defense. I don't know if it does get it on the weapon and the armor. Let's go craft it real quick instead of actually instead of just adding it into the edited. Mine might be messed up. I think mine's messed up. I think that's what it does. Because according to all the websites, it doesn't get the defense on both the armor and the weapon. So what we're going to do is just really simple. We'll just take this item out. So where's the fortitude? Right here. So we're just going to take this item out. We'll just add in a fortitude, a cryptic sword base, and we'll just make it. That way we can be sure 100%. Easier that way. It does, it's just listed in a different order. It still wasn't ethereal anyway, so we needed to remake it no matter what. It was not ethereal. We already got most of these items, so we can just edit it in here. Edit other sockets, specific socket, make socketed. It's just 4 sockets, right? Yeah, 4 sockets to save. Alright, done. I got like 10,000 windows open right now. It's great. Good thing I got 128 gigabytes of RAM for all my ridiculous Chrome tabs that I have active all at one time. All the ridiculous Chrome tabs, man. Come on down, get some Chrome tabs in the land. Chrome tabs, we got Chrome tabs, we got Chrome. Alright, Fortitude. Which is what? L Sol Dol Low, I believe. El Sol Dol Low. Am I remembering it correctly? El Sol Dol Low. That's right. El Sol Dol Low. El Sol Dol Low. Alright, so now we have an ethereal one, which is what we needed. We needed the ethereal one. It's not like I can see them all. I mean... kind of can. At any time. And pull up any ones that you want, right? Like, well, actually not tabs. So that would be a... I would say windows. Because I don't generally keep open multiple tabs on the same window. Because then you can't alt-tab and see what's on each tab. It's much more difficult to see the tabs than it is to see the windows. So it's easier to keep open multiple windows than it is to keep open multiple tabs. Yeah, you'd be correct. I don't generally do the tab thing, I do the window thing. This one has multiple tabs open on it, and I would have to go over here and click on it and figure out what the hell was going on with the multiple tabs. Alright, so we have our Fortitude and a Cryptic Sword. There we go. Bink. So 22,195 defense. Pretty decent damage output. We have our Ethereal Frostwind now, which I think we don't have any life leech at all. I mean, we might be better off with some sort of life leech helmet like Vampire Gaze than the Crown of Ages, unfortunately. And it's especially, like, even if I threw an Amrune in there, I'm not entirely sure that the Amrune is really worth putting in there, because there's other considerations like, well, it doesn't work on both weapons, right? So like if I put an Amrune in this weapon, then he can life leech with this weapon, but he can't life leech with this one. With Ariats is 756.
I'll put that to good use.
I mean, we'd have to get his chilling armor to proc first. Here, hold on. Let's go get his chilling armor procced. So he has his actual effect on. Actually, I don't even know. Can he even get hit? Like, to even proc the chilling armor? Isn't it on hit? Yeah, it's when struck. Oh, there we go. Okay. 33,705 is what he's currently at. And if we threw the Crown of Ages, he goes down by 3k. Wow, 3,000 difference in defense there.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
That's kind of nuts.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
There's no physical damage reduction, no magical damage reduction, and there's no physical damage percentage reduction either on Ariat's face. So the only thing it's really offering us is life leech, strength, dexterity, and defense. We don't need the resistances if we're using fortitude. So the resistances are gone. The faster hit recovery is nice.
I'll put that to good use.
Let's try it with Vampire Gaze. I think 30,000 defense is enough defense no matter what. I want to try this with soul runes though. I don't want to try this with burr runes. So let's change the runes. So we need 2 hells and we need some scrolls of town portal.
Salutations.
I'm thinking that the PDR from the soul runes will probably cancel out most of Uber Diablo's fire, which is the goal. So we're going to try and see if the soul runes will accomplish what we haven't been able to accomplish otherwise. Physical damage percentage is nice, but it doesn't prevent the damage entirely like the soul runes probably would. Because we get, what is that, 7 DR, so between the two we'll be at 14 physical damage reduction. It should completely cancel out his fire, like 100%. And then we just have to figure out what we want to put inside the Frostwind. Probably a Shale Rune for more attack speed, or an Eth Rune for negative targets defense. I feel like an Eth Rune would be really strong. It's already very fast. Let's do an Eth Rune. Alright, so he is set up. Let's save and exit, come back. Let's put an Uber Diablo up, and let's see if he can survive an Uber Diablo. Need a Soj. Let's make sure it's on P1. We're going to start him off easy, see if he can survive a P1 Uber Diablo first.
At your service.
Alright, let's go to Frigid real quick. Let's go up here, make sure he's spawned. Alright, let's come back down here. I want to get his chilling armor proc before he goes and fights Uber Diablo so that it's a more fair battle here. Of course he doesn't have it active. Let's go somewhere else. Somewhere easy like Canyon of the Magi where there's tons of monsters. With the amount of defense he has, and since it's a wind struck effect, I'm not even sure that they can even hit him. Like, he currently has more defense than any character I've ever made, I don't think. That's kind of ridiculous. Imagine if he had, like, Defiance Aura, too. Okay, I think he's got it. I think he's got it. 30,195 defense is what he's currently sitting at. Which direction? Northeast. Alright, get in there. Come on. Get in there, hit him. I'll tap him with a little bit of prevent monster heal so he can't regenerate. And let's just see how you do. His regeneration is good. So the Barbarian has much better regeneration than the Act 2 Merc. The Barbarian also has much better faster hit recovery than the Act 2 Merc. So he recovers faster and he regenerates faster in like 99% of all scenarios. Which means that if you're trying to make an Immortal Mercenary, the Barbarian Merc probably makes a better choice. I mean, he's getting hit by that fire, and it is doing significant amounts of damage to him, but he's regenerating from it. Wonder if I switch to Meditation Aura for him, does he get the regeneration or not? Like, I have an additional 39 life per second that I can give him from the Meditation Aura. You know, it's crazy, but I don't see the Meditation Aura under his feet. Does he just not get Meditation Aura? Like, what's going on? He gets the Thorns Aura. He's getting the Elemental Auras when I put those up. And the Meditation Aura, just not under his feet. I mean, just because they don't have mana doesn't mean it wouldn't at least apply the aura to underneath their feet. Like, it's not even under his feet. Poor guy died. I was too busy playing around with auras. Getting him killed.
Yes.
Hit him with that Plague. Prevent Monster Heal. Stand back a little bit. Eat some chips. Oh man, he's getting wrecked. Why does that fire just do so much damage? It's like no matter what, that fire just rips you to shreds.
Yes, warrior.
Huh. How much did we say it was? 23.43 per second or something like that? Does PDR and MDR even apply to that? That's another good question. So I have an idea for a test. I have an idea. Okay. That's what we're going to do. I know exactly how to test this so we can figure out what's going on. Because as of right now, it's kind of confusing what's going on and in which direction we're having trouble, right? Is it the physical side or is it the magical side? Like, what's causing the problem more so than anything else? All right, so I have an idea on how we can potentially fix this. So what we're going to do is we're just going to pull up video items 3 here. And I'm going to take this Frostwind sword and we're going to duplicate it. All right. So we're going to make two versions, or a couple different versions of this Frostwind sword, specifically for testing. All right, so we've got two ethereal Frostwind swords, and what we're going to do is we're going to add in an attribute so that we can test the difference between the two modifiers. So the first thing we need to know is he dying because of the fire, or is he dying because of the physical damage? And to answer that question, the easiest way to do that is just simply to add in a large amount of damage reduced by on either side, right? So we're going to make one sword is going to have damage reduced by 63, and we're going to have another sword which is going to have damage reduced by magic damage reduced by 63. So we're going to have one of each. We'll have a damage reduced and a magic damage reduced, and we're going to test it twice. Once with each sword, and we're going to see whether it's the magic side of things that's causing the problem or whether it's the physical side of things that's causing the problem, one way or the other, right? Theoretically, the 63 physical damage reduced should completely cancel out the physical damage and allow him to just completely avoid that physical damage. But if he's still dying anyway, then it's the fire. The other side of the equation, the 63 fire damage or magical damage reduced, should completely cancel out the fire side, and the physical damage should be the issue then. All right, so we'll just test with those two things, and we're going to see what the difference is. This will give us a conclusive answer of which side of the attack he's dying to and why he's dying to those specific attacks. And if we figure out that it's the physical or the fire, we can build in either direction to try and compensate. Maybe he dies on both sides, and maybe the answer is that both of them are a problem, and that he's having issues with both damage types. In which case, I don't even know what to do in that case, because you have to build everything, right? You got to build physical, and you got to build the fire side. Alright, so let's grab both of these and we'll test it. Alright, so Frostwind number 1 and Frostwind number 2. Alright, so let's get the soldiers out.
Can I help you?
Alright, so first test. We're going to test the magic damage reduced first.
I'll put that to good use.
So let's put the other one in here. So he has a pretty high amount of magic damage reduced. He's running 78 magic damage reduced with a measly 14 on the physical side. Let's see how that affects his survivability. Took about 1/3 of his HP for one attack. So literally one Hellfire, and he took 1/3 of his HP. Half his HP in damage that time. It seems to be that, like, the only attack that he has that's doing any damage is the Hellfire attack. That's it. The regular attacks he's doing aren't hitting. The lightning attack he's doing isn't hitting because he's standing very close, which is probably the only reason that's not killing him. The Armageddon's not doing any damage either. Alright, let's try swapping him to the physical sword now. So this is the PDR sword, not the MDR sword. So now we've swapped him to the physical side. Let's see how that affects it. In fact, you know what, let's top him off with some HP potions to be fair. So it is most definitely the physical. You see, like, he just took 2 of those hellfires straight to his face, and he took basically no damage with the PDR up. So is it really just a case of he doesn't have enough physical damage reduction? Is that really all that it is? He just doesn't have enough physical damage reduction. He doesn't have enough magical damage reduction. So resistances aside, Guardian Angel is amazing for getting those 95% resistances, or 90 in his case. But resistances aside, what if instead of Guardian Angel Templar Coat, what if we did an Ethereal Gladiator's Bane? With probably another PDR gem. Because it seems like getting that additional physical damage reduction that we added was enough to completely tank him. I mean, look at him now. He's got no problem whatsoever. Let's try this really quickly on Players 8. I want to see how he does on a Players 8 Uber Diablo with the new setup. Obviously, this sword doesn't exist, so we have to find a way to get him enough physical damage reduction, PDR, to actually make that worthwhile. But let's just test it, and we'll see. So let's go to Players 8.
Afternoon.
Sell you. Might as well let him get his, if they can even hit him. His chilling armor proc is like hilarious. He can barely even get it to happen because his defense is so high. Got god tier defense over here. Yeah, 4 open socket Arcane's Valor. That sounds ridiculous. Dude, I would love a 4 open socket Arcane's Valor. Are you kidding me? Alright, so now he's fighting Players 8 with the same PDR. So let's see if he can manage to survive Players 8. Not going to help him. We're not helping him. He doesn't get any help from us. In fact, I'm going to sit right here and I'm going to eat some fruit snacks. Uh-oh, he's getting his butt kicked. He's getting his butt kicked. Where the hell is Cody at? Cody, where are you hiding at, buddy? Cody, get your butt over here on your bed. So, it doesn't look like the Hellfire is hurting him anymore. What is he getting hurt by? Like, I just saw him do a Hellfire on him. Didn't seem to do hardly no damage to him at all. What is he getting hurt by now? Armageddon? I mean, he almost died there, but he regenerated back to full. So... Huh? Oh, he'll never do any damage unless I hit him with prevent monster heal. We gotta have prevent monster heal or open wounds in the mix. There, now he has prevent monster heal. I wasn't testing it damage, like, so I didn't tap him with the prevent monster heal or the open wounds. Now that he has the open wounds or the prevent monster heal on him, he'll actually dish out damage. Or rather, the regeneration won't completely cancel out. I mean, I say we've like hit on at least something. Like there's something there. Stacking PDR seems to be the way, because it looks like he can survive even players 8 Uber Diablo if he has high enough physical damage reduction. But the problem is there's really not a lot of physical damage reduction to be had. It's not exactly a readily available stat. Go, do you want some fruit snacks? You want some fruit snacks, Mr. Kubus the Monster Dog? You lost all your powers? What do you mean? Your Chippy Curse powers? That's terrible. Yeah, I don't know what YouTube's like. I don't know what the term. I don't know what the term is. Like their like want or desire to use your real names as usernames. Like I don't understand why every single YouTube username is like your real name, not just your first name, but your first name and your last name. And then on top of that, when you go into chat, like it won't even use your nickname. It's like it wants to use your entire real name as a freaking username, and you have to go in and you have to change it, and it's the dumbest thing in the world. Like nobody wants to use their entire real name, first name, middle name, last name up on stream to chat with people. Like it just seems really stupid. What about Gladiator's Bane? Let's take a look at Gladiator's Bane. Problem with Gladiator's Bane is we'd have to ditch Hellforge, the Guardian Angel. But we could potentially get a really nice Ethereal Gladiator's Bane. Gladiator's Bane does have 20 and 20, which is a really nice combination. So we get a total of 40 and cannot be frozen. We could also socket it and put another PDR jewel or gem in it, so we could get 7 more from a soul rune. So we could have a total of 27 DR and 20 MDR, which would be a pretty healthy combination. Main downside to that, of course, is that he would lose access to the 90% resistances. So he would go back down to the 70% resistances, which is unfortunate. I'm not sure if going down to the 70% resistances would, or 75% cap, would like completely undermine the entire build. There's really no other way that we can add resistances to him either, as far as I know. Something stuck in my tooth. Probably a fruit snack. I'm pretty sure it was a fruit snack, actually. It's a fruit snack stuck in there. Uh-oh. Down he goes. Down he goes. So I think we answered the question rather unequivocally, which is that he's mainly taking physical damage from those spells, not elemental damage. So it's not the fire damage that we're having to worry about. It's specifically the physical damage that's dishing out the most to him. That's why we created these two swords in the first place, because we were trying to determine whether it was the MDR that he needed or whether it was the PDR that he needed. And it seems to be that he really just needs more physical damage reduction than anything else. Let's go ahead and ditch these now since we know exactly what's going on. I wonder. Don't come over here and sneeze.
I'll put that
Yeah,
to good use.
I heard. Don't come over here and sneeze 'em to me. I don't want sneeze 'ems. What's this? What's this? What's you got here? What's the items? Ew, it's grody. He said, well, why you touch it? You are a monster dog. You are a monster. Oh no, you folded down. Oh no. You did a fall. You folded down, you hurt yourself? Let's grab an Ethereal Gladiator's Bane and let's test it. Why not? Let's just test it. We can test out some stuff. We can test out a Phoenix Sword for some fire absorption too. I don't know if that's going to be enough to cancel out what we're looking at, but I mean, we're not really worried about the fire damage, and that's kind of the whole thing, is the fire damage doesn't seem to be doing hardly anything to him at all. I'm not even sure he's really taking that much fire damage, to be perfectly honest. It doesn't seem like he is. With 90% resistance to fire, I think he's like almost completely immune to it. Now, of course, if we drop the fire, the resistance, and we go back down to 75% cap, then maybe. Maybe we don't need another one of these. Let's go import item from file. Weapons. Do I got a Phoenix Sword in here? Phoenix Phase Blade. What is the number of sockets on Phoenix? 4? What? More skulls? More skulls. That's what I heard. I heard you guys wanted more skulls. I heard you wanted more skulls. We got you some more skulls. Everywhere skulls. Skulls everywhere skulls. Who doesn't like skulls? Skulls, obviously. Skulls are the best. Oh, dang, I forgot. I can't even edit that from here. Stupid, doopid, poopid face. Stupid, doopid, poopid face. Need to put it in the place where you can edit that. Cause you just a stupid face. Gonna be an ugly face. Come on back in ugly face. What you doing, Mr. Kubas? Hello, Mr. Boogus Doogus. What's the matter? You wanna come over here and hang out with me? You wanna be my cuddle buddy? You know you like cuddle. Yes, you do. You cuddle with your mama all the time, don't you? Yeah, you love his mama. Yeah, you love his mama. Could have said don't talk about her. You don't know nothing about her. She's my lady, and she's not your lady. She's mine. Yeah, that's Grody. Yeah, come here. Come here, Grody boy. No, come here, Grody boy. Come here. Grody boy. Grody boys. Grodem boys, look, blood. See? Because you got pimples on your face like a teenage boy. Like a teenager. Pimple face. He says so. He said I got pimples. How about that? Alright, did we get it? We got it. Alright, we need to make sure it's ethereal, special functions, ethereal, make item ethereal, import item. What else were we trying to add in? We were trying to add in Gladiator's Bane, that's right. So let's go uniques, armors. Where do we have it out? Right about armor. Elite. Gladiator's Bane. Ethereal. I'm assuming that we probably just put a soul rune in it, right? Like, that seems to be the best idea. But we could potentially add a second one. Let's add a second one that we can, like, socket with something else, I guess. Cody, your butt stinks. How about that? Cody, you got stanky butt. You butt smell like turds. Did you know that? Your butt smell like turds? You got a turd butt? He said, don't talk about me like that. I bite. He said, I'll bite your face. He said, I'll come in there and get you. He said, I'm going to come in there and bite something. I'll bite your winter off. How about that? He said, don't get your wingtums bit off. But that's how you get your wingtum bit off, and and you're not going to be very happy about that. Cody listens to me talking. I swear his eyes tell the whole story. He's like, man, he's just talking some crap. Look at him just talking crap. All day long, just talking crap. All day long. You know what? I'm going to sit on his head while he's sleeping. Put my balls in his face. How about that? And then he's going to have balls in his face and he's going to be upset. Be like, oh no. And then I'll be laughing from the corner. Just gonna be laughing in the corner about him being stupid. Magic isn't elemental damage? Yeah, you're right. But the game has conflicting terminology about that. When they say magic, they refer to all elemental damage. That's what they refer to. Unless they're specifically referring to magic resistance or magic absorption, and in that case, those are specifically referring to magic absorption. But magic absorption doesn't work on elemental damage, but magic damage reduced by it does work on elemental damage. It's a little bit confusing. Alright, so we're going to try and replace, unfortunately, my beautiful Guardian Angel Templar code. Which means his resistance is now going down to 75%. But we did beef up his DR to 34 and his MDR to 35. So he has a considerably higher PDR and MDR. Let's also remove the Frostwind and let's add in the Phoenix Sword.
I'll put that to good use.
Which gives us a little bit of fire absorption, which does act as MDR in this particular case. And I don't really know about the rest. I mean, the Redemption Aura is essentially useless versus Uber Diablo. Ignores target's defense is useless versus Uber Diablo. I guess the Firestorm is a mild damage increase. Mana Leech is useless. Negative Fire Res might be mildly useful to enhance the Firestorm damage. Deadly Strike is okay. Man, it's a mediocre weapon at best. Like, the damage on it is okay. Like, it doesn't have any increased attack speed on it. It's not the most amazing weapon in the world. Somebody tried to sell me on it one time for a mercenary weapon, and I honestly was just not buying it. Like, it wasn't, like, they were trying to sell it, but I wasn't buying it. And like, every single time I've played around with Phoenix as a mercenary weapon, it's been trash. The only reason I'm even considering it is because it has Fire Absorb. That's literally the only reason. Alright, boom. What are we on? We're on P8 or are we on P1? We're on P8, okay. So this will be a P8 test. We'll do the P1 test if he fails the P8 test. Boom, 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 boom. No mana, yo. Hit him with that prevent monster heal so he actually takes damage. Seems like the Gladiator Bane is doing its work. We could take the Gladiator Bane off and see if he dies. Let's let him get hit a couple more times though before we remove the Gladiator's Bane. What does the Gladiator's Bane have on it? 2,219 defense, 27 DR, and 20 MDR. Poison length reduced 50% and cannot be frozen too, which is kind of nice. It definitely does have some very high stats for like reduction. I think Gladiator's Bane is a extremely powerful item. I think Guardian Angel would work. Oh, he just took a big old hit there. I don't know where that came from. Guardian Angel definitely works if you have the ability to get MDR and PDR elsewhere, but I think the problem with Guardian Angel is it doesn't really work very well if you can't get your MDR and PDR elsewhere. The Mercenary can't get it anywhere else, really. I mean, Helmet is about the only other source. Must pet the doggy or he gets upset. So pet the doggums. Pet the doggums like this. Do the petting. Gotta give him the scooch tail so he's not be upset, doggums. Gotta give him scratches on his tum-tums, and on his head, and on his neckums. Do you feel better now? Do you feel better? You got some scratches? You want to keep going? Like this? How about this? You want some right there? How about some tum-tums? You want some tum-tum scratches like this? Does that feel good? Why are you looking at me like that? I don't know if Diablo can even hit him. 30,000 defense? Like, Diablo probably has about like a 5% chance to hit frickin' the Mercenary at this point. I don't know. Like, physical attacks specifically, I don't think he has a chance. If he spammed that one attack he has that seems to do like massive amounts of damage, I think it's still the floor attack. I think the floor attack is still doing the most damage. I think he would die, but like, he's immortal right now, and these are just items that you can use anywhere. Like, we haven't necessarily like used anything super special. He's got an Ethereal Phoenix Sword, he's got an Ethereal Gladiator's Bane, an Ethereal Fortitude, and an Ethereal Vampire's Gaze. Kind of expensive, Vex Low Jaw, and then the Ethereal Gladiator's Bane is kind of hard to come by, especially with good stats. And then that's just a low rune, but the base might be kind of expensive. And then the Vampire Gaze in its ethereal form might be mildly expensive. I mean, I don't know. I don't really think Dual Last Wish would really do very much. He'd have Life Tap, which would be nice. But I mean, I would override that with lower res procs constantly. He would get Fade proc, I guess, which is something that we could get from a Treachery, but I don't necessarily think we need Fade proc at all. I mean, he's already capped out on resistances, and like Fade doesn't really offer him very much except for physical damage reduction. But I mean, I'm not really entirely sure physical damage reduction is like a key here. It seems to be PDR is more important than physical damage reduction, because it seems like the more physical damage, or the more physical damage reduced by stat he has, instead of the percentage, the flat, that seems to be how he's surviving. He's getting really close to dying every now and then all of a sudden he'll just leech everything back up. It really comes down to the AI of Diablo, like whether or not he uses the right attacks in the right sequence or not. It feels like if he were to use, you know, like the Hellfire multiple times in a row instead of using all the stuff that's not actually hurting him, that eventually he would just fall down. Ragnar. Ragnar the Red. You know the song, right? Ragnar the Red? Who went down to Old Rorikstead? Who fought the dragons in his shed? I can see Cody's eye twitching. He's like, uh-oh, uh-oh, he's about to die. Oh, wait. Is he coming back alive? He's coming back to life. He's regenerating. Oh, don't know what it is that causes Ragnar to die. But Ragnar is living and he's doing real fly. Immortal mercenary in the works. Gonna make an immortal merc that twerks. Yeah, it seems like sometimes the mercenary like repositions for some reason, and when he repositions, he takes massive amounts of damage on a reposition. Which, exactly, like the lightning is doing massive amounts of damage to him, so if he's not standing close, he gets hit by it and he just takes massive amounts of damage. I mean, I'm pretty satisfied. It came close a couple times to dying, but he seems to be holding his own for the most part. Like, I mean, I could just, like, chip in here, and, let's see if we can actually kill him. Like, let's just go. Let's just hold down the button and go. It's P8 Uber Diablo, so, like, it's gonna take a while. Even with me swinging on him. It's going to take some time, especially since I'm running out of mana all the time. You can see I have like no mana in my mana pool. I got 0 mana pools. It's one of the problems that I still need to solve on this Immortal Paladin, is I need to solve the mana issue. He's currently just like absolutely horrible when it comes to mana. The two of us might kill him by Thursday. I'm not sure if damage taken goes to mana would help Death. Like, you gotta understand that damage take goes to mana only works if you actually take the damage. And the way that I'm reducing all the damage incoming by killing all the resistances and, like, using all the MDR and the PDR, I'm not entirely sure that damage take goes to mana would even work effectively. Because I'm taking, like, very minimal amounts of damage. So, like, even if I added, say, like, 10% damage taken goes to mana, if I'm only taking, like, 5 or 6 damage... Like, that's what? Like, maybe 1 mana if it rounds up? Yeah, I could potentially zeal back. Like, I could zeal. I was trying to be lazy. It seems like zealing my mana back definitely seems to work. If I can potentially hit him, that is. Unfortunately, like, that's another problem, is, like, actually hitting him is... it's pretty difficult. Even with the Conviction Aura, like, Zeal has only an attack rating of 2,205, which is pretty awful. Vengeance has a better attack rating, but... I mean, one thing's for sure, the Mercenary is still alive. Like, all this time, I feel like we've come across a pretty solid setup for essentially him staying alive, at least versus Uber Diablo. Mm-hmm. 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 He keeps moving around like an idiot. Like he'll be in a perfectly safe spot, and then he just decides that like he's got like a what is it called, like itchy butt syndrome, or he's got like wiggle feet or wiggle butt. Yeah, he's got like wiggle butt, and he's got to like get up and run around real quick, or he's got like cabin fever or something, and he just starts moving around randomly, and that's when he's taking most of the damage. Like it's not when he's actually fighting Diablo; it's when he's being stupid and he's running around like an idiot. I mean, overall, this character is absolutely solid. Like, a very solid character that just takes tons and tons of damage without having to worry about anything. I wonder if, like, with this character, I had put a bunch of burr runes and things to give my physical damage reduction, like, a boost. I wonder if even for my character, if I just put, like, soul runes in there instead of burr runes, would it affect me better? I mean, because I'm at 56 damage reduced by. And what, 2 soul runes would bring me up another 14, which would be, what is that, 10, so 6, 7, so I'd be at 70 physical damage reduced if I brought those up. I'm not really sure if I need to be at 70 physical damage reduced, but it's an option.
Some boogums, and I'm paying attention to you, and I love you, boogums. He's a good dog. He's a good dogums. He's a good dogums. And that's a paw. That's a good paw. You did a good paw. I was proud of that paw. That's quick. It's fast. That's a gentle paw too. It was fast and gentle. It was fast and gentle. That's hard to do because a lot of times you go fast and then it hits real hard, and then if you go too slow, then it won't. And sometimes maybe even slow might not be. But you did a fast and a gentle, and that was pretty good. I was proud of that. You want to do it again? You want to? Oh yeah, that's good. That's a good paw. That's good. That's a good paw. That's a goodest boy. That's some goodest. Yeah, that's some goodest. Because this says, I don't know what you're sticking to me, but I'm the goodest boy, and I know that.
Is my weapon going to break before he dies? Oh, I got 19 durability left. I just want to prove to myself that he can survive Uber Diablo on P8. Like, this is an actual real fight. We're fighting. Like, we're attacking. Uber Diablo is primarily attacking the mercenary. So, like, we can prove that he is 100% capable of surviving Uber Diablo with ease. Seems like he's not having any issue whatsoever. We'll see if he makes it to the end. He's talking about a small subset of monsters. We're talking about, like, many, many more monsters than that. Like, I've had monsters hit me for 1,500 damage. I don't know what he's talking about monsters that only hit for 150. Because that's just not the truth. He's probably talking about trash mobs. Like, plain monsters. Monsters that don't have extra strong, like, modifiers. Player's 8 also adds enhanced damage to the targets. Also, champions, fanaticized, might enchanted, fanaticized, concentration aura. Well, actually, I don't think they can get concentration aura, but there's tons of various ways to enhance the monster's damage. Like, that doesn't help me at all, Death. Like, yes, like your regular trash mobs might only hit for 150 damage, but that doesn't help me with anything else. Like, the goal is to bring everything down to a rate that is easier to, like, take, not just some monsters. That's why we're testing on Uber Diablo to begin with, because Uber Diablo, I know, hits harder than 150 damage. He also does a lot more damage than just physical damage. He does physical and fire, he does lightning and fire, or lightning and physical, he does fire only, he does cold and physical, he does physical. The only thing he doesn't really do is lightning. and physical, or like, yeah. He also doesn't do poison. So, no poison. We don't have any poison in the mix here. I mean, honestly, the trash mobs are the ones that have the least likelihood of actually hitting you. And physical damage reduction takes care of most of their damage anyway, so it's not like it really matters. I'm not worried about trash mobs. Like, when I was in the cows earlier and I was fighting the cows, like, we were doing just fine until the 2 elite cows showed up with the cursed aura and all the other various stuff. Like, I don't think the trash mobs are ever a problem. It's always an elite with, like, multiple modifiers. Like, that time when we were in the cows, it was literally 2 elite monsters. One of them had the cursed aura. One of them was spectral hits. There was a bunch of random things going on with that particular encounter that made the fight just exponentially more difficult. Also, yes, I was testing to see if I could survive without attacking as well, which is also kind of important. Like, the idea with the immortal character is not that you can, like, attack and be immortal. It's that you can just stand there and be immortal. My holy shield went down and I have no... I have nothing to build it with. Give me my mana back. The more DR you have, the less DR percent does. I don't think that's the case. I'm pretty sure DR percent is always before DR. I'm fairly certain, and I can pull up the calculations for you, but I'm fairly certain that the order of operations is percentage reduction first, then MDR and PDR afterwards. Or, well, actually, I don't remember. Let me pull up the calculations and let's find out. It'd be the easiest way to do it. Let me kill this guy first. We must kill Diablo. Mercenary is getting pretty low there. Oh, wait, no. All of a sudden he's back up to full again. There's such a small amount of HP left that it's probably going to take us like another 5 minutes. "5 years later." Mana shield is before resistances. Death. I already know that. Mana shield doesn't count your resistances in at all. So it's before resistances, before everything else. I think it's literally the first in the calculation of everything except for maybe Cyclone Armor. I think Cyclone Armor is before Mana Shield. Cyclone Armor and Bone Shield, Bone Armor actually fight with each other. They're both in the same, like, part of the calculation. I remember looking this up when I was building my Energy Shield Sorceress. Not that you can... Well, you can have Cyclone Armor on an Energy Shield Sorceress. That's just stupid. You'd have to wear the Rain Armor. Diablo. Die already. I didn't say Cyclone and Bone Armor are on the same buff. I said they're in the same part of the calculation. Yes, you're right. Frost Armor and the Bone Armor are basically the same exact buff, yes. Die, Diablo. Oh my god. Boom, 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 boom. I just broke my weapon. No, I broke my weapon on his face. Alright, Merc, it's up to you. I will punch from here. You have my fists. Punch Diablo in his anus. Come on, Merc, you can do it. I'm not doing any damage anymore. Finish him, mercenary. Finish him. I guess I could use Smite. I don't really have any mana for it, but... Smite the Diablo to death. Smote him. Smote him asunder. Yay, we did it. Okay, so I would say that this version of the mercenary that we've created is probably one of the most tanky versions that we've made to date. Easily. So he is able to survive a player's 8 prolonged Uber Diablo kill. So I definitely think that that classifies as very, very tanky. Very, very, very tanky indeed. Let's go ahead and grab some healing potions and 3 rows of mana potions. Since we seem to have an issue with mana the most on this particular character. Let's test him in some other areas real quick. So let's do Canyon of the Magi. Canyon of the Magi seems to be a pretty tough place, and a lot of the NPCs seem to die here. Oh yeah, so we're gonna pull up the calculations and see if we can find them real quick. You over there just tanking it? Okay. I'll just let him go to it. See if I can actually find the calculation and put it in here. So, according to the order of operations, it's PDR, then it's percentage, then it's resistances, and then finally it's absorb. So flat DR is applied first, then percentage DR is applied multiplicatively, resistances reduce elemental damage, and then absorb is applied last, potentially healing the character, which is often why you can die from absorption, because the heal then applies afterward. I was, something seems to be missing here. I was always under the impression that absorb is inside of this. And then the heal from absorb. So the heal is a separate component, and the heal applies last. That was how I understood it. Because absorb technically performs as PDR and MDR in basically all scenarios. So I'm pretty sure that the absorb flat value applies here, and then the heal applies at the end of the calculation here, which is essentially how it works. And then the heal percentage absorb applies here. So the percent absorb applies here, and then the percent heal, percent absorb heal applies here. So percent absorb heal also applies at the end of the calculation. I'm pretty sure that's the order anyway. The heal is always last after everything else. You have to actually take the damage. In fact, it would probably be a good idea if we put this here. So take the damage, then the heal. So this is something a lot of people don't understand, is they'll stack lots of absorption. And if the damage actually exceeds your HP pool, it doesn't matter that the thing will heal you, because it will just kill you outright. So if you have 1,000 HP, for instance, and you take damage, and it's 1,000 damage, exactly, and you have, say, like another 100 heal coming in from absorption, it doesn't matter. You're just dead instantaneously. The absorption will happen after you take the damage, not before you take the damage, which means that absorption can often still get you killed, essentially, because half of it applies here, and then the other half applies here after you actually take the hit. And of course, this doesn't include energy shield. Energy shield is like here. And there, I like horribly misspelled energy shield. Energy shield is at the top of the list. I was pretty sure that like bone armor, cyclone armor, both apply before energy shield, if I remember correctly. These formulas don't have everything in here. Let me pull up Cyclone Armor, D2R, Amazon Basin. Amazon Basin has this stuff listed on the order that it happens. We can take a look at both of them. Applied to elemental damage before everything else, including energy shield, yes. So that is before everything else. It can be active at the same time as all of the above. And then there's bone armor, which is on the necromancer, which I believe is also applied before energy shield as well. Can be active at the same time as cyclone armor, blade shield, but not chilling armor, frozen armor, or shivered armor. Last one cast is active. Applied to physical damage before anything else, including energy shield. Yes. Interesting. Yeah, so what he was talking about earlier when he said that bone armor can't be active at the same time as frost armor, it's right here. So it's a really weird thing, but you can't have bone armor and frost armor active at the same time. It's very strange. All right, so we have our order of operation here. This is the order of operation for essentially how things work. So it's bone armor and cyclone armor first, and then it's energy shield. And then after energy shield is your physical damage and your magic damage reduction, as well as the absorption, but not the heal. So not the heal. We can actually put not the heal. Just to make that very clear. And then it's the percentage absorption, percentage and percentage absorption. That also applies here, which is also not the heal. Then your resistances, so like that would be... I'm trying to remember here, like, whether the percentage absorption includes the, not too many, way too many windows open now. Look at all these windows. Ridiculous numbers of windows. That one is not what we're looking for. We don't need that one anymore. That one can go. Let's go ahead and close a bunch of these tabs that we don't need open anymore. Cody, I took you out just a little while ago, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. You got the mud butt? Hmm? You gotta go dukas in your pukas? Are you bored? Did you get something to eat? I mean, the mercenaries survived that entire little encounter right there in Canyon of the Magi. Let's take them somewhere else fun, like, Let's take him to Travancore. Let's put him through the Travancore pace. Let's see if he can handle Trav. Cody, I hear you, buddy. I don't know what to tell you, but I hear you. I already took you out to go Peppadoo just a little while ago. And I know you've got food. And I gave you fresh waters before we got started. And you got plenty of snacks. And also, you're cute. Yes, okay, I said it. I said it. You're cute and you got an ugly nose. But your nose adds to your cuteness because it's an ugly nose. And everybody likes ugly dog noses. What is it that you want, buddy? Do you want a hug? I give you the hug'ems. You want to come up here and get a hug'ems? Come on. Come on up here. Come on. Come on. Come over here on this side. I can't give you the hug'em on that side. You got to come over this side. Come on. You get chip them? Or come on over here. That's right. You got to come up here. There you go. Now we get some hug'ems. See, look. See, you got some hug'ems. Now what's the matter? Why are you being such a whiny brat? Because I'm not paying attention to you? I bet you'd be paying attention if I had some tacos. Or some snacks. Or how about some beef sticks? You want some beef? Or how about some pie? Or how about some, you want to go see your mama? About that? No, I got you. And I'm going to get your tummy. How about that? I'm going to get your big fat tummy down here. What's this thing? What's this thing? Uh-huh. Oh, you just unpaused my game for? What'd you do that? That's okay. I'm an immortal character. I don't have to worry about nothing because I'm not going to die. Because I'm Immortalis. Immortalis. The Immortalis character from Immortal Land. Look at his big pink chin. Look at him. Pink chin with little spots on it. Look. Little spots on his chin. Who's the best tank merc to use with your sorceress? That thing that we just created, probably? Like, if you need a tank, and that's your only condition, I think Ragnar that we just created is probably the tankiest mercenary I've ever seen in my life. Boy just survived a Uber Diablo on Players 8, so I think he can handle himself. I think he's got it. Okay. Do you feel better now? Do you feel bettums? Do you feel better? Do you want to fight something? Do you want to do some fighting? You ready? You ready for some fighting? Oh no, cause it's gonna get you. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh, that's gonna get you. Oh, no, that's gonna get you. You wanna fight that? You wanna fight that? You wanna fight it? Oh no, give me that bait. He's gonna take out an eye with them big fangs. How about that? He said, why we stop? We're testing the mercenary, so it doesn't matter anyway, right? Just let the mercenary do his thing. Let's see see if he wins. Get this neck meats. I'm gonna get this neck meats and I'm gonna bite it. Give me this neck meats, I'm gonna buy it. Get him, Ragnar. That's Ragnar the Red, my friends. That's Ragnar the Red. Soon to be known as Ragnar the Dead if he dies. You feel better now? You got hug'ems. We squeeze you. Squeeze the hug'em. We play fight games.
You feel better? All right, you ready to get down? All right. The Immortal Paladin is doing good. I mean, look at him. He don't care about nothing. He just sits here and laughs. He can't hit the water monsters. Do I need to help him out? I don't know if he's got the damage to actually kill these guys. What is the Merc wearing right now? So his current setup is a Fortitude Cryptic Sword for the crazy amounts of defense. He currently has 30,149 defense. He also is using it for the all resistances. He also has the Phoenix Cryptic Sword on, which he's using for the fire absorption. 21 fire absorb, which is helping heal him a little bit from like the hydras and things like that. That's why he's not dying to the hydras. He's got a Gladiator's Bane, Wire Fleece, Elite, Soul Rune in it. So he has 27 DR and 20 DR and MDR coming from it. It also has Cannot Be Frozen and Poison Length reduction on it, which is nice. And he's using a Vampire Gaze with a Soul Rune in it because Vampire Gaze has 15 MDR on it. It also has 20% physical damage reduction and 7 extra DR added in with the Soul Rune. And it gives him the life leech he needs for his helmet. So he's rocking a total of 34 DR, 35 MDR, 20% physical damage reduction. And well, that's interesting. You can see his stats change depending on which weapon he's using. That's kind of funny. I've never seen that before. I've never actually looked at his stats. His stats actually change depending on what weapon he's using. That's kind of funny. And he has the 21 fire absorb there. Overall, this is the tankiest setup that we've discovered so far for the mercenary. After we finished making the Immortal Paladin, we wanted to make a Immortal, like, mercenary. And so we decided to try and, like, design an Immortal mercenary, and this is what we came up with. And honestly, he seems pretty darn beefy. He seems pretty darn beefy. I think if you change his setup in hardly any way, Provobek, I think you're going to end up ruining his immortality. I think that, this is a delicate balance, essentially, that we've created of basically a mercenary that has the ability to basically not take hardly any damage from physical due to his high defense, huge amounts of MDR and PDR, life leech for his weapons, and also gives him at least some fire absorption to deal with things like fire damage, hydras, and whatnot, which do massive amounts of damage. He's a delicately balanced machine, and he works really well. I'm not sure if you could honestly change anything. To be perfectly honest, I don't think you can change anything. I think this is the ultimate form of a mercenary that can tank the world. Let's go test him somewhere else. He bodied frickin' on Players 8, mind you. He bodied Travancore on Players 8 like it was nothing. Let's go somewhere else. Let's try World Stone Keep. Alright, we got some snakes. Let's see what else we got. More snakes. Alright, that's a pretty healthy number of snakes. Let's let him fight all those snakes together. The magic damage should bypass most of his effects except for the MDR. So he is getting bodied by the snakes. Poor guy. He got absolutely wrecked by those snakes. What's the modifier on the boss? Even I'm getting wrecked by the snakes. What the hell's going on? What are the modifiers on this guy? Cursed, Aura Enchanted. Oh, has he got Conviction Aura? He's got Blessed Aim. So he's bypassing all the defense with Blessed Aim? Is that what's going on? Let me, very quickly... Let me kill just the elite, and let's try that one more time. I'm curious whether it's just the elite that's causing the problems.
Because he's dishing out massive amounts of damage to me, too. Okay. So the elite is gone. It's the magic damage is what it is. It's the bone spears. The bone spears are magic damage, and they're bypassing all of his resistances.
What do you need? Evening.
I wonder how much damage those bone spears do. It's because they're even doing damage to me as well, and I knew that was going to be an issue going in, that the magic damage was going to bypass most of the resistances, but I didn't expect it to be that big of a deal. Bad manners. Yeah, they're bad manners, guys. Bad manners, bone spears. Alright, I was really hoping to try out against some gloams, though. It looks like we don't have gloams, at least as far as I can tell. Let me do a quick shop around the village. I see skeletons, I see gloams. Oh, that'd be a fun one to test it around on. Tons of small damage numbers coming from the flares. Let's test that. Of course, they all focus on me. That's not what I want them to do. I want them to focus on him. Cody's hilarious. He looks like he's pouting. Pouty boy. Okay, well, he's not having any trouble with this, so let's move him to another area with different monsters. Like he wasn't even having any trouble at all with those monsters. Let's move him up here to, well, level 3. Let's see what's on 3. Defilers, that's not even like anything. Oh, there we go. These guys should be nasty. Hell Temptresses, immune to physical. Yeah, these guys will be a pain in the butt for him for sure. He has absolutely no way to deal with the life leech problem because these are immune to physical monsters, and they can just like keep shooting projectiles at him infinitely. I would wager a guess that he is taking 0 damage right now. Like, it doesn't seem like he's taking any damage at all. I think it's the Rancid Defiler. Hold on, let me kill his life leech source. Let me see if killing his life leech source causes him to die. And we need to pull him out here so he's actually in the open getting hit by multiple projectiles. And we'll stand behind him too so they don't shoot at us, instead they shoot at him. I mean, his life definitely is dropping, which is to be expected since he can't leech. But he's surprisingly tanky. Like, is he dying? Yes. Is he dying quickly? No. He's dying slowly. Very slowly. Extremely slowly. I mean, I guess there's no way around that, right? Like, not even Life Tap would fix that particular problem, because if you can't do physical damage to the target, then the target is essentially immune to Life Leech. Life Tap requires you to at least be able to do physical damage as well. We can't really reduce physical resistance for him because he's incapable of using a Bone Break, and that just becomes an issue. I mean, you can reduce the physical damage a little bit with Decrepify, yeah, but it doesn't necessarily solve the problem, and that also doesn't work versus any monster that has any enhancement, so it's kind of like a dead-end solution. Damage reduction percentage doesn't work versus any monster that has enhanced percentage. So they cancel each other out, essentially. So, like, if a monster has enhanced damage, like Fanaticism, Might Aura, Extra Strong, like any of the above, the Decrepify doesn't provide any kind of reduction. Oh, you're talking about the actual breaking of the resistance? I mean, it's like a tiny little break. I'm not really sure if that even helps. It'll help him leech something as opposed to nothing, but I don't know if something is really going to be enough to keep him alive. Oh, wow. Gloams, Death Lords, Might Enchanted Gloams at that. Okay. I think my boy's dying. Sinfester the Jagged. That's his name. Lightning Enchanted, Stone Skin, Mana Burn. I mean, I'm impressed that he's holding up against these Death Lords alone. Like, he's currently getting wailed on by 2 Death Lords, and 2 Gloams are currently shooting at him. And he seems to be doing pretty good. I mean, granted, like, could be worse. We could have, like, a full pack of Death Lords. Or rather, what are these guys? Pit Lords? No, yeah, they're Death Lords. And then we got a Pit Lord, and we've got the Gloam, Sinfester the Jagged over here. That's lightning enchanted as well. Oh no, he's killing them. Sinfester is going down really fast. And the Sinfester's dead. He's just killing one target at a time. That's all. He's focusing on one target and he's killing that one target, and then that's it. Like, in this particular case, it seems like he's dishing out damage to the Death Lord. He's not... The regeneration is a problem. Like, he's having issues overcoming the regeneration. Like, if I hit these monsters one time and stop their regen, he'd probably kill them a lot faster. Yeah, stopping their regen, like, completely, like, 180'd the situation. Are you attacking the Gloam now? Why you gotta come over here picking on me? Like, what did I do, Mr. Pitlord Deathlord? You can't kill me anyway. I got like 10 trillion defense and all the MDR and PDR in the world and 95% resistances, and I'm literally an Immortal Paladin. Get out of here with that bullcrap. Who cares if you're a Minotaur? I'm gonna look at you in the old graphics because you look more beefy in the old graphics than you do in the new graphics. You look extra beefy. Yeah, get wrecked. I hate what they did to the skull, by the way. Like, the previous skull looks so much better than the new skull. I don't know why they decided to go with this poopy... I don't even know what this is. Like, this was so much cooler than the new one. Like, I don't know why they didn't just stay with this one. They should have just stayed with this one. Oh, dang. I think my boy's about to get clapped. Might Aura. Where's the Might Aura coming from? Oh, God. It's painful in here. Pain. 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 That Might Aura is nasty. So, Mighted Death Lords plus Gloams was enough to take him out. I think that's enough to take me out, to be perfectly honest. Who am I kidding? They are hitting like Mack trucks over here. I mean, granted, like, my damage reduction is working, and I'm able to stay alive somewhat, but, like, this is Might Enchanted Death Lords. Where's the elite? I don't see the elite in the mix. Am I just like completely missing the elite? Where's the Might Aura coming from then? Oh, immediately died because I was running. Without that 75% block chance, good luck surviving a bunch of might enchanted Death Lords. Nasty. Nasty indeed, nasty. Cody, you are such a baby.
Yeah, baby. B-A-B-Y, baby dog. No, wait, sorry. P-U-P-P-Y, puppy dog. How about that, puppy dog? Puppy dogums. Puppums uses a puppums dog. Puppums dog uses a puppums.
I mean, we really haven't created an immortal character if we can't survive Death Lords, so... Unfortunately, we need more physical damage reduction. PDR. We need more PDR. Of course, amplify damage is nasty. But cleansing clears that off relatively quickly. But he'll just constantly keep reapplying it over and over again, so... Seems to be working pretty well, though. I mean, Mercenary's not going down from the Ampor. Chop, 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 chop. I wish you could set up a Holy Freeze version of this. I just don't really think that the attack rating is ever going to work out right. Like the only reason that we're even able to hit anything is because of Vengeance. I mean, Conviction. And if we didn't have Conviction, I think we would be up Poops Creek without a paddle. I think that's where we would be. Let's check the next floor. Let's see what's on the next floor. Zombies and snakes. Champion zombies and snakes. We've already tested snakes. Let's see what's next. Ooh, ghosts and Doom Knights. That's a good combination. And we've got Mind Venom the Grim over here with Mana Burn, Lightning Enchanted, Magic Resistant. It's a good test. So we got an Elemental user spamming in the back. We got a couple ghosts sitting on top of them. Some Doom Knights. Oh, the ghosts are spazzing out. I don't know what the hell's wrong with the ghosts. Apparently they're having, like, identity crisis issues. There's a pack. Oh, there's a whole pack of ghosts. Oh, man. Mercenary down. Mercenary down. Let's help them out a little bit. I'm mainly just using mana potions for myself, but I suppose I could feed him a health potion. What if I wear Exile? What would Defiance Aura really do for him at this point? Like, did you see how much defense he has? Like, look how much defense he has. 30,000. He has 30,000 defense. 30,149 defense. Like, adding in a Defiance Aura, like, what would that really do for him, honestly? Give him an extra, like, couple K? He's already got so much defense that, like, I don't know if any of the monsters can even reliably hit him. I'm not actually sure how he's being hit at all. It's probably because he's moving. My assumption would be that he probably loses defense just like we do when he moves. So when he's moving, he's probably losing all of his defense. I mean, I've got 14,000 defense myself. I hate how these guys run away constantly. It reminds me of the succubuses from Diablo 1 all over again. I used to hate the succubuses. A Berserk Thorns Pally. How are you going to do that? How do you make it a Berserk Paladin? The only item that has Berserk on it isn't really good damage. It probably would be awful. Awful. Okay, well, he's got no problem with this stuff here. There's no reason to test this further. Let's go to the next floor. Let's see what's on the next floor again. Also need to go repair my weapon. Oh no, one of those precious skulls. Oh, poor skulls. Everybody wants to put the peak skulls and everything.
Can I help you?
Oh, so you're thinking about using Berserk to remove your defense? Is that what you're thinking of doing? Like, I want to remove my defense, so let's make a Berserk Paladin that removes his defense so he has 0 defense and gets smacked around? I mean, rough. Do I think I can make other immortals, like an immortal Amazon? I mean, Amazon does have dodge, avoid, and evade, which is pretty powerful. Can't really increase the maximum resistances at all. I guess the Amazon could also use Gurkis, just like the Paladin. Could potentially cap out all her dodge and avoid and evades, make herself really tanky. Could potentially make an immortal Amazon, maybe. Yeah, I could see it. Not really sure there's any real way to add regeneration on the Amazon, though, so we'd have to go with regeneration equipment. There are some pieces of equipment that have some pretty high regeneration, like Bulwark has 30 replenished life, and we could potentially get some replenished life from other sources. It's possible. I think the Amazon has the best capability with her ability to be, you know, like a dodge, avoid, and evade, gives percentages of just avoiding the damage entirely. I mean, Amazon basically has 0 defense anyway. It's a 0 defense character. I mean, there's honestly, like, not a lot of ways that you can get defense on the Amazon. I think Fortitude is like one of the only ways that you can get defense on an Amazon. That's pretty much it. Alright, well, I think this is pretty much it. I don't think we have much more to do here. I'm gonna go ahead and end this one here. Maybe we'll do another immortal character at some point. Maybe we'll have some fun doing like a immortal Amazon or something. That can be something fun we can plan for another day. I have to get to work. I just realized I'm late. I was having so much fun, I just like completely forgot that I had to go to work tonight. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you enjoy the content. And if you're over on a Twitch and you don't know that I have a YouTube channel, be sure to hop over to YouTube and check out my YouTube channel. And for those of you who are on Twitch, I definitely need more subscribers on Twitch. So for you, head over to Twitch. That would be great. As always, keep watching.